Now I request Dr. Suresh Umre sir to welcome Dr. Ratiram Chaudhary sir and Dr. Vaishali Mesham ma'am by offering sapling. Umre sir, please. Thank you, Umre sir. Now I request respected chairpersons to conduct the session, please.
Good morning, one and all present here. Welcome to this second day of this National Conference on Materials Science under NASI, Nagpur chapter. Today we have with this fifth session Dr. Raghuman Singh Niktojam. Presently he is working as Scientific Officer G level at Chemistry Division, Baba Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. He did his PhD in chemistry at IIT Kanpur, India, under the able guidance of Professor N.S. Gajbhie sir. And he did his postdoctoral fellowship at University of Victoria, Canada. His area of research are luminescence and magnetic nanomaterials and their applications. His awards to his credits: Fellow National Academy of Science, India, 2016, Fellow Maharashtra Academy of Science, 2013, Scientific and Technical Excellence Award in the year 2012, DAE, Government of India. He has also received Young Achiever Awards in the year 2011, 55 DAE Solid State Physics Symposium. Then he also received Young Associateship Maharashtra Academy of Science in the year 2012, Best Poster and Oral Presentation 5 times, inclusion of name in top 2% scientist in India 2020, inclusion of name in the top 2% scientist in the year 2021 also. He is also shortlisted in the Swarn Jayanti Fellowship in the year 2011. Then he has credit RSI Bronze Medal in the year 2022, MRSI Medal in the year 2012. Again, he has published so many publications. He has 160 number of research articles published in journals, national and international. Then his articles, review articles published in number of international and national journals. Then he has published 3 number of books. He has credit to his chapter publications 13. And his H-index citations 55 and Google index 49 Scopus. He is also reviewer of Journal of American Chemical Society, ACS Nano, Journal of Physics Chemistry Letters, then ACS Applied Material Interface. With this brief introduction, now I request Dr. Ratiram Chaudhary. Please welcome Dr. Raghumani Singh sir. I invite Raghumani sir on the dais. I request Chaudhary sir, please welcome Dr. Raghumani Singh by offering sapling. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Raghumani Singh sir for his presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. This previous this one. Okay. Okay. So we have to open. Share, no? Yeah, share. Yeah. Yeah, keeping, yeah. So, good mornings. Today I'm very lucky that I'm coming here, and I came on Sunday in early morning, and I'm so happy that they invite me in this occasion of the 100 years celebration of this RTM Nagpur University, and also associated with the Nasi chapter in the Nagpur. It's very lucky for me. I thanks organizing committee, particularly my guide, Professor N.S. Gazbi and Madam Asari, and also my good senior friends, you can say, Sarma, Umle, and many some of the students. So I came, I think February 2020, I came in the chemistry department, I give my talk. Yeah, so I'm so happy that then I told the students to come to the BRC, to see BRC facility. So in that time, unfortunately, Madam was expired, I think, that chemistry department head, he's expired. She told Ragumani, if I'm bringing with the student and see our BRC campus, is because PR office, public relations officer in the BRC, there are around many people, many students, or teachers, they can come BRC, they can see facility, okay? They have the facility, so those things, they can motivate it. Okay, so those things, and also we have a project in it, they can come for BSc, MSc to project in it, can come to the BRC for the training at the way around. Also, we have the BRC, there's a BRC training school exam, usually happen in the most advertisement come in December, January. So in this, after BSc, after the MSc or after the BTech, they can appear exam and they can officer become, years of 20 to 23 becomes a, as an officer, and they can have the, they can work as a scientist. So today, I hope that this functional material sustainable environment or sustainable energy, this one, I hope that this may be something maybe messing with this my talk. So my talk is and then tonight first for the right emitting display and right harvesting and biological application. Yeah, I want to tell you that this work. So this work today, this will give you how the night born useful for the luminescence purpose as well as the medical purpose. Okay. How to use this one? Oh, you going? Nothing going. It's not. What is up, Yana? Huh? It's okay. Okay. So this way actually that on is I told that BSc, MSc student, they want to come from BSc for training school 2 months, 6 months, or 1 year, and they can apply, okay, this BSc around, okay? So they can work as a project trainee. And the PhD student also, they want to come 2 months, 6 months, something, they can come, okay? So all over the India, so around 90 people came my lab as from, I say, Kanyakumari says Jammu Kashmir, or Northern State, you can say up to Northern State, up to, they came more than 80 people in my lab. So I feel happy that, giving the privilege, okay, so that they can learn something from the, okay. So this only I used to do, bring for BSc, MSc student, they come, Otherwise, they can come as summer fellow, they can come to work also. So it's not working yours. Yeah. Okay, this again. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is one of the. Actually, I'm very lucky that I did my PhD for the N.S. Gazbi. Okay, I'm lucky that today I'm coming in this event because of him. Actually, this main thing is a special day for me. As I am students. So he closed the 70 years in this service. This one, Professor Gazbi, and he's sitting in front of here. And he's a good academician, and true academician has with good leadership quality he has. And congratulations to my sir for his 70 magnificent years of service in the academic. May God bless you and your family members for the healthy and many more years of happiness. I remember his word, inspiration word. Don't say impossible, Logomani. When I was working, 11 hours, Saturday, Logomani, never leave it is. So I remember. And also he told me many times, Logomani, do good work. This is good for you. In this. So this is all, sir. Thank you for giving the inspiration word. And with this opportunity, and what happened in 2012, and his 60 years, we published some papers and dedicated to his 60 years. But it just happened in VNT. Professor Umle and Sharma, they are very, very. Lately, I was very thankful that I was in Canada. I came back, in February, I think, January, February, I think. January. So I came from Canada, and with my whole family came from Mumbai. We celebrated his 60 years. So this actually, that paper was actually cited, this one, improvement in blue and white near-infrared emission, okay? This was we published. I'm thankful, sir, this about 74 cited these papers. Again, this paper actually, again, we cited again, he has dedicated his 60th birthday, the behavioral electric and magnetic dipole transition of the European 507F0 and European transfer and lithium of this. This 507F0 is not a route transition because J00 not transition. And what condition will be a route? We discussed the paper. So most of many good Zealand, whatever European discovered transition, discussion something, they also cite this paper. This about 160 cited this. Thank you, sir, for your birthday. I wish we are going to present this. Again, we again dedicated third papers. This was with this how the white people European, how this paper how goes this is. We applied that theoretical model that what happened is what condition we call asymmetric, what we call symmetric. Okay, group theory application. We applied this structure, and this was around 45 cited. With this kinds this one. I thanks my guide. He gave me inspiration. Whenever I need something, I call him or by email, by phone call. He advice or some is useful to me. This is I want to thanks my guide. So be again I should meet him and his family members to be good hands and many more happiness comes. Yeah. So this continuation of this actually this one I want to bring into my talk today. Luminescence I'm going to talk just very this may be most useful for the MSc and PhD students or not be the our senior peoples. So luminescence is the process of emission in ultraviolet and visible in infrared region when a suitable light or the other mechanical force or the energy is provided to the any substance. Depending on the source of light, it can be divided in the following. The bioluminescence, some living organisms for luminescence, like fireflies and starfish, jellyfish, they go through luminescence. Okay. The chemiluminescence it happens during the chemical reactions. In electrochemical reaction, it is called electrochemical. Many organic reaction has been found this electroluminescence, this one the chemiluminescence source. Crystalloluminescence, it is produced during the crystallization. The precipitate crystallization of sodium chloride, potassium chloride, they produce UV light. You cannot see by eye, but it is produced. And the electroluminescence, it is related response to electric currents passed through the phosphor and emitted light is coming out. And cathodoluminescence, a beam of light, okay, in high energy beam is coming out from electron gun when applied voltage of more than 10 kiloton bond. This rays of electron is not a cathode rays, okay? This cathode is used to excite the luminescent material, such as phosphor light will be emitted. This is not a cathode luminescence. This is, you can see the cathode luminescence, again, it's coming from microscopy and the television, okay? You can see. Mechanical luminescence, it is resulting from any mechanical action or force or pressure on the solid. Some bones are broken or distortion in this some names are generated depending on the types of external force pressure. Okay, diluminescence, photoluminescence is one example. Another photoluminescence, when the source of electroluminescence light is used, the emission process is called photoluminescence. Today I am going to talk this most of this here. So absorption of the photon light makes the excited electrons at a higher energy level. A horn is created in a ground state. When the source is removed, electron horn becomes takes spread and they produce emission. Okay. So this one of this. Another was radioluminescence. The bombardment of the ionizing radiation such as alpha, beta, gamma ray or metal produces luminescence. This use most is scintillation. Another sonoluminescence. This is produced from the importing bombardment in the liquid when it's excited by the sound wave. Thermoluminescence is related to the trapped electron in the insulator emitted on surface heating. So two types of luminescence. One is down conversion, most used. One is up conversion. You see here, when the excite, suppose it's similar example, you take the ground state excited, or you can say valence band, conduction band, you absorb light, and they come to the defect events, okay, or this is defect event, and then energy some loss. Then this process, the emitted light come from this excited event to the ground state. This is called energy. Absorption energy is more than of the emitted light. Okay, this is called down conversion, means some energy losses. And up conversion is like that. There's a metastatic phase in excited level, meaning metastatic phase. Up conversion, what happens? This electron absorbed from the ground state and the metastatic phases. This whole metastatic stage, they have a longer lifetime. Before coming down, this excited another electron was hitting here. Keep in mind, any electron absorption takes place at minus 15 seconds. Okay, and very fast. Okay, absorption, but a longer lifetime of microseconds. Before coming down. So if you having continuous excitation, we can again electron can be excite. Here's a one electron and go through this. It's very simple. One bone go here and stay some more. Another bone is hitting before coming down, and the bone is hitting here. So that from this another metastatic phase, then again produce emission. In the time, this excitation energy is less than emitted light because gap is you see difference here. This one occurs. These two, I just try to make some few examples so that something that you can find out that how much useful in this board. Okay. So I'm not talking about organic chemistry. Others I have others also, but already inorganic chemistry I talk. So down conversions, I told you. In the case of DC, down conversion, high frequency light such as UV visible light is used to get the visible volume of light. Some of the excited energy get losses. This loss gives rise to non-reactive process, would hit to the surrounding. Light at the longer wavelength occurs. In DC, there's another term, quantum cutting. In this process, one light with a wavelength would produce a 2 lambda or 3 lambda. Okay, the quantum cutting is like that. I'm exciting light to put two light, 2 photon, 3 photon. So quantum can be increased 200 times. Okay, so this is the one just explain this quantum cutting, but I have the okay, but today I will explain this. Okay, quantum cutting. So now I already did my topic mentioned why we need. Then tonight or later I want to talk similar force ball in the luminescence. This is the question again. Why we need? See, lanthanide compound. If you take lanthanide compound, you take European oxide, that's from carbonate, sodium nitrate, and samarium nitrate, and terbium nitrate. All of a sudden give very soft emission because what happened is the pore transition. They are all the same because the pore transition is very soft because they have outermost chain S to 5p6 because of the rebound doesn't affect anything. Okay, very soft. Pore transition, what happened? They are forbidden. Reported forbidden. Okay. So the angular momentum doesn't change anything. So this because of the cross section is very weak. So they say all the time emission or absorption very weak. It be used directly. Okay. But another way is this one happening in the case of 3D transition, also not allowed. But only thing this case is what happened is the Cassian print because they doesn't have outermost chain, Cassian affecting. So 3D transition are very broad. Okay, and they can change peak position. Okay. 3 degrees change, you can pick position, okay? About 400 to 600 can change also. because depend upon the consumption environment. But 4F is very, very sharp. It doesn't set the position. So difference between the 4F transition, 3D transition, 3D transition, all those time depend on consumption, maybe cubic phase or tetrahedron phase. Okay, and 6 symmetry systems. They're changing the position and depend upon the gun also. But 4F doesn't change. Okay. Now, the semiconductor, why semiconductor also? Why in the internet of simple semiconductor? Semiconductor or insulator, I can say. In addition, lanthanide ions in the above lanthanide compound have the 4 dominance because of above the lanthanide ions. Okay. Over time, this lanthanides, over time, cross structure. Cross structure means suppose something exciting, so nearby ions absorb, so that their emission is weak. Okay. This will concern effect. However, this forbidden natural F transition can be relaxed by cation pin when the lanthanide ions known as activator by the crystallographic site. So some few ppm can be dwarf in the crystallographic site. Over time, they depend upon interaction weak because of the very, very far away. So luminescence can be enhanced and the cross section can be removed, means reduced, you can say. So now few amount of the lanthanide ions is very dwarf in semiconductor or insulator. Also, people dwarf, the dwarfing many cation system. Sorry, I tell you that many people, they visible semiconductor, they dwarfing also is not good. Okay, whenever you want to get a luminescence in the emission in the visible or near light, the band gap should be white so that it's not absorbed in the visible or near light. Okay, so you choose the fluorescent band gap less more than 4. Okay, or 10, 11, so that thus force of lattice should not absorb. So some people doping, but keep in mind, doping doesn't mean that you are doing correct way. So it's sometimes force has to choose the band gap should be more than 4, so that the semiconductor force should not absorb the visible, so the emission intensity will be improved. Okay, so doping all the time doesn't mean that I can drop in semiconductor. No, it should be band gap should be more than 4 electron bond. Okay. So as I said, doping in the semiconductor, a large number of electrons can be absorbed through the band gap of semiconductor because valence band conduction band, they have a route transition. Okay, and during this, many electrons from the valence band can be brought to the conduction band, and many holes are created in the valence band. The electron hole recognition may give rise to the emissions. If the emitted light from semiconductor could be absorbed by the nearby dopant ions, emission intensity of the lanthanide is very high because of energy transfer from the semiconductor host. That's why semiconductor host we are choosing some useful because the can be absorbed through the valence band conduction band because around transition, and then this excited energy level of the conduction band transferred to the lanthanide ions. From lanthanide ions, you can more emission occurs. Okay, this is the reason why we are talking why doping in the semiconductor insulator. So example, I just say European is very good because the European 3+ says because of the had the electric dipole transition very sharp. You see you see here the European 3+ state absorption occurs 7F0 in ground state here, and then they absorb 5 and 6 here. They got the 394 excitation. Okay, they have this one, but they have emission occurs 5D0 7F0, but not around transition. You can see 580. And 5D0 to 7F1, 591 magnetic dipole transition, and 5D0 to 7F2 or 612 or 615 80 dipole. Why the 80 dipole magnetic dipole? Because here 0 to 1 changes plus minus 1 or 3. Okay, odd numbers changes. We call magnetic dipole. When the 0 to 2 is changing plus minus 2 or 4 means even number. We call electric dipole. Okay, so do you electric dipole transition? Okay, here you can see here, one 580 is not around transition, but sometimes you can see depending upon the relaxation of this question fin, and 591 612. How happen this? Let's see. This European 3+ is 4F6, autonomous cell. They can transition occur from the 4F to 5D transition, but a very UV region or ultraviolet region. Okay, become light. So this energy can be large, but this particular 5D1, in the excited state, they can have consumption environment easy to T2G, but the 4F doesn't have consumption environment, almost negligible. It doesn't on this splitting. So this electronic transition occurs UB or become UB, okay? But in the case of the this spin orbit coupling, the spin orbit, or you can say the electrons, arranged in the 4f electrons, there are also some repulsion or attractive force was there. Because it is something repulsion or attractive force, the term symbol of the coming in the picture 7fj and 5d0, 5n6, many more in the, okay? Depending upon how you arrange it, because you have to follow Hund's rules with the follow, okay? Because of following this particular 7fj is actually because of the coming to the ground state term symbol. This J is actually in the custom fin environment, this electric fin component, okay? This is we call stack splitting. This stack splitting you can split again. This the first item. This J occurs again spin orbit coupling 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. After what happens is this sub 1, 2, 3 again electric fin component came. This called stack splitting, and particularly for the F1 they can split 3, and F2 can 5 splitting. Okay, so like that. This one twice. This one 2j plus 1. Okay, this one is splitting. So those you can see highly crystalline environment. You can see this. Okay. This is one just example I give that. Okay, how the okay. Now the Nobel Prize given 2014 in physics. I think our sir we are writing one book, so one review article, focus material science, which submitted. In the year we are submitted for useful for gallium nitride in our review article. Then, and that year we are submitted, a report came, in the time announcement came Nobel Prize for gallium nitride important. So our review article, you can see import of gallium nitride, this one. This Nobel Prize, Akashi and Amano and Nakamura, they got a Nobel Prize in here. I want to tell you that this is the, Amano is the PhD student of the Akashi, and Nakamura is independently. I want to say 1990. This Amano joined his group. They prepared gallium nitride. So nitride was they prepared, but what happened is, when people nitride compound, they use gallium, methanes, and the ammonia passing. What happened is, when we prepare compound gallium nitride, the luminescence, they do electron luminescence usually, okay? Electron luminescence. So electron luminescence means they pass the current and produce luminescence. But when does the compound, what happened? They heat it. Either maybe in any form of the heating. Therefore, the luminescence enhancement. They don't know what has happened. They don't understand why. It's heated compound again nitride again heating. When they're doing heating, then they got the luminescence enhancement. They don't understand why. What happened? This why luminescence? This was they could explain this, but they started gallium nitride making the system, okay, in the buffer of the some buffer using, but they couldn't explain. Nakamura 1990 he explained, because when your ammonia decompose the nitrogen hydrogen, atomic nitrogen absorbed by gallium and form the gallium nitride. The hydrogen is coming out, they go to intersection site of gallium nitride. This intersection site of gallium nitride is the quencher. Okay, the hydrogen goes to intersection site, the quencher. So this Nakamura had explained mechanism how this gallium nitride formation and how quenching luminescence. They got share in Nobel Prize. So last because he died, Akashi died in the I think April. I think this last 2021. Okay. This is the one of the explain is how gallium nitride, how they got Nobel Prize written in our focus material science. This is whether the question is whether gallium nitride system solve the LI emitting diode. Today we are emitting. This question is like that. There I want to produce white light emit. Okay. Next slide you can see. Yeah, this is actually focus material we published with my guide, Professor Gazbi. We published together. We can see this how the light emitting diode generated in that our review article. Nicely that on history of how they're coming. Okay, we can see that review article. Here you see here that this by covering the gallium nitride, because gallium nitride produces blue. Okay, why blue produce? Well, they suppose electric current passing, blue produce. The blue is covered with this yellow phosphor helium doping. Okay, rear arc, and then produce the white light. White light producing, you can get all light, okay, because only white light you can produce blue, green light, and secondary color, tertiary color you can produce. This is what's written in our review articles. I think somebody interested, test it. Okay, so now again, come to picture here. GDP4 is a very wide band gap, okay, around 7-8 electron bond. Now if doping with the cerium and if doping terbium, what happens is, we have the term in the luminescence, what is activator and sensitizer. Okay, what is activator? Luminescence, the emitted light, we call emitted produce the ion, we call activator. Okay, and the energy absorber, okay, transfer energy to the activator, we call sensitizer. Okay, the thing about this what is a donor acceptor, you can say. Okay, donor we call sensitizer, acceptor we call activator. Okay, this term is okay here. So I have what we have published SS photonic. This GDP4 I with this serum doping, doping and absorption occur here. Okay, absorption occur here. Okay, absorption and terbium doping also absorption here. But only thing that what happened is this is sensitizer and terbium is activator. Okay, how we coming in the picture again? See here, this excitation in the spectra of this compound, the monitoring the 544 of the terbium, we got that this serum 58 something. Okay, around 280, and the 310 we get the GD of the absorption, and this is expansion we get the terbium around 350, 375 got. You see here, then I emitted light by the 250, 280, 355 excitation. Yesterday also I told you one person he's presenting his work. He told that different excitation he getting different emission peak. No, zooming peak should not change any peak. Okay, that's why this is scattering phenomenon. Okay, whenever working in the luminescence, the source sample using many scattering phenomena occurs. This is keep in mind. Okay, luminescence. So you see, exciting 250 to 80, it doesn't change any peak position. Okay, so this you see, particularly for the cerium, so 280 excitation because cerium absorption very high cross section emitted light around 350. Now this 350, okay, this 50 emitted light again they absorbed by the terbium, again luminance enhancement. Okay, you say amongst these 355 is directly that's for the terbium. When they're exciting here, I don't find so much enhanced luminescence. But if you excite 280 by cerium absorbing and you get the luminance enhancement, this is why the cerium is absorbed 280 nanometer absorption, then energy transfer to the terbium excited state of 355, and that emitted light produced. Okay, this is why cerium acts as the sensitizer, terbium acts as activator. So this idea you see here, I already told you. See here, emission of terbium absorption and cerium emitted. Okay, this is why they're overlapping. This cone we call sometimes foster energy transfer or resonance energy transfer. Okay, means the absorption of this, the activator is overlapping with the light of the sensitizer. Okay, this is why this is called resonance energy transfer occurs here. Okay, because of the you see here, when the another was we do what we experience and given, we are putting the cerium is okay, cerium amount 20%, the terbium amount increases. Okay, now we found that actually this if we drop 0.5 terbium and we're increasing something, so now luminance enhancement of terbium we see. Okay, and this cerium this energy transfer to the terbium. Okay, so we probe how we can useful on this one. Question is like how we can useful this. Now I can I use for the some apply wow. So we can use this for the sensitizer. For this what use in this redox section. Okay, suppose some of the oxidizing agent or reducing agent we can probe by concept. Yes, see now this is a beer. Okay, this compound I get this luminescence, but I put a potassium permanganate. The luminescence quantity. When I put ascorbic acid, I get emission again recovered. How to prove this actually? What happened is actually, when the serum 3 prostate, here serum prostate, if I put potassium permanganate, now serum 3 prostate or serum prostate, what happens? Serum 3, you may be iron, is a 481. Once the 481 is removed by this potassium permanganate, serum plus 4 prostate, serum no longer 4 extract. Okay, so that doesn't absorb anything. Okay, they say luminescence, it doesn't come in there, even excited, because serum is no longer 4 electrons. This is luminescence, again, we know here. But now, if I put ascorbic acid, a reducing agent, if I put the serum 4, again, reduce the serum plus 3 step, and then luminescence recover, okay? So we can do 5, 6 times, we have tried, and we work like that, okay? This one, use hydrogen peroxide determination, use this concept, or glucose, how to prove how glucose contains something. This can use this concept. We published a source photon in this paper, yeah. Question again, we published another chemistry. Here, actually what happened is, most of the luminescence, white range of paper I have seen, you can see also. But you know, YBO4, then vanadate, either tetrachloride phase or mononuclear phase they have mostly, okay. Most of compound preparation, they have mixture version came, okay. Now, what in this vanadate we prepare, the European doping, we found that this compound, this accelerated flux, we found tetrachloride and mononuclear phase, okay, mononuclear. But they say that most of the literature in books was written that over time tetrachloride phase is luminescence, mononuclear phase is luminescence quenching. Okay, this is the most of paper written. Now we thought that okay, we prepare compound, you know, it has a medium, then doping with lithium, doping and tetrachloride phase more, and the strontium doping again 1% doping again tetrachloride more, but the bismuth doping opposite case, mononuclear phase is more here. Okay. But now, if I do the luminescence, either in the lithium or strontium bismuth, luminescence enhancement. So this is one, this mononuclear phase is more, but it's still luminescence enhancement. This is how to explain this. In this inorganic chemistry, we explain. No, it's not necessarily that books written in the paper writing. You should be that understanding this mechanism. These two IT excitation, two excitation, the bismuth absorb, bismuth SP transfer absorb, because bismuth is the absorption cost very high. Because of absorption cost high, the luminescence transfer Europe. Okay, this is all a European peak. The luminescence enhancement came. So nothing to do with your tetrachloride or mononuclear phase. This inorganic chemistry we have mentioned this. Another was came to the again this way. You know, once we proved that serum turbine is a very good sensitive activator. Can work again in YPO4 European, doping with serum of bismuth. These questions come to me. A student, now he's joined at ENS in Pune. Now what happened is, that serum, when the doping here, we don't get luminescence here. You see here serum doping, no luminescence came. We don't get luminescence. We thought that, oh, since serum is very good, it may be sensitizer, but it doesn't show anything. Now, but we hit it. They well hit it. And the student was suffering so many months. No, I don't get luminescence. He came from Manipur. And he came here, luminescence, what can do? Then let's see, we hit again. We hit it around 100. Luminescence again recover. Then we thought, what happened is? Luminescence again not coming, but luminescence coming. Now this explanation we give like that. Into this tetrachloride phase, white paper European is the tetrachloride phase, okay? This tetrachloride phase, when the serum bismuth is the ionic size is more than of the Y, okay? Y may be 0.9 something, but the serum turbine is 1.1, 1.2. This, because of ionic size more, and because of Y going to the size of this lower size in the Y side, then this, what happened is, this compound becomes hexagonal phase. Okay, so now this tetragonal phase and the hexagonal phase, because what happened is, in hexagonal phase, you know, zeolite type, they have many pore, tetragonal, trigonal or hexagonal pore, and the water is sitting there. The water sitting happened is, this water absorb and luminescence quenching. Okay, so that's what we explained. The water is responsible and the luminescence quenching. We present without any revision this paper. The same thing, and we continue again bismuth that, you know, and same thing we found that, you know, luminescence quenching recover, but it's a better improved luminescence. But we explain what explained that we have to compounded prepare water medium. Again, we change the 1 liter, 2 liter, and DTO use because BRC having water, DTO, no problem. Other 2 liter use compound preparation. Okay, it may be expensive, but we prepare, you know, and the DTO medium prepare and luminescence again recover. So we know that the source of the water is responsible to the luminescence because what happened is this DTO having the fundamental vibration and water vibration. Fundamental vibration of the phonon vibration for this lattice vibration of the GTO is lower than water. Okay, so because of the phonon vibration less, there's a luminescence recover. This is one explanation like that. Second orbital of the water is messing with the European absorption. Okay, T94. This is luminescence is coinciding. Okay, this is the given again. Again, we publish Jack's paper without much revision here. Then I try to prove this. Why this happened in response to this? Because, okay, explain this. How to prove this? Take example here. Water, any compound, people compounding, we have surface water having 4 hydrogen bonding. Water can have 4 hydrogen bonding here. So now this 4 hydrogen bonding, any compound people, or some surface water is there. You cannot avoid even this. Now this surface water, when going to confined region, around 7 angstrom, which this is why people hexagon phase, water sitting in the hexagon here, okay, and trigonal also here, sitting here, okay. This, how to prove this? Okay, so we have done the nice experiment used here. So I thought that I wanted to switch the NMR. Okay, I took the TFR myself. I published around single also. I thought, okay, I proved this because normally NMRs, what do NMR? So NMR peak is seen because the proton in the carbon, methano, ethano, whatever using complex compound, Brownian motion. Because of Brownian motion, NMR peak is seen, okay? Otherwise, broadening will come, okay? If it truly comes to this form, or as the NMR peak, even you take methano, ethano, it becomes to the freezing temperature, freezing, less than freezing, solid form, NMR peak will be very broad, okay? Because the point of interaction, in the factor came, quadrupole splitting, quadrupole interaction came. But now we have compound is a powder form. How can you do this? Only magic angle spinning, okay, mass terminology. 54.74 with respect to the magnetic field, and then that product extraction will be reduced. And with this, with the frequency rotating the NMR tube, you can get the proper your NMR peak. So this compound, we room temperature, we do the experiment. I do myself with the engineer, and this peak will come at 5 p.m. Then I buy this 10 kilohertz frequency. The way you can sideband. You see this sideband is a characteristic of the 10K. If you do again 100K, you can get. So this characteristic of 10K. Okay, proof. Then I do the temperature decreasing. Okay, when decreasing, another peak coming here. Initially, I don't see here peak. Okay, because of this dominating this peak. Okay, when temperature decreasing, I found another peak. This peak is this water. That water is in the pore. Water is there. That's why this peak coming. This peak is coming for the pore water. Okay, this pore water happened this, but then I stop. This see now freezing because of freezing. Because of freezing, this peak loss. Means water on freezing, if spinning, without spinning, this don't see the peak, okay? But this pore water, or this surface water is freezing, so I cannot see peak. But this pore water is still remain here. So this proves that this pore water means a confined water doesn't freeze up to minus 50 degrees centigrade, up to minus 50 centigrade. But I cannot do any more less than minus 50 because using the boron nitride, okay, zirconium nitride, this NMR cap, so cannot work less than minus 50. So I cannot come down again, okay. So this is one of the, I proved myself that this expense is too high cost, and BRC direct is fine. This I'm very thankful that BRC direct is fine. Very expensive, and I used to lastly BRC direct pay the money. So because too much expense this one. Yeah, this then have BRC having neutron diffraction instrument, and we have very good facility. So now this compound I tell you I will prepare. The neutron diffraction is really happening. They have neutron diffraction. You can do scattering, inner scattering also, okay? This inner scattering give you phonon vibration, okay? Inner scattering give you diffraction pattern, okay? This what happens is we do the simulation. What to do? We prepare compound G2O, okay? What the 2 liters use, okay? And we because but the neutron scattering is very high, okay? Water, proton, but deuterium is less, okay? That's how we do the deuterium. We do what the simulation. We suppose this is pure 4. We prepare hexagonal phase. This look nice, okay? And then we put the peak how generated, okay? We're using this. When the water is sitting in trigonal phase, the pattern look like. The water sitting in the hexagonal pore, then water is occupied in the board. This coming, okay? So we simulation then, okay? Next, what do you do? Then we take the NMR. Neutron diffraction. Low temperature, high temperature, okay, 1,300 with low temperature, okay. We did all low temperatures, higher temperature, okay. We found, just to give the example, 2 here. You see, I taken 537 degrees centigrade. Here, you see here, I put the program with the different analysis. You see here, I don't consider that water is staying in the pore. I don't fit properly. When the water is hexagonal in the trigonal pore, and what is fitting when? So those things we publish in the physical review materials. Another we prepare paper again publish again next year, and then phosphate, not before. So later we prove that neutron also prove that water is there in the pore, hexagonal, and the triangular pore. Okay, this is by D. So this, I want to tell this is actually this hexagonal water here and triangular water here. Okay, so we prove by the again DG mass DG. Okay, so DG you see this is here, this water removed by 200 surface water removed, and then it is a pore to pore, right? Triangular or hexagonal pore removed. Okay, and this also we prove by TG mass spectroscopy. Not only this. Okay, mass spectroscopy we prove. Yes, this is original work from BRC because we have contributed many other so. I want to say finding water molecule in the pore composed by TG mass, this first report. And the distinguished water molecule in the pore of surface water by NMR. We prove and CPT water up to 100 degrees centigrade, and decreasing of freezing temperature up to -50. Finding of water in the pore and triangular hexagonal pore by this neutron scattering. This is, I think, BRC contributed this one. So this again, this is luminescence, you know, and because display can be used. Here you see dispersion drop, green emission, European source red, samarium also around, okay, red, and thorium doping, you know, this blue. So I can use in this liquid form. This liquid form you can use for the bioimaging, water disbursement, and this can be display device. This is just I given you, okay, few. Now, down conversion, I some few examples I given you. Now up conversion, I give you up conversion. Up conversion, luminescence now. What did I inform you before I speak about this? So up conversion luminescence, excitation energy or frequency is less than of the emission. Okay, it means that wavelength excitation is more than of the emission wavelength. Okay, this is the up conversion occur. Okay, so means excitation energy is less than of the emitted light. Okay, this is the process. This is the what the agent. Okay, he worked 1970 this time, and he was working in the system, the up conversion process. His PhD work is beautiful, and he was written review article review 2004. He mentioned like that. This is the one of the process up conversion process can be occurs. Okay, here you see various 2 photon up conversion process that efficiency in the respective host mentioned here. You see YF3, yttrium fluoride, trifluoride, and YB beam doping, the terbium this. You can get the update. Update is a French language, okay? French language. And this is 2 photon absorb. The excited energy transfer here in the another metastasizing phase of the RBM. You can get the, because YB absorb and the energy transfer to RBM, and the luminescence again coming emitted light is energy more than of the absorption energy. Step process. Strontium fluoride doping RBM. This absorb one step here, RBM, And another RBM absorb here, okay? Means excited state energy absorption, two absorption process, and the emitted light coming. This is what you call two-step absorption. Another was a cooperative sensitizer. What is this? YF3, eternal fluoride, and YB and terbium. What happened is, the two absorbed by YB absorb, and this terbium, they have the excited energy event, and then this transfer energy, and they come back emitted light terbium. This is called cooperative sensitizer. Another cooperative luminescence is like 4, okay? But the YP formula Y is substituted by the YP, and this YP4 happening, YB absorbed 2 times, but they're excited, but doesn't have this metastasy phase, but come back, called cooperative luminescence. Another was the secondary is as a harmonic oscillator. Actually, what happened is KDP, okay, potassium phosphate. This compound, they absorb 2 times, and then emitted, come back. So this energy losses so much, okay? So this loss so much. And then another 2 photon absorption excitation, this European plus 2 calcium fluoride, you see they absorb 2 times and they come back. So this type of thing, but the EBC contamin is decreasing this process, okay? Because the loss so much energy. This YB RBM is the best combination of the upcompensation so far in the literature. Okay. 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. So anyways, so I'm lucky that I can speak more. Okay. So is organic compound, okay, and debroke element also the source emission, but they're not so very high emission, okay. Only lanthanide only shows better luminescence, okay. So I'm not discussing the organic compound or debroke element, only F-broke element I'm talking to it here. Due to presence of mechanism 11 in the higher in excited state, due to the spin orbit coupling, many transition absorption emission can take place in the entire ions. Such metastasy event can be used for upconverting process. Example of upconverters are the sodium tetrafluoride, RBM YB, and thorium YB, calcium fluoride. This many examples there. Okay. So we choose first my upconversion paper published in 2019. It's okay. This is near infrared magnetic field responsive sodium tetrafluoride, RBM YB DOP, and silica coating. Again, our ephemeral coating. For the hyperthermal application induced by the fluorescent resonance energy transfer and surface plasma. We published in 2019, but first my outcomes process paper published. Then what we do here? I told you, this dielectric excitation we cannot see by eye. But this I prepared monocyst particle around 15 nanometer particle size, what spectrum particles are prepared, and then we excite light in the, and we can see green emission. Okay? So this fluoride YB RBM. What this 90 I cannot see by eye, but I can see green emission means there's in conversion possible. Okay, of conversion because this green emission around, you can see around 530, 540, and this is how process the mechanism how make time is there. So I can give it's okay 5-10 minutes. Okay, this YB absorb 90. This excited energy transfer here, and non-radiative process occur. And the green emission occur here. This green emission comes from the 2S and 4S, 2 transition occurs. And then this again in the non-radiative process came, then 4F9/2 again emission occur, and 4I 15/2. You see here, this green emission, then you can red emission around, you can see. So now this actually, you see this one, what I put again, this compound prepared, then I put the aurus against in the surrounding, And this aurus putting, then what happened is, this aurus is the surface plasma region. What is surface plasma region, I tell you? The aurus, they have, this electrons in the surrounding, okay? These electrons, again, vibration, okay? When the incoming light incoming, they have dipole, dipole, they absorb. This dipole absorb, this absorbing this, okay, this green emission. The green emission, this excited this this one sulfur okay? The sulfur plasmon is excited and come back, then heat produced, okay? This how much useful heat you see, okay? You see this green emission absorbed by the auras and then heat produced, okay? This heat can be for the cure of the cancer cell, the hyperthermia base, okay? So this is one of these photothermal heating we can do, okay? Now under the temperature sensor, what to do? This compound, a compound, is look like this luminescent. See this green emission is coming right here, okay? It is expanded 500 say up to 580 excitation, but 520, okay, 520 that the peak and a 545 peak. If you see this orgasm ratio is less here, more, but if I heat at 400 degrees centigrade, I can get this enhancement here, and this is lower. What happened is this is called Boltzmann distribution law. What happened is you see energy level, okay? Okay. This one, this reason that this enhancement in that 520 because these electrons in the lower go to higher excited state, and then this Brownian the Boltzmann distribution law, again the electron going to excited state energy level because of heating. This side the emitted light come from the again from this, okay? This okay. This is called this ratio to temperature sensor. So this already I mentioned, but the teaching, you know, now this luminescence, whatever we are down conversion, up conversion, you make the quotient of particle, quotient form, you can get luminescence enhancement because of the, you know, no particle preparation, always some, you know, dangling bond in the surface. This dangling bond, unsaturated dangling bond, because of luminescence quenching, okay? This can be avoided by using the quotient model, okay? The quotient model, the dangling bond reduce and luminescence enhancement. So this I explain you here. I will explain here because here now here you co-prepare, but quotient preparation having always time luminescence enhancement, okay? This is because of the dangling bond reduce, so that non-reduced process decreasing, and some of the suppose water is there, the quenching in case of this, but if water is not must not there it be in the now activator and the quotient model luminescence again enhancement. This is one of the that quotient model can enhance. Now, questions coming. That I have seen many quenching effect because of the if we put in the 10, 20%, 30%, 50%, you putting the doping, luminescence quenching because of dipole interaction because of closer process, but up conversion is not like that. Up conversion, there's another specific, I tell you. Whether quenching is useful. Yes, it is useful in getting the high luminescence, when the excited photon is more than of the excited. Okay? This is called photon evidence. Today I will explain this here because I times in the time. Okay, so photon evidence make what you do. If it doesn't matter you dope any height of doping in better photon evidence. But only thing the excited photon intensity should be very high. Okay, compared to critical zero. This is I think this was one other topic, but today I will not explain this. Another was there in the quotient structure can improve luminescence intensity through the energy transfer or energy migration or back energy transfer. Okay, here. This is the one super bright up conversion, sodium yttrium fluoride. ER, now I put 100%. 100% I put ER, 100%. Okay. Here, now, okay. Last time I putting RBM is 1%, okay, 2%. I putting 100%, okay. Now this proportion, and then thorium just put 0.5, okay, 0.5, and then luminescence is too good. That emission, okay. I think this is the first effort that this system that luminescence. You see, initially was green emission. You see, RBM source green emission. That's a few slides back. Green emission. Now I don't find any green emission. I sense the J paper. The editor doesn't consider. But we published a certified material interface. In 2021, paper came, but and I'm very happy that about 30, around close to 30 has cited this paper. Last paper, this is a fact that even 100% dropping of the RBM can improve in sense by some tuning something or something. Okay, how will it happen is, thorium is responsible to make better super bright red emission. How do you see? See, YB energy transfer to RTM. RTM again another RTM energy transfer. Thorium with the what? The thorium transfer to back transfer here, and then emit this back energy transfer upon going to the again excited state event. This emitted. Okay, this was the mechanism. नहीं oh नहीं okay na it's okay. So this mechanism we are given that big energy transfer, this big energy transfer then again come back to here, this give you red emission. This is the first before we are given mechanism that this the response how the super bright emission came, and this is responsible. Okay, and this is about close to 30 cited last year up to now, and very good journal people citing this. And next, how useful this? What our purpose? Because I am coming from the something biometric work, something working. We use this DC imaging, this down conversion imaging. Down conversion imaging means excited UV visible. Okay, and then we get this something. See here, we use the 7 cancer cell, and we use the folic acid coating. The folic acid is the receptor in the breast cancers. And this, you will see here, this, when the coating, folic acid coating, emission, the green emission improved, okay? And the P is to prove that this particle interact with the DNA, and this, we prove the green emission is the interact with the cytoplasm of cell membrane, okay? They prove that, what happened is, folic acid coating, this targeted with the cancer cell, as compared to the folic acid, okay? So we prove without the folic acid coating and without coating, okay, that's all improved because cancer cells is need folic acid, okay, in case of breast cancer, okay, M7. And then you see this down conversion, then up conversion emission, which proved red emitted, super bright, you see here, you can see super bright red emission, okay, you prove by this. Okay. So then another continuous one paper again of this white paper European. Cysteine for the neurophosphor for the optical heating, and hyperthermal security in the cancer indoor therapy and urinary recovery. So with this white paper for European, we use for imaging and urinary detection of conversion, down conversion, radio labeling, security in purpose, and then output based heating and optical based heating, sorry, AC based heating. Okay, this. So like that, this we have done carried out many experiments, but I give you some few already. Here, this item, for instance, intensity ratio is nothing but, I already told you that 520, 540 in RBM. This ratio, okay, this ratio hit with the reservoir, okay, reservoir, it can temperature can be, okay, temperature can be censored, okay. And also this you can prove by optical, this IR camera, okay, because we can see by, okay, with the optical camera we can use this IR camera use, you can temperature, you can monitor, okay. And this urinine can be recovered, we can see how much urinine can be detected by this white paper system. With up to ppm even we are, okay. And recently this September issue came. September the paper accepted and published. This is the one is we published the Mesophos NAGDF4 and Homium YB DOP and silica coating of conversion phosphor as a potent theranostics probe. This published in this September issue. And you see here the outconversion part can we put the silica, but with silica in such way that the pore again in the surface is a porous nature. Okay, mesoporous nature. This is mesoporous nature. So we make in such a dogs will be anti-cancer drug, can be trapped, can be used as chemotherapy. The outconversion, this again happen the lutetium is they produce gamma ray for therapy. So this we use that because we have facility. This side we are having some facility can be done by university or the other IIT. This facility because we have the nuclear reactor. This thanks for the nuclear reactor that they're giving us. So this is the one, So this we use chemotherapy and this one gamma ray therapy, and because of the SPEC and the CT, I explain to you that what difference between SPEC and CT. The next slide I give you some. Just I will explain much more. This is SPECT and CT. What is different between this? I explain. Computer tomography, like X-ray imaging, with 2D imaging only. Suppose in the doctor, if we go this is we found bone. You can see what a bone here. Okay, but CT they can see three-dimensionally. Okay, three-dimensionally you can see because they rotate in a different angle. This is X-ray imaging and CT. CT also X-ray based or X-ray based, but particularly for the purpose of in the X-ray imaging, we see the bone, something only. But the CT, you can see three-dimensionally X-ray. But their source are all X-ray, okay? This is computer tomography. But the spec is different again. But almost I just say, spec what we see some gamma ray, they do a short top, okay, going in the part of the body. You can see. So CT spec means what if you put something now, you can do the bone, whatever see, and the gamma ray, whatever going, the presses, gamma ray detector can report, or gamma ray detector can detect. This is the spec is more expensive because that they have isotope or positron. Sometimes they put so that they say sometimes FDA approved in the foreign item they use positron they produce. There's a PET people use. So we also publish on PET also. I don't know here. I don't put here. One is PET also. We have on published paper. 2018 paper published also. So that you can use. PET facility or SPECT, the CT scan can be used for imaging purpose. So conclusion of this talk, it is uses of the rare earth doped nanometer in different areas are mentioned briefly. Many examples of frequency down conversion of conversion process are provided. Display and right harvesting and luminance on off switching, and stability of water up to 100 degrees centigrade. Decrease of freezing temperature down to 215 K. Temperature sensor and diagnosis and therapy. Imaging through the outcomes process, diagnosis and therapy using the SPECT and CT. I explained here. And acknowledgement at my AKTIG head or chemistry yesterday also he was presenting. Dr. Hassan, my section head, Dr. Sudipta, many my friends circles, and some of them my student and most of my students here, they have done my lab. And some of the collaborators, especially from BSU, we have some collaboration in the about 10 years back. We have collaboration, something because their contribution is there. Thanks for because of today presenting is they have contributed. This is why I want to present in front of you. And thanks, I have some of the books we have edited. Again, me edited last year. This year we 3 books edited. Now 10 more, 15 more volume we are editing again. Hopefully within the 2 years may become around 10 to 15 volume. Thank you for listening to my talk. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Now this session is open for questions.
So no question means
students, any question on luminescence?
Means I am not explained properly. Okay. Okay, thank you.
That compounds, various compounds that have a mixture of just maybe ferrites have different compounds. Okay. So I have first question is that so we know that the water is stable up to 100 degrees Celsius, and if the latex water is stable up to 100 Celsius, if the coordinated water is stable up to 300. Okay, and you are saying that your material in that cap that water molecule is up to 800.
Yeah.
So how it is possible?
Actually, this is a very good question. What happened is actually the YPO4, no? The YPO4, they have coordination can be having, okay, YPO4, no? They can have OS bond, you can have, then OS water can have, okay. YPO4, YPO4, right?
I do not get it.
YPO4 system, they have the Y, P, and O, right? Okay. So this O can have again hydrogen bonding with the water molecule. Okay, this is the one response when they can make very high bond. So OS bond, suppose OS bond or something. So they make again some kinds of hydrogen bond.
It is called as that water.
What happened? This with the compound water, which I tell you, carbon nanotube. The carbon nanotube also EBC carbon nanotube. That is water cannot freeze. Even the silica, some silica pore, water cannot freeze. Okay, some water. Okay, they can remove easy, not so easy because the pressure so much develop. The pore they develop so much pressure. If you convert PV go to RT, you will convert it. Okay, so too much pressure they develop inside. So this is difficult to remove the water. This response. One way I am just explaining one way only. But experiment theoretically I have not done. This is the one of the in the zeolite type in the pore they have so much pressure, high pressure, and this water is not coming out. Like that. One reason.
You have shown that TGA
I have we proved to prove also.
TGA and DSC and DMA is the best technique for
Yeah.
determination.
Yeah, we proved this. That is much.
There is only shown only till to 200.
No. We proved no. We proved that
Apart from TGA, you
Mass-
have only spectroscopy.
mass spectroscopy, TG you have shown it's a 350 also we saw, right? Water is coming out. You see, we proved.
Second question is that on the basis of that conductivity, we know that that conductor have the zero band gap, we have 0.1 band gap, the semiconductor 1, 2, 3, and the insulator that having the high band gap.
Okay.
And you are saying that in second and third slide that phosphorus molecule, phosphorus compound having a high band gap.
Yeah.
How it is possible? Because the electron is jumping from high, so it will give a high amount of energy.
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's not right. Most we are choosing YPF4. See, like sodium interfluoride is 10 electron volt. Sodium interfluoride today presenting upconversion around 10 electron volt. This what happened is, concepts like that. Some of the semiconductor can absorb energy, can be transferred. Okay, but sometimes band gap is larger. Sometimes they defect. Because of defect, the absorption also occurs. Okay, it's like I told you that we Sargam paper we published in the 2012, the YPF4. Okay, lithium doping. So lithium, because of lithium doping, they make the many defect event. Okay, they can absorb, and they can energy can transfer. Otherwise, YPF4 is around 7-8 electron volt. I cannot. So I put some defect. I make that some defect event by lithium doping. Okay, like that. You can do. Okay.
There are only few molecular phase.
So for then you can dope lithium doping. Then many in 11 meta 11 you can absorb light. Okay, this is one of the we are creating. Anyway, so thanks for your give me okay. No, once yes.
Thank you, sir. Now I request any question.
Yeah.
Okay.
That these lanthanide complexes that you are using as a theranostic
Yeah.
agent.
Yeah.
Sir, actually, I am also working on this topic,
Yeah.
lanthanide complexes, but I'm always scared about using these complexes for the means biomedical field, because sometimes questions have been asked that what is the toxic level is permissible if you are using it for the biological purpose.
Yeah, so I want to say so far any F-block element, so far if we use say 10 microliters or 50 microliter use, microgram per ml something is non-toxic. This is all reported. Okay, this FDA has approved.
Okay.
Or this FDA has the FDA just people use that FDA has approved that up to 10, 50 milligram or 100 milligram microgram per ml if we use is non-toxic. This is reported. So that's why this people use in the medical field now.
Okay. Thank you.
There's no problem. I told you this only. 10 to around 100 microgram per ml if we use, it is non-toxic. Even 1 mg per ml I use,
Yes, sir.
non-toxic. I will not here I don't mention, but if you read our paper, then 1 mg per ml if I use, non-toxic. Ep5B0ByZb4k, iron oxide is 1 mg per ml you use. It is non-toxic. It's reported also. But you have to use some PG, polytetraglycone, is to make more biocompatible. Okay, PG. Okay, polytetraglycone. Okay.
So, when you have performed that study, have you done about studies about bioavailability of drugs, sir? Bioavailability of not drug, that material you are using for imaging. Means you are injecting in the body, na?
Yeah.
For
We
imaging
injected 10
purpose.
and come to the
Yes.
the part of body.
So actually, it was releasing the drug. You have used that anti-cancer drug there.
Yeah.
It was releasing the drug.
By
The
using
drug-
some targeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was working. Whatever activity the drug is having anti-cancerous.
Mm.
But what about that material? Whether it is getting excreted?
Yeah, this is
from
good
your
questions.
body or not?
Yeah, this that's very good, but it's very small, like less than 10 nanometer. It's really going to the other part of it. They go to the urine after some time. Yeah, going. Yeah. Yeah, so probably most goes to river. Okay, most of the river goes to the river. That's not good. But if we coming to the urine, then it's no issue. Okay. But I have found that still this mice we have done few months we keep mice doesn't have any affect anything. I have done simple nanoparticles. We have then sometimes you know what to do. Mice we keep in water. We injected simple nanoparticles. We want to see what is the behavior. You know, it's a pool like that. We want to see, how look like how he walking. But it's still 1 month, 2 months we keep. I don't find any so far. I have done some mice experiment, but I found that the toxicity, even though people talking, but still working well because I do the Ep5B0ByZb4k part. I do, for the hypertrophy base something. I've done something. So I don't find so much toxicity in the case of Ep5B0ByZb4k. And sodium nitrite, I tell you, even if you use 10 to 100 microgram per ml, non-toxic on ARR system. I found this.
Thank you so much.
Sir, I have one question.
Yeah.
How can we increase quenching concentration? It depends on various conditions.
Yeah, this I think constant quenching indicates down conversion is down conversion. This most quenching very happen, but up conversion is no issue came. But the up conversion cases happening, you have to be excited light. See like evidence, photo evidence. Photo evidence, what is true? They have high concentration. Only photo evidence came. In Nature paper come 2021. Nature paper came, photo evidence. You can imagine photo evidence. Very beautiful imaging, can be done, in life science application. They have high concentration. Without high concentration, come the photo evidence, okay? So this concentration quenching is depend upon how much your excitation force coming, depend also. Yeah.
Any more questions from students? No? If no questions, we proceed further.
So, madam, course more than PPL, okay? Course more than, okay, dominance enhancement by constant quenching also. Drop conversion also, okay? Constant quenching reduce, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Chaudhary sir and Mesham ma'am to felicitate speaker Dr. Raghumani Singh sir by presenting memento, shawl and certificate.
Thank you, sir, once again. Now for the second talk of this session, for this I invite Dr. Ratiram Chaudhary, sir, for this second talk.
तुमच्याकडचा शेड्यूल कुठे आहे
Check. Hey. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Hello, 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 hello. Check, check. Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Check, check. Hello, 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 hello. Check, 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 check. Hey, check, check, check. 1, 1. Hey, check, check, check. Hey, check, check. 1, 2, 2, 2. Check, 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 check. Hey, check, check. Hey, check. Check, check.
Good morning, respected sir, and dear students, and ladies and gentlemen. Really, it was a nice talk delivered by
Check, check, check.
Dr. Raghumani. He has emphasized on the various ferrites and lanthanide compounds and application in phosphorus, luminescence, as well as in medical science. So it is my great appeal to all the students. Please try to ask the questions. Okay, so please ask the questions so that the session will be interactive. Okay. Now second speaker, because due to the busy schedule, Professor A.K. Singh and Dr. K.R. Randeve, sir, he is not here. Okay, yes. So now we have Pramod Khedekar, sir, the professor and head department of pharmaceutical science, RTM Nagpur, University, Nagpur. Pramod Khedekar, sir, is head department of pharmaceutical science, and he has experience more than 34 years in the RTM Nagpur, University, Nagpur. He is a recipient of several awards like Opti Best Teacher Award, Commonwealth Academic Fellowship by Royal Society of London, UK. 2015, he received the Best Scientist Award, a recipient of late Professor G.B. Singh Gold Medal Award, and Best Poster Award. He is a member of various scientific organizations like as well as he is the member of Evaluation Committee, NAC, PCI, AICTE, UPSC, a PGDT member of Management Council, the Academic Council, Senate, RRC, and chairman of the BUS in the Pharmaceutical Science of RTM Nagpur. Apart from this, he visited various countries to deliver the talk. He visited at USA and UK. He is of fellowship and membership of various learned societies. Of under the guidance of Khedekar sir, there are 9 PhD students awarded and M.Pharm of 51 students guided under his mentorship. And he has the research collaboration, international research collaboration as well. The research publication, he has published more than 100 articles in the national, international and conference proceeding. Apart from he has a three patent, and while as well he has published one book. He has attended more than 35 of national international conferences, and as well as had delivers so many lectures, more than 25 lectures, as well as uses he work as of a researcher, and as well the UGC awarded a major research project, that is URPS. So such a eminent personality and the best researcher of a person we have us. So I request Dr. Khedekar sir, please come on dais, and I kindly request Vaishali ma'am, please welcome to Dr. Khedekar sir by offering sampling. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Now I request Khedekar sir, please proceed for your presentation.
कॉलर माइक देतो का याच्यावर नाही चालेल ना की नाही बरं ठीक आहे. इकडे टाकू ठीक आहे याची काही गरज नाही. back in ठीक. A very good afternoon to all, and I must thank the National Academy of Science India Nagpur chapter, and my thanks are also due to Professor Gajbhia sir, Acharya madam, those who have given me this opportunity to have an interaction with you, and I welcome you on the National Symposium on the theme Functional Materials for Sustainable Development. Now the first slide that indicates the sign vowel of Hygeia, and my topic is also related with that only, and the mortar pestle that in olden days were used for compounding medicines, and the pharmacy sign is also in green. So all symbols, they are indicating green, and on basis of that the green chemistry, which is a functional material for sustainable development in chemical science, so on that basis itself I have selected today's topic. And my topic is role of green chemistry in good health and well-being. Now the green color, you might have entered the campus and you have seen that campus is lush green. So it looks very pleasant to our eyes, and automatically our feeling changes. So that the green color indicates. Green color is also a symbolic in our flag that indicates fertility, growth, generation. So the green, importance of that green. And chemistry, everybody knows. Chemistry is nothing but seeing inside out. So with the help of green chemistry, the entire environment we can visualize. And the basic reaction for this is the photosynthesis reaction. Again, it is dependent on the green, chlorophyll. Plant leaves, they are green. Again, chemistry is involved in formation of that chlorophyll chemical structure. So here light energy is converted to chemical energy, and we require plants, microorganisms, and from plants chlorophyll is again green, and the photosynthesis reaction, basic reaction, which requires carbon dioxide, water, and we get an wonder molecule in presence of sunlight and chlorophyll. That wonder molecule is glucose. The energy that we get, we are sitting here and after some time we will feel hungry, thirsty, so we require energy. So from where that energy comes? That energy comes from glucose. So directly glucose we are not taking, we are taking the form of that glucose, carbohydrates. Glucose get polysaccharides we get in starch form and cellulose form. The food that we eat, that is enriched in starch. Vegetables that we eat, grass, wheat is nothing but a grass, rice is also a grass, they are green, and by process we get wheat, rice and vegetables, all are green. So again chemistry is involved in that. And here in that case cellulose, the animal doesn't eat starchy food, their digestive system is made that they can digest cellulose, and that having a chemical structure and that animal food, and from cellulose also we get cloth and paper. Again green chemistry is involved there. Now here how that chemistry plays a role in both chlorophyll and in our blood, hemoglobin. Chlorophyll is having that porphyrin ring system, and that porphyrin ring system, basic ring is pyrrole and it forms a crown, and when it forms a complex with magnesium, the green color is reflected, and that's why we see that plants are green, vegetables are green. So the light is reflected green and other are absorbed. So based on that we are able to visualize. And why blood is red? With iron or with that ferric ions, that porphyrin ring system forms a complex, and that complex reflects the red. So that's why blood is red. So how that combination is there of green chemistry with our nature. Now in policy of public health business, while framing the policies, government also rely on that. So here they are actually evaluating the progress using green material and methods, then chemical engineering they take into account, and then the toxicological or environmental effects, and with the help of medicines they identify the opportunities and policies are made. Now this is the history, the green chemistry on backdrop, how it has been initiated. In 1990s, Environmental Protection Agency, they have postulated this, and the green chemistry term came into existence, not that much old. Then United States Environmental Protection Agency, US EPA, they have designed that green chemistry is a design of chemical products and process that reduces the elimination and generation of hazardous substance. So their target is to reduce the hazardness, toxicology. Based on that, and this is a brief history, long back in 1962 it has started, and in 2005 the Nobel Prize of Chemistry was awarded to Chevin, Grabs and Schrock, which commended their work as a green step forward for green chemistry. So this was the progress, historical background. Now green chemistry, what it targets? It targets about the reducing of waste, then the material, then hazards, then risk, energy and cost. So they are targeting in that way, and you are going to get and good products. Generally we target in our laboratory to synthesize certain products. In end I have covered which reactions we are carrying out in our laboratory. Now here certain principles are there of green chemistry, which will be preventing the waste, maximizing the atom economy, safer chemical synthesis, safer chemical products, safer solvents and auxiliaries while synthesizing the compounds, then increase energy and its efficiency, then use renewable feedback, reduction of derivatives, use of catalyst, degradation product design, and real-time analysis for pollution and prevention of accidents. Now here in that case, in case of prevention of waste, here we have to completely omit of the waste generation in the pharmaceutical industry. Now nowadays pharmaceutical industry has also started the taking approach of green chemistry to synthesize their product, and based on that most of the drug molecules are coming into existence. Then measure of waste can be described by the environmental factor E, that will be kg per waste per kg product. Then maximize atom economy. The atom economy insists a green chemics incorporation maximum chemical reactants used in the process to convert into the product. Then safer chemical synthesis. In laboratory we are following these practices and we have synthesized paracetamol molecule. From conventional method, we have used the green chemistry aspect and we have synthesized paracetamol. Then safer chemical and the products should be designed to effect their desirable function while minimizing their toxicity. Toxicological studies also we carry out in our department. Then the solvents that we are using in laboratory, common solvent, benzene, it is carcinogenic. Acetone, carcinogenic. Almost most of the solvent they are carcinogenic. So their direct exposure to the students or to the researchers should be avoided. So reaction should be such frame that it should be hydrophilic or hydrophobic in that way. Maximum use of water should be there. And wherever required, minimize the use of the chemical solvents and you can have a synthesis. In nanotechnology also this concept have been came into existence and they are using this phenomena. Now certain catalyst means it will remain in the reaction and it can be utilized. So that also rely on your green chemistry synthesis. Then degradation of the products design. Then roll time analysis for pollution and prevention. Pollution can be prevented by taking the concept of green chemistry and the prevention of accidents. Accidents can also be prevented. Now we are using many solvents which are hazardous and they are highly inflammable, and at any time if heat generate it might catch fire and accident might occur. So that can be avoided by using the concept of green chemistry. Now certain techniques that we are following in our laboratory for the green chemistry. Now here green solvents, we are targeting to use green solvents. Then hydrothermal synthesis we are targeting. Then the nanoparticles that we are synthesizing with the help of nanocatalyst. Then solvent free synthesis, the synthesis that we are designing. So it should be solvent free. Most of the time we use water or alcohol also you can use. Then in our laboratory we are having microwave synthesizer. With the help of that certain practicals are also frames and research students they are also using for synthetic purpose. Then in case of physics ultrasound assisted method can be used, and nowadays certain biomolecules can also be synthesized with the help of green chemistry concept, and nano formulation using plant based product. Now here the reactions of green chemistry, the reactions that we are carrying out in our laboratory. Conventionally paracetamol, a wonder molecule. Where paracetamol is present? The tablets that we take from market, crocin, by name brand paracetamol is also there, Calpol is there, Pyrigesec is there, all contain paracetamol. Chemistry is involved there. It is an benzene derivative, you can see that benzene ring is there. So here that benzene ring, here in that case, having amino group and acetylation and hydroxy group. Now as such amino group again hazardous, then hydroxy group again hazardous, and while synthesizing in conventional methods, in that case it requires concentrated H2SO4. H2SO4, it is a mineral acid, again dangerous. Then it requires heat and stirring will be required for 20 to 25 minutes. So that reaction can be altered with the help of concept of green chemistry and the green chemistry approach for paracetamol synthesis. With the help of this we have synthesized this paracetamol in our laboratory. Same material, para-aminophenol, starting material, acetic anhydride is there, and with the help of microwave assisted synthesis at 600 watts, within 3 minutes we have got that synthesis. So it has saved the time, it has saved the use of concentrated H2SO4, and we have got that molecule. And we have done the testing also, pharmacological testing, and we get the same results. So that is an advantage, time saving, and based on that the green concept is applied here. Then in nanosynthesis also this concept of reactions of green chemistry can be used for synthesizing carbon nanodots. On this also our students are working, and one student have been awarded PhD also, and another student is working, and we have also applied for projects with the help of nano carbon dots. Now here in that case this slide we are starting with and a diamine, and with the help of and microwave synthesis the fluorescent carbon nanodots with the help of peak at 615 nanometer were synthesized by microwave treatment of non-fluorescent phenylindamine in presence of ethanol and water. So ethanol and water, they are user friendly, or we can have water here no carcinogenic agent, and with the help of that leading to its carbonization and formation of carbon nanodots. Though just it is an implementation, but it is not that much of easy. And these carbon nanodots serve as an chemosensors for glutathione, GSH, detection and temperature sensor at molecular level. And they can be used for treatment of bioimaging at the same time. Conventionally, it requires 48 hours of heating and acids to make it carbonize. So here in that case, with the help of microwave, we can have the synthesis of carbon nanodots. Now, another complex reaction is there with the help of an triphenol, the reaction of green chemistry, where water assisted procedure is used to form the porous, stable, hydrophobic and high surface area polymer hybrid possession of host of phenolic hydroxyl group were prepared from trihydroxybenzene. So trihydroxybenzene, the first molecule is there, and here in that case the second molecule is 4,4-diamino phenyl, and same reagents are there, but only we are modifying the method with the help of microwave assisted synthesis and as a precursors in water via azocoupling and encapsulating in presence of an iron magnetic Fe3O4 and silicon nanoparticles in polymer matrix, and with the help of freeze drying for removal of methyl blue dye, and we get this molecule. Nanomolecule, you can have it. Nanomolecule, it is a very small molecule, and 1 nanometer is almost equal to 10⁻⁷ centimeter. So it is difficult to visualize with the help of an eyes. Now the importance of our green chemistry. It is used in energy. The energy that we get in developing alternation of energy generation, then continue the path towards energy efficient with catalyst and product design. Then global changes. Nowadays global summits, they are also targeting on green chemistry or green synthesis, and they are concerned about the climatic changes. So with the help of green solvents, we can have or we can protect our environment. Then the resources, they are depleting, so that depletion of resources can also be prevented by taking the concept of green chemistry. Then the food supply. So green chemistry is developing. Now food that we eat, it is almost green. Wheat, that comes from grass, green. Rice again comes from grass, green. Vegetables that we eat again comes from having a green color. So you can justify that food supply with the help of green chemistry, and in that case the use of pesticides, fertilizers can also be reduced, and we can get good products. And in case of toxicology and in the environment, substances that are toxic to humans and the biosphere and all that sustain, it is currently still being released at the cost of life and health and sustainability. And one of the green chemistry greatest strength is the ability to design for reducing hazardous chemicals. Now the applications, almost in every field it is having applications. Nowadays it is a you can call it, it is an era of computers, and the computer chips, they are also actually prepared from the concept of green chemistry. Medicines, already I have justified, and one more slide is there for applications of your this green chemistry in pharmaceutical sciences. Then biodegradable plastic, that is also based on your green chemistry. Paints also, if you see the advertise, they are giving in such a way that they are targeting the green chemistry. Polymer industry is also targeting the green chemistry. Now in our field, the application of green chemistry in pharmaceutical sciences. Now the pharmaceutical applications where we are applying actually, so green synthesis of organic label compounds or hybrid compounds. Then the metal compounds, the very starting slides that I have shown, the metal complex with your porphyrin ring system, with magnesium you get the chlorophyll, with iron or ferric ions we get hemoglobin. So that is nothing but the metal compounds that we are getting. Again green chemistry concept is involved. Then non-metallic elements, the nanoparticles, the reaction I have shown, so that can be illustrated here. Then metal nanoparticles can also be formed with the help of that. Pyrrole, the ring pyrrole is present in porphyrin ring system, and that crown and forming a complex with metal, magnesium or iron, porphyrin ring system forms, and you get chlorophyll and you get hemoglobin. Chlorophyll, it is in plants, hemoglobin in our blood. Then certain carbon nanodots, one slide I have given for that carbon nanodots, or with the help of green chemistry how you can prepare carbon nanodots. Then here in that case carbon nanotubes, generally carbon nanotubes are also having much more utility, so they can also be formed with the help of green chemistry concept. And here in that case the noble metal nanoparticles from argon, they are also prepared. Thank you very much. Though I have taken somewhat fast, now the session is open for questions.
Thank you, sir. Really, it was a nice presentation on the green chemistry and role in the everyday life. Khadekar sir has emphasized on the green chemistry, green material, and the various metal derived compound, metal compound, metal complex, select compound like that. So now the presentation is open for a discussion. Any question?
Yes, pharmacy students.
Sir, by green chemistry, is it a complex reaction is also possible for inorganic material? Because most of the medicine and all this you have shown, these are mostly organic.
Organic.
So is it possible for inorganic also?
For inorganic also it will be possible. Now the natural compound, chlorophyll and your hemoglobin, they are actually metal complex with your organic compounds. So we can friend that also. We are targeting synthetic molecules which are having an organic base. Inorganic compounds can also be targeted.
But for initiate that reaction, is it
Catalyst will be requiring.
proper
Catalyst will be required.
limitation of precursors, selection of precursors in case of?
No.
There is any selection criteria for?
Yeah, selection criteria is there. Catalyst will be required, and we have to select catalyst, and on that basis you can frame the inorganic reactions also.
But most of the inorganic reaction it's a high temperature induced. So
So with the help of microwave assisted synthesis, we can have the reduction of the temperature also.
temperature factors, if there is a involved temperature factor, so in green chemistry processing also that temperature factor is there.
Yeah.
By green chemistry, we can't reduce the processing temperature or all this is not possible.
The time we can reduce. Temperature can be reduced.
Question from student.
Any science student, yeah. Carbon nanodots. Now generally, most of the medicines now they are trying to prepare with the help of carbon nanodots. A complex is formed, and here in that case, where in case of tuberculosis, the dose is very high. So they are targeting that they should be able to reduce the dose. And experiments are going on and they are giving good results with the help of carbon nanodots, carbon tubes. So it will reduce the dose. So in case of tuberculosis, the dose is almost of 1 gram. So it can be reduced to almost half or less than that, or 1/10 can be reduced with the help of carbon nanotubes or carbon nanodots. So they are targeting in that way.
Okay. So if there are no questions, so I'd like to ask one question, sir.
Yeah.
In your first slide, there is a hemoglobin. So I think hemoglobin, it is made up of hem plus globin. Globin means proteins, because there where I have not seen globin.
So I have
First
only
slide.
targeted the chemical structure. sir.
Porphyrin. You have targeted only porphyrin.
A porphyrin ring system.
Okay, then
How it
you-
correlate with this thing? Okay, sorry.
First slide.
How chemistry is there and how green thing is there.
Okay, you have targeted on the porphyrin
Ha,
only.
ha.
Because
Other things will be there.
other
Ha.
thing is globin will be there.
Ha,
yes.
yeah.
Okay. Sir, second slide. Next. Paracetamol. Paracetamol.
Paracetamol.
Yes. Sir, nowadays we have hearing that nowadays we are hearing that, and even you are seeing the media that microwave don't use the microwave because it will cause the cancer like that. Okay, so we are using microwave, and according to that principle, 12 principle given by Anastas Paul. Okay, so and after that sonocation reaction is there, it is also green chemistry. Then plant derived, it is also green chemistry. So microwave is, can you tell me, the microwave is good as comparison to other biogenic synthesis?
No, no. In our home appliances, that microwave that we use for food purpose or that thing, that is different. And this microwave is different. So don't get confused with that. Ha.
And in this case, sir, concentrate H2O is using.
Ha.
So that 4-aminophenol and acetic anhydride in the presence of H2O for giving paracetamol. So in the second case, in case of microwave, there is a none use of.
No, acid is not used there. Acid is not used there.
Okay.
Acetylation reaction is there. So acetylation reaction can be controlled with the help of microwave also.
Microwave,
Yeah,
heating.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, no issue. Yes.
Thank you so much, Khadekar sir. Now I request Mesha ma'am and Chaudhary sir to felicitate Dr. Pramod Khedekar sir by presenting memento, shawl and certificate. I am also highly thankful to respected Chaudhary sir and respected Mishra ma'am for accepting our invitation and hosting the session. Now I request Gajbiya sir to felicitate respected Chaudhary sir and Mishra ma'am by presenting memento and certificate. Sir, please. Respected invitees and their participants, now tea break for 15 minutes. So sorry. Yes, you can.
So, according to you, as chlorophyll content plus 2, so in some of the plants, chlorophyll contains Fe2 plus ion, which is green in color, and considerably hemoglobin also contains Fe2 plus ion in hemoglobin.
No, magnesium is there in chlorophyll.
Sir, in some of the plants, in chlorophyll, Fe2 plus is also present, which is green in color. Exceptional
Exceptions are there.
Yes.
Certain leaves are also having reddish color.
Yes, sir.
So certain plants are there.
My question is, both are being tetrapyrolic in nature. Then why it is color difference being a green in one in green in color and one red in color?
Absorption of color. We are able to see now. I am able to see your color. So
Yes.
other color they are absorbed, and that only the color that we see, that is reflected. So in case of chlorophyll also, green is reflected. So we are able to see green color.
Okay. So it can be that in the fifth ring of tetrapyrrolic there has a conjugation, means conjugation is present in both the rings. So that can be also reason for being color differentiation in green and red.
No. It depends upon absorption. In blood also, red color is emitted and we are able to see only that red color. Other colors are also there, but they are absorbed. On basis of that also, we are able to visualize with the help of optics, with the help of eyes, the color that is reflected, that
Yes.
is seen.
Thank you so
Okay.
much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. झालं ना? Thank you.
So have a break of 15 minutes, tea break, and please reassemble in the hall for today's second session immediately after tea. Those are having oral presentation, please upload your presentation here.
प्रेजेंटेशन का देना है हाँ यही
हमारा ये नासिक कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप
ये भी है
वो नेक्स्ट सेशन में आफ्टरनून सेशन में
ठीक है सॉरी क्या किया मैंने हाँ सर अच्छा ये देख लो
हेलो हेलो
नासी एब्स्ट्रैक्ट फोल्डर असते नासी ना नासी एब्स्ट्रॅक्ट एक मिनिट सर बाहेरच आहे हे नासी एब्स्ट्रॅक्ट हाँ AMN थे नाव आशिक कुमार नागवंशी आता फर्स्ट याच्यातच आहे ना हो पहिले सुरुवात आहे आता चेक करून टाका हो अच्छा
Dear research scholar who are going to present, please note that time allotted to you for presentation is 8 minutes and 2 minutes for a question answer session. Please follow the time scrupulously. Now I request respected chairpersons to conduct the session, please. Thank you. Sir, kindly announce judges. These are the judges. Yes, that sir is the change.
Good afternoon to all of you. In this today's oral presentation, we have some oral presentation of the students, and for this oral presentation, judges are there. Number one is the Professor Das sir, Dr. Parkundi Wal sir, Dr. Samant sir, and Dr. Rupesh Bedre sir. And as per madam has just given the oral presentation, 8 minutes are there and 2 minutes for the discussion or question answers. So first one is oral presentations. So try to finish within the time. And first presentation today is here. The topic is studies on the effects of 4-nonylphenol on the hormonal level African catfish by Dr. Nagvanshi, Ashish Kumar Nagvanshi. So please come here.
Shall I start? No, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashish Kumar Nagvanshi. I am going to present here a topic entitled Studies on the Effect of 4-nonylphenol on the hormonal level of African catfish Clarias gariepinus. As we all know that the aquatic environment has been under the focus within the past decades because of the large amount of chemical substances released into it. A wide range of man-made chemicals used for the several industrial and household activities have been shown to disturb the normal physiology and endocrinology in the living organism. So endocrine disrupting chemicals are the compounds that can interfere and alters the homeostasis of the endocrine system. The nonylphenol is the product of the industrial synthesis formed during the alkylation process of the phenol. Nonylphenol ethoxylates are widely used as a detergent, emulsifier and surfactant in household activities. Due to industrialization, environment becomes polluted and water bodies get contaminated with such type of chemicals which may causes deleterious effects on the aquatic animals and human being also. Therefore, the present study was undertaken with the aim to investigate the effect of 4-nonylphenol on the hormonal level of African catfish Clarias gariepinus. Multi-study methods. In the present study, the chemical 4-nonylphenol was purchased from the Hamidia laboratory, and based on its technical information, the working solutions of 4-nonylphenol were prepared as per the concentration requirement. In the present study, the air-breathing freshwater African catfish Clarias gariepinus was selected, and this is the systematic position of the Clarias gariepinus. The fishes were divided into two groups. One is called as the control and another one is the experimental group. The fishes from the experimental group were treated with the sublethal concentrations of the 4-nonylphenol for 10 days. After completion of the duration of exposure, fishes from the control group and the experimental group were anesthetized with 2-phenoxyethanol. The blood from the fishes were collected from the caudal fin in the tube without containing the anticoagulant for the collection of the serum. The FSH, LH, estrogen and the testosterone level were assayed by the CLIA test kit. The statistical analysis was done by using the GraphPad Prism 5.0 software. Observations and results. The effect of 4-nonylphenol on the FSH level. Here we observe the negative impact of 4-nonylphenol on FSH level in both male and female fish Clarias gariepinus, whereas we observe the positive impact of the 4-nonylphenol on the LH level in both male and female. Effect of 4-nonylphenol on the gonadosteroid level. Here we observe the negative impact of the 4-nonylphenol on the testosterone level in male, whereas positive impact of 4-nonylphenol on the estrogen level of female fish. Similar results were observed by these authors. The decrease in the level of the FSH could be due to the 4-nonylphenol mediated inhibition of the synthesis and secretion of the FSH from the pituitary gland. The precise mechanisms by which nonylphenol modulate the LH level are not clear. The neuroendocrine control of LH by estrogen is thought to mediated at both brain and the pituitary level. The decrease in the level of the testosterone in the fishes exposed to 4-nonylphenol could be associated with the 4-nonylphenol mediated inhibition of the 17-alpha hydroxylase activity which involved in the testosterone synthesis. The increase in the level of the estrogen in the fishes exposed to 4-nonylphenol could be associated with the increased activity of the aromatase and therefore increases the conversion of the androgen to estrogen. So in order to study the effect of 4-nonylphenol on the cytochrome P450 which involved in the synthesis of the testosterone, we perform the docking study. So this cytochrome P450 involved in the synthesis of the testosterone. So for docking study, we retrieve this cytochrome P450 from the protein data bank and prepare for the docking purpose. So when we retrieved from this cytochrome P450 from the protein data bank, it was combined with its ligand called as the abiraterone. So this abiraterone is the drug which is used for the treatment of the last stage of the prostate cancer, and it is known to inhibit the activity of the cytochrome P450 which ultimately leads to the decrease in the testosterone level. So for the docking study, we use the Discovery Studio as a software and the LibDoc as a docking program. So here we got the interaction. So here you can see this is the abiraterone, which is the drug form one hydrogen atom with the asparagine 202 and have some interaction with the heme moiety of the cytochrome protein with LibDoc score 84.569. Interestingly, we got similar results for the nonylphenol also. Here nonylphenol form one hydrogen bond with the asparagine 202 and have some interaction with the heme moiety of the cytochrome P450 molecule. So based on this interaction, we can say that just like abiraterone, nonylphenol also may inhibit the activity of the cytochrome P450 which ultimately leads to the decrease in the level of testosterone as observed in the present study. Conclusion: thus based on the observation, the present studies conclude that the 4-nonylphenol significantly alters the level of the gonadotropins and the gonadal steroids of the fish. The altered level of gonadotropins ultimately leads to the reduction in the level of gonadal steroids which in turn leads to the infertility. Acknowledgement: I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude and sincere thanks to my guide Dr. S.B. and co-guide Dr. M.M. Shinkere for their continuous support in my research work. I would like to express my sincere thanks to HRD CSIR New Delhi for providing the financial assistance during my work. These are some references which I have used. Thank you.
Okay, nice presentation. And now the this presentation is open for the discussion. If the students having any doubt or question, you can ask.
Yes. It's not existing as the abiraterone.
No, sir. You have presentation LV score and compare that value after docking.
Yes. Actually, it is the docking program which is given in the Discovery Studio LibDoc score.
Okay.
Right. So when we perform a docking, we use some program which is given in the software and that give a value which is called as the docking score. So if you use the LibDoc as a docking program, so you will get the LibDoc score. So at that image you can see the LibDoc score of the abiraterone and nonylphenol, right? It's very close to each other.
Yeah.
Right. So when I retrieve that cytochrome P450, that is combined with the abiraterone. And when I dock, so I get that docking score. Right. And when I perform the docking with my compound nonylphenol with the cytochrome P450, so I got the docking score which is very close to the abiraterone.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any more question?
Yes, sir. Actually, African catfish is more hardy and it has some accessory respiratory organs, so it can survive in a laboratory condition for a longer duration. And it is locally available in the market. So that's why I have chosen this African catfish.
Have you experimentally verified your spectral study?
No, sir. I have not done the spectral study, but I have measured the level of the testosterone and then I have performed this docking study. So So whether really that my chemical affects that particular enzyme which involved in the synthesis of
Why it is called cytochrome P450? Which UV visible peak that can what UV visible spectral start.
sure.
Any more question? No, you have studied that compound on the one question, okay, on the African catfish.
African catfish.
Is there any effect on the hormonal changes of other fish? Have you
Yes,
seen
sir.
the comparison?
Sir, I have particularly studied this effect on the African catfish, but many authors studied on different fishes. So definitely they get the similar results. The result I
But
get.
no, what is the comparison? Whether more effect is on this or less with other? What is the comparison? You have to give, na? For example, like that.
Okay.
This is catfish, and what is in other case?
Okay, sir. But actually, sir, I have presented here my
Okay,
top,
okay.
research, not the results of the other authors.
Okay, okay.
That's why I didn't compare.
Okay, thank you. Next presentation is Dr. B.S. Manjare and Manish Padhe. Topic is the identification of groundwater prospecting zones in hard rock terrain using proxy data for sustainable environment, a case study of waste shade. Is patient? Okay.
Yeah. So good afternoon to all of you, all the dignitaries and my dear friends, students. Myself Mithilesh Padhe from PG Department of Geology, Nagpur University. Today, my research, the presentation is on research topic is identification of groundwater prospecting zones in hard rock terrain using proxy data for sustainable environment, a case study from WRJ4 watershed. So, starting from the first statement is, we all know the usage or the importance of groundwater. In day-to-day life, we are seeing that the groundwater level is declining, and many of you have seen when we drill a bore well or a dug well, we don't find water easily in the groundwater. We have to go deep and deep. With the passage of time, the level is declining. So, okay. So introduction, that is the what statement I have made. It is my introduction that the groundwater level, we have to work on that to enhance the level in future. इसका यूज नहीं है ना सर, इससे नेक्स्ट होता प्रीवियस एंड 8 So in Maharashtra, specifically the WRJ4 watershed, which I am targeting right now, it comes in Nagpur district near Kondhali and Narkhed village. So we have hard rock terrain in that area. Okay, the hard rock is very hard. That is basalt. Okay, so in hard rock terrain, the hard rock terrain, the groundwater availability depends on certain certain things, that is fractures or the joints and cracks, because it is not soft rock that that can seepage the water from the pores and the connectivity of the pores. Okay, so while studying the hard rock for the groundwater enhancement and for the groundwater enhancement, we have to study the features like the geology of that area, and after that the structural features available in that area. Okay, and for these studies, the remote sensing and GIS technologies are used widely in the world now, and that are very important, and which I can say that is very impactful studies for enhancement of the groundwater level in the watershed. So the study area is the location of the study area is given here. As I told, it is WRJ4. The nomenclature of the watershed is WRJ4. It is located in Nagpur district, and it is a part of that watershed is a part of Jam river, which is a tributary of Vardha river. This is the drainage map of that watershed, which I am targeting now. So you can see the drainage lines given here. This drainage is called as dendritic and subdendritic drainage level. Drainage is present in the watershed. So this subdendritic and subdendritic drainage indicates that the rock is homogeneous, uniform soil, and rock material is homogeneous. Okay, that drainage pattern indicates that the rock is homogeneous in that area. This is the structural map. All the description is here and the map is here. So these are the lineaments, which the lines you are seeing, dotted lines, are the lineaments present in that area. Lineaments are very important features to identify zones where the water can percolate down in the ground level. Okay. So this structural study of the area is important to locate prospective zones for the groundwater recharge. This is the geomorphology of that area. You can see different type of geomorphic features, that alluvial plain, denudational hills, then flood plain, plateaus, like that. Okay, this is the map which is prepared by the ArcGIS software. This is land cover map of the area. Okay, you can see in the legends that where agricultural field is, where is the agricultural field, where is the built up area, where is forest, and all that. Okay. So in spatial data analysis in ArcGIS software, in ArcGIS software, we take the raster data and convert it into vector form, and after that 30 centimeter cell size, which is given there in text, you can read it, 30 centimeter cell size consider किया जाता है. After that each thematic map जैसे geology, geomorphology, lineaments, drainage density, slope map are prepared by this process, and higher the weightage is given. The what can I say? Geology, geomorphology, lineaments, and all these factors are given as weightages, and after calculating all these weightages, we can identify zones where we can implement, where we can say हम उसको ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज कहाँ कर सकते हैं, where we can recharge the water. We can get the information by this weightage factor. Okay, so this is the weightage factor. Highest weightage is given for the geology factor. Depending on the geology, we can study the percolation of the water, rainwater. Okay, so this is the weightage table which is calculated from this map. Yeah, this is geomorphology map. तो इस पे से हमने एक weightage दिया है. This is the weightage table. Okay, you can see the this SRTM dam. It is an elevation map. Okay, legends, in the legend we can see color wise height. It is above that area is a high elevated area, and then the slope goes down. Okay. Okay, hydrogeomorphologic setup in the area. Okay, we can skip this. Yeah, This is the hydrogeomorphologic set map of the study area. You can see all the geomorphologic features in the watershed. Yeah. So depending on all the from assessing from the all the maps, in the watershed is categorized in these potential zones. What it indicates good to moderate to poor, and poor, which is which indicates that the area in the watershed, maximum area is in the watershed is good for the recharge, groundwater recharge. Okay. Here it is again a map for the groundwater potential areas in the watershed. That the purple color shows the good areas which are good for the recharge of the water, groundwater. Yeah. Concluding statement is the groundwater primarily control the hard. I have explained that in hard rock that groundwater recharge is controlled by the factors like fractures and the joints and cracks. After that, all the thematic maps we have prepared, that such as lithology, structural geomorphology, hydrogeology, and land use, land cover, which indicates the water availability in the area plus the groundwater recharge going on in the area, plus the potential zones in the area where we can recharge the water. There is a possibility to recharge the water. Okay, the area is 943.36, and from that we have good potential prospect zones, 37.89 kilometers square kilometers, and good to moderate is 8.69 square kilometer, moderate is 14.35 square kilometer, and moderate to poor is 11.60 square kilometer. So this is the conclusion derived from the various maps prepared from the for the WRJ4 watershed. Okay, these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Padhe, for your presentation.
Sir, it is just Michilesh Padhe, not doctor.
My request to all the presenter that you should have to be stick with the time schedule which is provided to you, please. And now the topic is open for discussion. If queries there, questions are there, you can ask.
No one is from earth sciences, that's why. Yes. That page, please. Back. Okay. Yes. Yes, sir. That square, kilometer square. Yeah. Yes. Sure, sir. Okay. Yes, ma'am. This watershed is overexploited. You are from geology department, so you know what is overexploited. For this rest of the dignitaries and students, overexploited zone is what where the rainwater falls and goes into the ground. Okay, so the amount of groundwater recharging the ground is less, and abstraction by the people for usage is more than that. Okay, so that watershed goes in overexploited state. Okay, and then water becomes very low, वो आगे जाके खत्म हो जाएगा. So उसको ओवर एक्सप्लॉइटेड से धीरे धीरे सेमी क्रिटिकल, क्रिटिकल से सेमी क्रिटिकल और सेमी क्रिटिकल से सेफ में लाना है. सेफ मीन्स रिचार्ज जितना होगा उससे कम ड्रॉल होगा, दुगना दुगना रिचार्ज होना चाहिए, तब जाके वो सेफ होगा. या सो टाइम इज वेरी लेस, एक्चुअली वो पॉइंट नहीं ले पाया मैं. दिस स्टडी watershed, this study is used for the watershed groundwater level enhancement. What maps I have shown here, okay, these maps are used to locate such areas where the groundwater recharge process can be done very what can I say, बहुत अच्छे से किया जा सकता है उसे. वहाँ पे वो एरियाज को हम लोकेट कर सकते हैं ये स्टडी से, कि जहाँ कहाँ पे ज़्यादा रिचार्ज कर सकते हैं हम एक स्ट्रक्चर्स देके. जैसे मैंने लिखा लिनियामेंट्स मैप्स था एक, वहाँ पे लिनियामेंट्स प्रेजेंट थे. लिनियामेंट्स आर द क्रैक्स इन द रॉक्स और इन अ लेमैन लैंग्वेज. तो उसमें से हम जहाँ जितने ज़्यादा लिनियामेंट्स होंगे वहाँ से वाटर ज़्यादा पर्कुलेट हो पाएगा. तो वहाँ पे कुछ स्ट्रक्चर बना के उसको पानी को रोकना है, वहाँ पे वो एंटर कर पाएगा. जहाँ लिनियामेंट्स नहीं है या फिर कुछ सपोर्ट नहीं है रिचार्ज के लिए, तो वहां पे वो नहीं कर पाएंगे हम लोग कितना भी कोशिश करें. तो वो जोन्स आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा जहां पे हम रिचार्ज कर पाए, उसको रेन वाटर को रोक सके और रोक के वो नेचुरली अंदर जा सके. सो दिस इज द यूज ऑफ दिस स्टडी. we are it is the goal to make water available for the people. वहाँ अगर हम पोटेंशियल उसका लेवल अप कर पाएंगे तो वहाँ पे आई हैव गिवन इन द टेक्स्ट कि वहीं पे बोरवेल्स कर पाएंगे. फिर हम लोग जाके क्यों कर रहे हैं, हम लेवल क्यों बढ़ा रहे हैं, यूज के लिए बढ़ा रहे हैं ना, लोगों के लिए बढ़ा रहे हैं. सो यूसेज तो उनका ही है. यस अवेलेबिलिटी नहीं, अवेलेबल कराना है वाटर हमको. नहीं, रॉक्स में स्पेशली 3 टाइप के रॉक्स होते हैं, इग्नियस, सेडिमेंट्री एंड मेटामॉर्फिक. इग्नियस में तुमको पोर्स नहीं मिलते, ओके. सेडिमेंट्री में तुमको पोर्स एंड पोरोसिटी मिल जाती है, एक दूसरे से कनेक्टेड होते हैं, तो उसमें से पानी ट्रैवल करता है नेचुरली. मेटामॉर्फिक में भी पोरोसिटी उतनी नहीं होती, क्रैक्स एंड जॉइंट्स वो सब उसके ऊपर डिपेंड होता है. तो ऑर्गेनिजम्स का रोल इसमें नहीं आता. या
Okay, we will stop here.
Rock is hard.
Thank you. Now next presenter is Miss Neha. Her name is not given here, and her topic is synthesis and characterization of RGO vanadium pentoxide composites for environmental applications. Miss Neha.
Good afternoon all. My name is Neha. I am a research scholar from the Department of Pure and Applied Physics, Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur. I am going to present our work on synthesis and characterization of RGO-V2O5 composite for environmental application. As we know, nowadays, due to rapid industrialization in the overpopulation, various toxic organic compounds such as dyes released from various industries into water bodies, which are responsible for water pollution and which cause serious ill effect on human being as well as aquatic life. Photocatalysis is a green technology to overcome this problem. Photocatalysis is an activated chemical reaction occurring when free radical mechanism are initiated when photon comes in the contact of surface of the photocatalysis. Objective of our work Synthesis of graphene oxide through modified Humours method, reduce graphene oxide by using reducing agent hydrogen hydrate and graphene oxide, and the synthesis of V2O5 through hydrothermal method, and synthesis of RgO V2O5 composite for different composition as a catalyst. After synthesis, we have used XRD and Raman measurement to check phase purity of the material, and UV visible spectroscopy were used to evaluate band gap of the material, and finally we used UV visible spectroscopy to investigate the photocatalytic property of the prepared material to explore their efficiency for methylene blue dye degradation. Resultant discussion, we have successfully synthesized graphene oxide, reduced graphene oxide, V2O5 and RgO V2O5 composite through standard method. XRD and Raman spectra, figure A shows XRD of RgO and V2O5. XRD graph of RgO contains two broad peak at 23.8 degree and 43.8 degree around, and XRD graph of V2O5 shows phase pure structure. Due to high crystalline nature of V2O5, XRD peaks of RgO absent in the XRD graph of RgO V2O5 composite. Figure C represent Raman spectra of reduced graphene oxide. Raman spectra of reduced graphene oxide consists of two bands, D band and G band. D band appear due to structural defect, and G band appear due to vibration in sp2 bonded carbon atom. Figure D represent Raman spectra of V2O5, which shows phase purity of the material, and Raman peak of individual RgO and V2O5 present in the Raman spectra of RgO V2O5, which confirm the presence of RgO and V2O5 in their composite. UV visible spectra, figure F2G represent UV visible spectra of the prepared catalyst, and we have calculated band gap of this catalyst by Taux plot of absorption spectra of this material. Photocatalytic methylene blue dye degradation, figure K2O represent photocatalytic dye degradation spectra. We can observe degradation of dye by decolorization of dyes and suppression of absorption peak with irradiation time. From photocatalytic dye degradation study, we found that 1:1 composition of RgO and V2O5 in RgO V2O5 composite degrade a 94% of dye in just 8 minutes, which is astonishingly laser time required for degradation of dye. Figure P2 figure P2T represent photo degradation efficiency of methylene blue dye using RgO V2O5 and RgO V2O5 composite for different composition, which shows exponential decrease in CT by C naught with irradiation time. CT is the concentration of methylene blue with irradiation time, and C naught is the initial concentration of methylene blue. And the figure U2Y represent first order kinetics and linear fitting to evaluate reaction rate constant. Reaction rate constant is found for higher for RgO V2O5 1:1 composition, which is equal to 0.23477 minute inverse. Mechanism of photocatalysis, photoactivity of pure V2O5 is poor due to recombination, highly recombination rate of electron and hole. But in case of RgO V2O5 composite, when we incident light on the photocatalyst, electron holes are generated. Then these electron and holes are used by the oxygen containing functional group of reduced graphene oxide, and produce large amount of hydroxyl radical and superoxide ion, which are highly reactive and which degrade toxic compound dyes into non-toxic material, carbon dioxide and water molecule. In conclusion, we have successfully synthesized graphene oxide, reduced graphene oxide, V2O5 and RgO V2O5 composite, and evaluated band gap for RGO and V2O5 are 2.4 electron volt and 3.1 electron volt respectively. And band gap for RGO V2O5 composite for 1:1, 1:2 and 1:3 compositions are 3 electron volt, 2.9 electron volt and 3.1 electron volt respectively. From photocatalytic degradation study, RGO V2O5 composite for 1:1 composition have higher degradation efficiency, and calculated rate constant are 0.004 25 minute inverse, 0.00635 minute inverse, 0.234 7 minute inverse for RGO V2O5 and RGO V2O5 1:1 composition, and for 1:2 and 1:3 composition of RGO and V2O5 evaluated rate constant are 0.0067 4 minute inverse and 0.008 72 minute inverse. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neha. Now the topic is open for discussion.
How do you know that H2 and dioxazole and superoxide and OH molecules did you perform the scavenging test?
Yes, scavenging test. We use ascorbic acid, which is a superoxide scavenger. Degradation rate decrease.
What about the OH?
Not OH. Main role of degradation.
How do you know the radicals are formed? OH radicals, superoxide radicals. How do you know their formation of the OH radicals?
Yes, by its scavenging test. Isopropyl alcohol is used for hydroxyl radical scavenger.
O2 and OH and superoxide and OH, they require different scavenging.
G.
So have we different types of scavenging?
Yes, we have.
Only ascorbic acid.
No, ascorbic acid for superoxide scavenger, isopropyl alcohol for hydroxyl radical. Yes.
This is the one what you are telling.
Yes.
How can I correlate the composition? 1:1 is best with the Ep6. When you already correlate.
Oh no, sir.
1:1 is showing best.
Yes. G.
Can you correlate the composition with efficiency?
बाकी कंपोजिशन में डिग्रेडेशन इफिशियंसी कम है.
Why 1:1 is showing best?
No, sir, I don't know.
And what is your next plan to extend this work?
टर्नरी कंपोजिट बनाना है RGB2O5 के साथ.
With other dying?
नो, अभी तक हमने किया नहीं है.
Without that next?
यस, रोडामिन भी और मेथिल ऑरेंज. Yes.
But after 1:2 and 1:3, in the 1:2 is degradation, 1:4 it is also increases.
Oh, don't know, sir. Sorry.
This is big thought about this.
जी.
Okay, thank you. The next oral presentation is of Mr. Rudra Pratap Singh, and topic is aluminum-based nanoflex mediated photoactivation of peroxy monosulfate ion for degradation of organic pollutants. Mr. Rudra Pratap Singh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Rudra Pratap Singh, going to present this. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Rudra Pratap Singh, going to present this presentation on the topic of silver vanadate nanoflex mediated photoactivation of peroxy monosulfate ion for degradation of organic pollutant. So these are the following content for today's presentation. While moving towards a sustainable development, water pollution is a major concern that causes serious threat not only to human body but also to the aquatic life. To overcome this, researcher has introduced advanced oxidation process that can generate strong hydroxy radical having high oxidation potential of 1.8 to 2.7 volt. Moving a step ahead, these two scientists have discovered a new oxidant named as potassium peroxymonosulfate. This is also known as PMS. So the question arises, why PMS? As PMS has the oxidation potential of 1.8 to 2.7 volt, while PMS have ability to generate sulfate radical anion that have oxidation potential of 2.5 to 3.1 electron volt. It can degrade almost all of the organic pollutant, but with the sluggish rate. To enhance the degradation rate, it required the external activation. This external activation can be done by thermal activation, radiation activation, sonochemical activation, and transition metal oxide. In transition metal oxide, TiO2 is well known transition metal oxide, but owing to a large band gap, there is certain limitation of TiO2. So here we are selecting the silver vanadate as a photocatalyst due to having a large wide application. So this is the synthesis protocol for the synthesis of silver vanadate. XRD data confirms the crystalline and pure phase confirmed by the XRD, which confirms the monocrystalline phase of silver vanadate. This all 2 theta is corresponding to their respective planes. FESM analysis were carried out to check the structural and morphological analysis, which reveals the flex-like morphology of silver vanadate. EDAX analysis confirms that there is a presence of only silver, oxygen, and vanadate. There is no impurity present in it. HRTM reveals the flex-like close infection of flex-like. The 601 plane from SED patterns are well agreement with the XRD most intense peak, and the lattice fringes of D is equal to 0.2 nanometer correspond to 600, is correspond to the second most highest peak in the XRD spectrum. XPF analysis were carried out to check the chemical composition, in which we can see here that Ag is split into 2 peak, that is at binding energy of 360.81 electron volt and 374.1 electron volt correspond to Ag 3d 5 by 2 and 3d 3 by 2. In same manner, vanadium also split in two binding energy at 516 electron volt and 520.5 electron volt correspond to 2p 3 by 2 and 2p 1 by 2. That confirms the vanadium is present in +5 oxidation state. The binding energy at 530.2 electron volt is correspond to 1s state of oxygen. So from here we can say that we have successfully synthesized silver vanadate. The BET analysis were carried out to check the surface area. So the surface area is found to be 18.86 meter square per gram, and the pore radius confirms the major porous nature of our as synthesized silver vanadate. UV DRS spectra has been carried out, and the band gap is found by the top plot, which confirms that it had a narrow band gap of 2.14 electron volt. We have degraded the methylene blue as an organic pollutant dye. So the optimized catalyst dose was 15 mg, and we have taken PMS, and the concentration of methylene blue was 10 ppm. We have scanned for the various pH, and it is found that it is stable at pH 7. We have degraded the methylene blue. From figure we can say that we can see that silver vanadate have a very less degradation rate, while when we are using PMS alone in dark and light, is so 100% of degradation, but it takes 150 minutes. However, when silver vanadate and PMS administered together in presence of light is showing the 100% of degradation in just 45 minutes. And the rate constant can be seen from this figure, and from here we can conclude that our synthesized silver vanadate when administered with PMS is so 41 times higher rate constant than only silver vanadate, which confirms the synergetic effect of PMS in the degradation of methylene blue. These are the tabular form of several reported catalysts. From here we can say that our catalyst, we are using very less amount of catalyst, that is only 15 mg, and our organic pollutant concentration is also high, and the time reduced to 45 minutes. However, other catalysts have taken maximum time. and the rate constant is almost 4 times higher than the reported one. We have also tested the quencher study responsible for the degradation of dye, IPA for hydroxy radical, phenol for electron and sulfate radical, benzoquinone for O2 radical anion, ammonium oxalate for whole pair, and K2Cr2O7 for electron. And from here we can say that ammonium oxalate is responsible for acting as a reactive species. We have also checked the stability of our catalyst. It is stable up to 6 cycles without loss of degradation rate. We have also scanned for the different organic pollutant like methylene blue, rhodamine B, alizarin red ash, and malicide green. Like alizarin red ash is anthraquinone, and malicide green is triphenyl methane. So this catalyst is not only for the degrading dye. This can be used in various degradation of organic pollutants. This is the rate constant and time taken by the different for degradation of different dye. Finally, here mechanism, when light incident over our catalyst, it gets excited and the electron from valence band jump to conduction band. That electron is taken by the PMS, that is sulfate radical, that can generate sulfate radical anion, is responsible for the degradation product. Further, it will react with water to form hydroxy radical, and that will lead to degradation product. Again, the electron on the surface, when silver vanadate administered with PMF, the electron on the surface not only degrade the organic pollutant, but also get oxidized to Ag plus, and again reduced to Ag0. That electron will be taken by the PMS to convert into sulfate radical anion. So in this manner, all these reactive species will be responsible for the degradation of organic pollutants. So finally, conclusion, we have synthesized silver vanadate photocatalyst via facile solvothermal method, and kinetic study reveals that our synthesized catalyst is have 41 times high rate constant than only silver vanadate, and it is stable up to 6 cycle, and it is a prominent and efficient candidate for advanced oxidation process. I would like to acknowledge Nasi Nagpur chapter for providing me this platform, my supervisor Dr. Atul V. Wankhede sir, VNIT for providing fundings, and DST FIST, my lab mate Adarsh, Tarun, Avanti and Munal. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudra Pratap. Now it's time for interaction. Audience may ask the questions, please.
Sir, +5. +5, sir. Sir? Yes, sir, mixed metal oxide. Yes, sir. Sir, we have done the ESI mass. From there, we have said that we have degraded the yes, sir, we have. Sir, we already done ICPOF, TOC, and ESI mass. I think this data is sufficient for. Sir, it is mesoporous. As diameter is above than 2 nano. Sir, it is above than 2 nanometer. Yes, sir. So it is mesoporous because microporous has a range of 0 to 2 nanometer, and above than that is major. Sir, above than 2 nanometer. Yes, sir. So it is mesoporous. Sir, I have mentioned here it is near about 3 point something. Yes, sir. It is mesoporous. Anyone? Yes, sir, I have told in my previous slide that I have done. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now next presentation, Mr. Suraj Vajge, iron-based cross-linking in carboxylated nitrile rubber. Suraj Vajge.
Good afternoon, one and all. I am Suraj Vajge, giving oral presentation on iron-based cross-linking in carboxylated nitrile rubber, doing PhD under the supervision of Dr. Chayandas sir at the Department of Chemistry, VNIT. These are the contents of my today's presentation. First we see brief introduction, formulation of XNBR with FeCl3 and triethylamine, and procedure for the metal coordinate synthesis of rubber, result and discussion followed by conclusion and acknowledgement. So rubber is a unique material, so has stretchability and deformability, and which is not shown by any other materials. So it finds various application in different sectors of the industry, but it is most widely used in tire industry. Around 65% of the rubber used are produced are used in the tire industry. Then it find application in automobile industry, as it has good thermal stability. It find application as a thermal insulator, and find application in electrical electronics application, and also find application in paints and coatings. But without sulfur cross linking, rubber has limited applications because it lacks mechanical strength and it is sticky. Sulfur vulcanization is a chemical process in which sulfur is heated with rubber at 140 to 160 degrees centigrade. So nowadays most of the rubber used are sulfur vulcanized. And from the figure we can see that how sulfur is cross-linked with the rubber chain in the three-dimensional. But along with this advantage, sulfur vulcanization has some disadvantages. Sulfur cross-link rubber is stable due to its permanent cross-link. It cannot be able to reproceed and recycles. So there raises environmental issue. So to overcome this issue, around 20% of the rubber produced is disposed of in the landfills. So to overcome this issue, there is an alternate approach. Cross-linking via dynamic non-covalent interaction is an alternative approach to the sulfur cross-linking that includes hydrogen interaction, metal ligand interaction, electrostatic interaction, pi-pi interaction, host gain interaction, and so on. These interaction can reversibly break and reform under the suitable stimulus. Therefore, these interaction we can use for the making of recyclable and self-healable materials. But out of these interactions, we can use out of the interaction, metal ligand interaction is very promising in respect to the conventional vulcanization to produce recyclable and self-healable material. So in this work we make a self-healable material by metal coordination using solution blending method. So here first we dissolve XNBR in acetone and then stir under overhead stirrer for 10 minutes, then added triethylamine to it, then again stirred for 10 minutes. Then we added FeCl3 to the XNBR slurry, then it kept for drying, and the dried slurry we are masticating on this 2-roll mill machine, and then hot pressed using this hot pressure compression molding machine. And we formulate this scheme with 50 gram of XNBR and 3 millimolar of FeCl3 and the varied amount of triethylamine. This is the possible interaction between the carboxyl group and triethylamine, and after adding FeCl3, this may be the possible interaction. And at last we are using this rubber sheet for further characterizations. Result and discussion. Curing study is performed to understand cross-linking and the effect of triethylamine. So from the table and figure we can see that triethylamine treated samples show decrease in maximum torque value and also decrease in tan delta. Tan delta is the measure of cross-linking. And non-triethylamine treated samples show high in cross-linking density. So from this data we can say that triethylamine restricts cross-link between metal and carboxyl group, which is necessary for the self-healing and recycling. And further we confirm cross-linking metal and carboxyl group using FTR study. From the figure 1 we can see that XNBR when treated with triethylamine is show shift in stretching frequency from 997 centimeter inverse to 1550 centimeter inverse. Confirm linkage with the carboxyl group. Figure C is the enlarged image of figure B, and from the figure C we can see that the stretching frequency of XNBR, which is 1697 centimeter inverse, shifts to 1576 centimeter inverse. Confirms the cross linking between metal and iron. And the stress strength study is performed to get the Mechanon property. And from the table and figure we can see that all the triethylamine treated samples show increase in mechanical property. The tensile strength for the XNBR is 0.9 MPa, and the triethylamine treated samples show increase in tensile strength, which is around 4.30 MPa. And our material, which is treated with 1.8 ml triethylamine, show self-healing study. And to check self-healing study, we cut the material using sharp blade and then kept in contact with each other for 48 hours at 70 degrees centigrade. And from the figure we can see this healed image, and it can also be stretched. And to further check its self-healing efficiency, we subject this material for the UTM study, and from the UTM study we see that the first healed samples show 3.91 MPa of tensile strength, and the elongation break is around 1203%, while the second healed sample show tensile strength of 3.7 MPa, and the third healed sample show tensile strength of 20 MPa, and the healing efficiency here found is 91%. Our material also show recycling nature. And to perform recycling study, we cut the rubber using we cut the small rubber into small pieces using scissor, and then hot pressed it under compression molding machine for 15 minutes at 100 degrees centigrade, and then we subject this rubber sheet for UTM study, for the stress strain study. And first recycled material show the tensile strength of 2.60 MPa, and the second recycled sample show tensile strength of 2053 MPa, and third sample is also show nearby tensile strength, which is 2.30 MPa. And we can do this recycling and self-healing up to 3 times. Conclusion: for the making of recycle and self-healing material, we only need a small amount of FeCl3 and triethylamine, which can reversibly make and reform. Along with this, by simple mechanical mixing, we have made a good mechanical strength elastomer, and this crosslink network can be suitable replacement to the conventional vulcanizing agent for the sustainable environment. I would like to acknowledge VNIT Nagpur for financial assistance, my guide Dr. Chayandas sir for his guidance and support, DST FIST for the research facility at the chemistry department VNIT, and our collaborator Amit Das from the Leibniz Institute Germany, and Professor Pradeep Maji from the IIT Roorkee India, and all my lab mates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suraj. Now it's time for interaction and discussion.
Why there is an increase in the efficiency of your XNBR in other mechanical properties or other?
No, sir, I don't get it.
Why the efficiency increases of your XNBR rubber?
Tensile efficiency. Because of the cross-linking between carboxyl group and metal. Rubber after cross-linking show improved tensile property.
Why means what is the tensile strength and other properties? No? There is an enhancement. No?
Huh.
Why there is enhancement?
Because of the cross-linking between metal and...
Or any other factors are there?
No. For improved mechanical strength, there we need a cross-linking between the rubber chains.
Because cross-linking depends on sulfur is the cross-linker.
No, here we are replacing sulfur vulcanization to make it self-healable and recyclable. Here we are using metal and carboxyl interaction, which is dynamic in nature.
Different types of interactions are there in that rubber. One is metal ligand.
Metal ligand interaction. Other maybe...
So it is elastomer, no?
Yes.
So what are the types of interactions?
There are van der Waals interaction in elastomer, hydrogen bonding.
What is main interaction? Because of that properties are there.
In my rubber, metal ligand interaction, dynamic metal ligand interaction. Dynamic means it is weak in nature, which can reversibly break and form under suitable stimulus. In our case, stimulus is heat.
Thermal stability?
Yes. Thermal stability we have done. but there was a limitation. That's
What is the temperature?
465 degrees centigrade. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. And now last presenter for this session, Ms. Toshali Bhoyer, and her topic is regulating photoactivity of polymeric carbon nitride via donor pi acceptor structure. Shape.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Toshali Bhoyer, working under the supervision of Professor Suresh S. Umre, Department of Chemistry, VNIT Nagpur, presenting here oral presentation on regulating photoactivity of polymeric carbon nitride via donor pi acceptor network. We all know that humanity is facing an uphill battle when it comes to preserving our planet. Experts say that in order to avert some of the worst effect of climate change, the global temperature needs to stop from rising 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial revolution. For that, global carbon emission needs to drop to zero by the year 2050. It will take a variety of solutions to achieve this goal, but one tool that is gaining attraction is hydrogen. Hydrogen is a clean burning fuel and the only byproduct of its consumption are water and energy. Hydrogen can be used to decarbonize a variety of sectors including chemical, iron and steel. It can also be used to power our vehicles, heat our homes and store renewable electricity. Many countries have already started producing hydrogen via oil refining, ammonia production, methanol production for steel production. But majority of hydrogen produced comes from the non-renewable sources of energy and they emit large amount of carbon dioxide. Green hydrogen is a hydrogen which involves net zero carbon emission during production processes. So, hydrogen production can be done by water splitting using various techniques such as electrolysis, photolysis, photoelectrochemical, solar thermochemical, and photocatalysis. Photocatalysis is one of the processes by which green hydrogen can be produced using semiconducting material. So, till now various semiconducting materials have been studied to produce hydrogen, which includes metal oxides, metal sulfides, selenides and carbon based materials. The demerits of metal oxides and metal sulfides is that they are toxic in nature and causes photocorrosion, whereas carbon based materials are eco-friendly in nature. So, for our study we have selected a carbon based material called polymeric carbon nitride. Polymeric carbon nitride is basically a carbon based material having band gap of 2.7 electron volt, that is it absorbs visible light and it can be used for a variety of photocatalytic applications. But it has some major constraints like it has visible light response, it show ultra fast recombination of photoexcitants and show sluggish reaction kinetics. So, in order to overcome the limitations of polymeric carbon nitride, various strategies have been employed, of which molecular doping is one of them. Molecular doping is basically a strategy in which a organic moiety is introduced into the polymeric carbon nitride. So, in our study we have selected 2,3-diaminopyridine as an pi conjugative moiety and incorporated into polymeric carbon nitride via simple copolymerization technique. After the preparation of that diaminopyridine doped polymeric carbon nitride, we went on for phase, structural and chemical state analysis, and from that we have confirmed that the diaminopyridine has been successfully incorporated into the polymeric carbon nitride structure. Later, we obtained the UV-DRS spectrum of this diaminopyridine doped polymeric carbon nitride structure, and we have obtained that the optical response of the diaminopyridine doped polymeric carbon nitride has been extended as compared to the pristine polymeric carbon nitride, and it has shown extended optical response which is due to the N to pi star electronic transition which is incorporated due to the diaminopyridine moieties. And as a result, it has the band gap of this diaminopyridine doped polymeric carbon nitride has been reduced from 2.77 electron volt to 2.64 electron volt. Then the morphology and microstructural analysis have shown that the diaminopyridine polymeric carbonitide have shown tubular morphology, and it has shown porous structure, and from the SID pattern, from the HRTM and SID pattern, the formation of polymeric carbonitide is also confirmed. Later, we employed this catalyst for the photocatalytic hydrogen generation, and from the hydrogen generation data, we found that the 10-DAP-CN catalyst has shown the highest hydrogen production generation activity as compared to the polymeric carbonitide, and it has shown high hydrogen evolution rate as compared to the pristine polymeric carbonitide. Our synthesized diaminopyridine polymeric carbonitide has also shown high hydrogen generation ability as compared to the various photocatalysts reported in the literature, and it has also shown good recyclability. We also use this catalyst for the degradation of rhodamine B dye as well as other dyes also, and it has shown high photocatalytic activity. Later, to investigate the responsible factors for this enhanced photocatalytic activity, we obtained its photoluminescence spectra, and from the photoluminescence spectra we found that the recombination rate has been drastically decreased in case of diaminopyridine polymeric carbonitide as compared to the polymeric carbonitide, and also the lifetime has here the lifetime of the photoexcitants has decreased. This is due to the decrease in the radiative recombination, and from the ESR spectrum also we confirmed that there is enhance in the ESR intensity, which confirms that the more number of electrons, more number of photoexcitants are generated in case of diaminopyridine polymeric carbonitide, and the surface area that we have obtained for our catalyst is 138.92 meters square per gram, which is much higher than the polymeric carbonitide. So the synergistic effect of this all these factors, the photocatalytic activity of diaminopyridine has been increased. So in conclusion, we have synthesized a diaminopyridine polymeric carbonitide structure which has shown extended optical response, and it has shown 4.5 times high photocatalytic hydrogen generation activity than polymeric carbon nitride, as well as it has shown high photocatalytic degradation activity also, and the factor responsible for its high photocatalytic activity are high surface area, extended optical response, and low recombination of photoexcitant. So our study inspires to construct such a conjugative structure by incorporating pi conjugative moiety to enhance the photocatalytic activity of polymeric carbon nitride. At last, I would like to acknowledge my research supervisor, Professor Suresh S. Humre, for his guidance and support, VNIT Nagpur, Director VNIT Nagpur for financial assistance, and all the collaborators and my lab mates. And I would like to thank the National Academy of Science Nagpur chapter for giving me this opportunity for presenting my work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Toshali. Nice presentation. Now this presentation is open for the discussion. Any question?
Yes, sir. UVDRS method like KM plot, okay, for determining the band gap, okay. It's Kubelka-Munk plot.
Okay, no more question. Now the time is there for the lunch. Okay, but before that, I'm concluding. All the presenters have given good presentations from different subject and area, and judges are there to select you for the best presentations. Okay, so they will give the marks depending on your presentations and the interactions. So once again, I thank you, all the audience also, and the students. Thank you.
Now I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Gurnule sir and Tekade sir for accepting our invitation and hosting the session. Now I request Samant ma'am. I request Samant ma'am to please come forward and felicitate our chairpersons by presenting memento and certificate. Certificate. Thank you, ma'am. Now we are taking lunch break. Invitees and participants. Sorry. Invitees and participants are requested to join us for lunch and please immediately reassemble in the same hall for the next session. Thank you. Half an hour for lunch, na? After lunch break, half an hour. 1:40 एक्झॅक्टली काय आता त्यांचं सेशनचं शेड्यूल आहे माहिती नाही.
Participants can stick their posters in poster area after having lunch.
Ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Welcome to the 7th session of the conference. The chairperson of the sessions are Dr. Bhumi Mehre, Principal, Dr. Ambedkar College, Nagpur, and Dr. Varsha Dhurve, Professor and Head, Department of Zoology, Rashtra Sant Tukdoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur. I request respected Bhumi ma'am and respected Varsha ma'am to please come on dais and occupy their seats. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Professor Smita Acharya ma'am to welcome our chairperson by giving sapling as a token of love and appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. To the Dhurve ma'am also. Now I request chairpersons for further proceeding of the session.
Thank you, Shraddha. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all in the post-lunch session. This is the 7th session of this National Symposium on the Functional Material for Sustainable Development, organized by Rashtra Sant Tukdoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur. Before I start this technical session, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us, me and Dr. Bhumi Madam, this opportunity to chair this technical session. The first speaker of this technical session is Dr. M.L. Khan, Professor of Botany, H.S. Gaur, Central University, Sagar. First, I would like to introduce Dr. M.L. Khan. Dr. Muhammad Latif Khan is a Professor of Botany at Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh, India. By training, he is a plant ecologist and conservation biologist. His research interest gradually expanded from tree regeneration to the field of biodiversity conservation, eco-restoration, eco-services, carbon sequestration, molecular genetics, and phylogeny. He has contributed 205 peer-reviewed papers and 60 books chapters. 3 books have been authored by him. He has very impressive citation indices. He has published several articles in prestigious journals such as Nature, PNAS USA, Nature Ecology and Evolution, Nature Scientific Report, Critical Review in Biotechnology, Science of the Total Environment, etc. Dr. Khan is a member of several professional national and international societies and also the member of Global Forest Biodiversity Initiatives, USA and IUCN Asia. In view of outstanding research contribution in the field of ecology and environment, Dr. Khan has been included as the expert in the committee constituted by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India to draft the Mega Science Vision 2035 of India. Further, he is the partner of set up the long-term ecological observators at different landscapes of India. Now, he is going to talk invited lecture on rethinking to rebuilding, stepping towards environment sustainability and ecosystem services. Welcome you, sir, and I request you kindly start your invited talk. Okay, so but before that, I invite Mehre Madam to welcome Dr. M.L. Khan by presenting the sapling.
Okay, thank you. Oh, he's going to take photograph for the record. It's okay. Remote. Okay. So, good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Professor N.S. Kajbie. He has actually appointed me as a professor at Hari Singh Gaur Central University, Sagar. So I moved from actually northeast to central India. When he called me to deliver a talk, and the theme of this conference is the functional material, then I was shocked, being the botany person, how to venture in the, say, materials. But then sustainable development, then immediately I say, yes, I'll come, because there is a sustainable development, so I can correlate my talk with the sustainable development. While preparing the lecture, then it came to my mind, functional material. Then I say, why not say bioresources, they are also functional material. So I think, so in that way, my talk should be fitted to this NASI conference. So maybe the title is a little bit cumbersome, so don't worry about that. Say, in the last century, we have entered in the new era, and we have entered very silently. And that happened gradually, but was a very amazing, rapid event. So we entered in an era of human domination of global ecosystems. Means all the, say, ecosystems, whether you say the farmland or the forest or the, say, terrestrial, aquatic, now all the ecosystems are dominated by the human. So this era possesses some of the greatest challenge that we are facing now. So these challenges are ranging from environmental management to agriculture to economics, even to law, philosophy and ethics. So to find out the long-term solution to these problems will require major advances in science, law and ethics. So in morning, in fact, we heard a lecture on green chemistry. So it is in this direction only. So how to avoid the exploitation of, say, resources and pollute and try to decrease the pollution in the environment. That is maybe one of the options is the green chemistry. So humans now exert a greater impact on many critically important global processes. Now question is that, should we concern? What kind of world are we creating? What will future generation experience? What can we do about it? So these are some questions we have to take up, and probably while, say, composing the title of NASI conference, so probably by thinking of that only you have put, like, say, sustainable development. So we all need, say, better life. And better life is only possible when we have better production, better nutrition, and better environment. So what we should do for that? So it means we need, for the better life, our ecosystems, whether the, say, farming or maybe the, say, forest, grassland, or the aquatic, they should be in the good health. They should be in the good health. Otherwise, despite all technological advances, we are still completely dependent on healthy and vibrant ecosystems. What for? Like, say, for water, food, medicines, clothes, fuel, shelter, energy. I have mentioned only a few. So only the healthy ecosystems can give us a better life and also counteract the ongoing problem or the issues of the climate change. So I understand only few are having the background of, say, botany or biology. So simply, like, say, what does it mean? At what level biodiversity occurs? So biodiversity occurs, like, say, at plant, maybe in agriculture or in marine ecosystem, in a forest ecosystem, or in avian, means bird flora. So everywhere, wherever you go, there is a biodiversity. Whatever we are using, that's come from the biodiversity. So, and biodiversity and human health, they are very much interlinked. They are very much correlated. So without biodiversity, human health is not possible. And nowadays we are talking One Health. So One Health is only possible when we have intact biodiversity. So, like, say, since I have worked in Northeast for quite long, almost for 30 years. So you can say this is the market of the Northeast. You will get all sort of, say, items, like, say, from plant source, even from the animals, everything you will get. From even ranging from, say, rats are also there. You can see, maybe this monitor is not working properly, as a pointer. So those are smoked rat caught from the, say, wild habitat or wild ecosystems. So biodiversity also helps in preserving social and cultural diversity and identity. And this cultural diversity we can very well see in Northeast and also in Central India, in many part of the Western Ghats, in Maharashtra, like, say, in terms of, like, say, sacred groups. Some forest patches are conserved on the basis of religion. Species are integral to religion, like, say, Tulsi, people, they are all have some, say, importance in the religion and also have importance in culture and also national identities. So all major religions include elements of nature, whether you see the Buddha, okay, he was enlightened while sitting, say, beneath the tree. So 231 species are formally used as a national symbol in 142 countries. So it means we have to conserve we should conserve the biodiversity for our own benefits and also as ethically and morally. These each and every species is important for us. Nowadays, everyone is having living stressed life. Maybe degree may vary, but we are still facing some sort of the stress. So biodiversity also have, say positive effect on mental health, like say whenever, say if you want to get relaxed in morning, you go for walking in the park, not in the city. Not in the city. If you want to do the yoga, if you have the chance, then naturally you will sit somewhere in nearby where there are a lot of plants. So, and maybe for picnic, etc., naturally you want to go to the maybe on the river side or maybe in the jungle. So in that way we get relaxed. So biodiversity is certainly healing even the mental issues. So from a human perspective, biodiversity provides enormous benefits. We cannot count, in fact. So I'll just mention a few. Biodiversity contributes at least 40% of the world's economy and 80% to the need of the poor. So it means poor, they highly depend, though we all depend, but poor for them, they directly depend on the, a large population depends on the biodiversity to fulfill their daily requirement. So millions of people depend on biodiversity for their day-to-day livelihoods. So that we can, like say maybe in the urban areas we may not realize that, but if you go to in the rural areas, then you can find out how means 90% their requirements, daily to daily requirements, they are being fulfilled by nearby ecosystem, whether it is a pond, whether it is a river or a grassland or maybe a forest. Say starting from the fodder to the fuel wood, fish, everything, or the medicinal plants, they collect from the nature. So then again, like say we are facing a climate change issue or global warming. So 11% of global greenhouse gases are emitted because of the deforestation. Deforestation is taking place everywhere for maybe for sometimes developmental activities or many other things like say road widening or highways, etc., or setting the industry also. So then say if somehow we can reduce, minimize the deforestation, it means we can minimize the release of greenhouse gases. So in that way, yes, we can certainly find a solution to the global warming. We can reduce the global warming. So forest and wetland ecosystems provide crucial buffer to the extreme storms and flooding related to the climate change. So recently, like say we have seen how the Bangalore was flooded. The main reason, all the wetlands are taken away. How the Chennai was flooded, or how the say Delhi is facing even today. A few days back, like say there was heavy rain, everywhere there is a flood. So how come? The reason, wetlands, those who are acting as a buffer zone, they are not there. They are damaged. They are being occupied. So these ecosystems function best when biodiversity is intact. So if like say biodiversity is not intact, they will not give you the full result, full benefits. So for too long, we have been exploiting and destroying our planet's ecosystem. So recent pandemics, or we can say still ongoing pandemics, which is COVID, is the good example of breakdown in the relationship between human systems and the natural systems. So in fact, it pushes us to think about the way we consume the resources. Like say, it is widely mentioned that in China, somebody say it has somehow got released from the lab, experimental lab, or some like say from the meat market. So meat market means from the vet, okay, those are like say being consumed. So, sir, these are, most of the pictures are from Northeast, so, and taken by my students, PhD students. So the world has already lost 80% of its forest, and at the current rate of deforestation, 5 to 10% of tropical forest species will become extinct every decade. So we are using up 50% more natural resources than the earth can provide. So at the current population, we need 1.5 earth, which we cannot create. We cannot expand or extend the area of our earth. That is not in our hands. Okay, so that's not possible. So the only possibility is to try to reduce or to like control our population, and also to minimize the use of the resources. Or we can say to the theme like say use the resources in a sustainable manner. So 70% of land area has been significantly altered. 85% wetland area has been lost, and 3% of the ocean surface is considered as wild, okay, and 90% of land is projected to be significantly altered by 2050. And that's the reason, in fact, 2 years back, the Prime Minister office, they have constituted the committee in different themes. There are many themes. So I'm inducted in the theme ecology and environment to draft the Professor Sokumar from IAC Bangalore, he is the chairperson, to draft the Mega Science Vision 2035, how to deal with the environmental issues which we are facing. So, like say if we take the region wise, then Latin America, Asia and Africa, they are the most say victims. Like Asia, even including India, means where the biodiversity is getting lost, means over exploited at the cost of developed countries. So it's not very. ये वीडियो काम नहीं कर रहा क्या? वीडियो जो है, वीडियो है ये है ना? इस स्मॉल हाँ स्मॉल ये यहाँ से नहीं आ रहा क्या? नहीं है, चलो ठीक है, ओके 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 नहीं आ रहा, चलो ठीक है ओके no, it's okay. Like say we can see the how the vehicle traffic is moving. Then to deal with that, now like say by chance our minister is from here for road, and so like say all over the country now there is say construction of the roads or widening of the roads, and this in fact video I have taken from the Arunachal Pradesh, where means biodiversity till recently was very much intact, but now because of road widening, that is the need of the hours, the virgin forest they are going away, and many of the species, plants, animals also, they are endemic, means they are found only in those forests, nowhere else in the world. So we are going to lose those. We are going to lose those. Okay. So, so again, 2 years back, there was a news, the forest fire in the Mizoram. Normally those areas, they are wet area, so we don't, not much prone to the forest fire, not like central India or say Karnataka or say dry area of the say Maharashtra. So, but because of human activities and deforestation, the area is becoming drier, and also that is coupled with the say increasing in the temperature. So the fire took place and very large area of forest is being burned. So still it is not known whether it was say unintentional or it was intentional, and that fire reaches to the city also, and there was a great loss of even human property. So let us start to rethink why we should be concerned about the biodiversity. So if economic growth and development are to be established, and I don't think any country in the world does not feel to have say the economic growth. Every country wants to become rich. So in that case, biodiversity must be conserved if the economic growth and development are to be established. So the ecological footprint of modern human society is huge. The result is global ecological disruption. So biodiversity helps in providing different ecosystem services. That is for our country it is a sort of new concept. Otherwise, like say in US and Canada, they are offering MSc in ecosystem services. So after joining the Sagar, in fact I floated the course as an elective course for MSc student as ecosystem services, and that was the first in the country. And now in fact that is in 2013. So now in fact many universities they have floated and they have borrowed from us. So so human societies and drive many essential goods and natural ecosystems. They get from the natural ecosystems, and these goods represent important and familiar parts of the economy. Ecosystem services are the benefit people obtain from the ecosystem, like say simple drinking water, like say we are getting from the dam. That itself is a ecosystem service. So if the nearby the dam, if the say area is forested, then naturally we don't have to do much cleaning, much treatment. So, or like say, certainly must be knowing, like say in US and Canada or UK, spring water is costlier than the say mineral water, and spring water means directly from the nature, and that is means from a intact ecosystem. That is, it means a forest ecosystem. So my colleague from Manipur, still I think in Manipur and say Meghalaya also, they don't go for say in rural areas to the say bottling or mineral water. Directly they take from the springs through the carrying from the long distance through the bamboo, not by any other things, okay, by bamboo, natural, okay. So like say ecosystem services, they are of 4 kinds. Provisioning services, provisioning taking the word from the provisional store. Whenever we want something for our house, we go to the store. So means that is food, water, wood and fiber, fuel, means the requirements which are of daily needs. Then supporting services, nutrient cycling, soil formation, primary production, habitat provision, and regulating services. Those are very important, like say regulation of the climate, and flood regulation, water purification, and cultural services, like say spiritual. Every day, like say some people are offering water to the tulsi or the people. That itself is a spiritual. Then aesthetic, we want to see greenery. Like say somebody in morning he said that Nagpur University is very green. So it is means aesthetic view. So educational, we take the student to the students like say to the field, maybe from pharmacy or botany, zoology or geology, we take for educational purpose. And recreational, like say whenever we go for picnic, not in the heart of the city, rather somewhere near to the ecosystem or near to the nature, we can say. So these services only we can get when our ecosystems are intact. Otherwise, we will not get those services. Like say one simple pollination, which is carried out free of cost by the say insects, which cost, in fact, if you we try to translate in terms of money, it will come billions of dollars. It is being done like say in USA, that if we have to do say artificially, manually, then and it will not be possible also, and it will be billions of dollars. And they have only say few plant species and few insects. Just think about say India, means we are having much higher number of the species like say plants or animals. So it will be much $3 billion cost. So in fact, like say a few years back or maybe 10 or 20 years back, that problem was realized in Punjab. Like say by spraying the insecticide, pollinators were also killed. Even the crop was like say healthy, but grains were not there. So biodiversity and ecosystem services, why this topic matters now? See, whenever like say if until unless we are sick, we will not go to the doctor. So when there is some issue, then only we will go to the doctor. So in the same manner, earlier like exploitation was not that much. Earlier means at least 100 years back or so. So we were not bothered. Once exploitation was not there, we were getting all sort of services frequently in good health. But because of over exploitation, because of increase in demand, maybe because of increase in population also, now ecosystems, they are like say they are shrinking, their health has gone down, they are degraded. So naturally now, so that their importance being realized. So now in fact we are trying to translate their services in terms of money, so that it can be explained to the planners. Those are doing the planning at the regional or national level, that okay, by simply cutting, fragmenting means a intact forest by having a road, how much loss we are going to do. Then say in that case, that cost also should be taken into account while making a project. So say 1 out of 8 bird species, they are facing the threat extinction. Then 1 out of 4 mammal species are threatened with extinction. Then 1 out of 4 conifer species, they are threatened with the extinction. Then in the same way, say amphibians, in the same way, say marine. So ultimately, like 75% of agriculture crop genetic diversity has been lost. Now we have only say simply 25%. Like say earlier, whenever like say we used to go in say in the market, say village market, we used to get different kinds of the tomatoes or brinjal also, and with different taste. But now, because our emphasis now is to have more and more production, more and more production. So it means those traditional varieties or the species, they are not being taken care of. They are not being taken care of, and ultimately their germplasm is not being conserved, and they have been lost. They have been lost. Whether it is like say plants or maybe the even domestic animals, because our emphasis is on the production. How highest production we should get, optimum production we should get. So in that way, and because of the loss of the biodiversity, the 70% of the world's known species may face extinction if the world temperature rises by more than 3.5 degrees centigrade. So still it is increasing. Let's see where it can stop. So how does biodiversity loss affect our health? That is because we are like say passing through one health program. We depend on biodiversity and healthy ecosystem for our health and survival. So these provide clean air, fresh water, medicines, food and nutrition, security and support, critical ecosystem functions and services. So healthy and biodiverse ecosystem having more and more species, not like say the teak plantation or salt plantation. They are not, in ecology they are not preferred. They are not healthy. Maybe by production, okay, that's good, but having only one or two species. So biodiverse means more and more, housing more and more species. So healthy and biodiverse ecosystem also limit the emergence and spread of disease and stabilize the climate. Human disturbance of ecosystem and biodiversity loss are increasingly linked to the occurrence and risk of disease spread of genetic and vector-borne diseases. So infectious diseases arise from a combination of ecological, social and economic pressures that amplify disease risk. So stressed environmental conditions can significantly alter disease patterns of emergence and re-emergence infectious disease. Like say if we are weak, then we are much prone to the different disease. In the same manner, if our environment or the ecosystems, they are stressed, they are overexploited, then they are also prone to the say different disease. They will not able to provide the services to us. So many research proves that disease outbreak are closely linked to the loss of biodiversity. 70% of emerging viral disease have spread from animal to humans. And now what is happening in fact in rural areas, say in the peripheral, say you just take the example of the forest. In peripheral areas now not many species, say plant species are available, or maybe animals are not available for hunting, like say that happens in the northeast, okay. And now so in that way the people they venture deeper in the forest, and that is because of in search of certain species, maybe the plants or maybe animal for hunting. Then now they are also equipped with different sort of technology like GPS or guns or so they can risk to venture inside the, deeper inside the forest. So in that case, the species, insects or the animals, those are living inside, deeper inside the forest, okay. So they are certainly carrying some vectors or diseases for the, and for those diseases humans are not immune because they have not come earlier in the contact. Now they are coming into the contact. So in that case they are carrying those diseases along with them from the deeper forest. So that is also being in fact proved through the studies. So this is in fact exposing human to the many diseases that wild animals in these forests may carry. So by protecting biodiversity we can prevent future pandemics from claiming lives and money, and which already in fact not we have faced it, or still we have not come out. We have not come out in fact. So I think it's maybe after 2 to 3 years only we are having this offline seminars, otherwise they were online only. Okay. So like say there are some examples of anthropogenic environmental changes that alter the say emergence, occurrence or risk of infectious disease, like say how the conditions were changed in terms of land use, and what sort of disease has come up, and what is the pathway of risk change. If like say if there is anyone from the pharmacy, for them it may be important. Okay. So anyway, here this is a summary, like say drivers of recently emerging say diseases in the human being. So land use change means from forest to agriculture, or grassland to agriculture, or say wetlands to the maybe the say human settlement or industry. That has in fact that is the most significant driver which is causing the disease. So the integration of sustainability and biodiversity, the relationship between sustainability and the conservation of biodiversity has been slowly evolving. It's not that up to that pace, because it's very complicated. Though just saying sustainable goal and sustainability is very easy to say, but it's very, very complex to achieve it. But it's not that it's not possible, it is possible. That is why I mention here slowly evolving. Many of us, we really don't know how to achieve this sustainability. So in some cases, sustainability objectives have been viewed as incompatible. Means like we can't, if we want on one hand, like say development, on other hand, sustainability. So it's very difficult to compromise. So that is simply a sort of model how we can, like say we have a sustainable, we can achieve the sustainable goal by having the greenery, by having these or sort of water bodies intact, and like say we have to change our lifestyle also. We have to change our lifestyle. Then only we can achieve the sustainable goal. So the restoration helps in achieving the sustainable development goal. So restoration means like the degraded ecosystems. So those have been degraded because of mining, deforestation or whatever. Okay. So try to bring them in the original condition. The original condition may not be always possible. At least to bring nearby the original conditions. So restoration of various ecosystems, like maybe the land, maybe forest, or maybe the say grassland, or maybe those are terrestrial, then maybe the say aquatic, like say river, estuaries, lakes. So that increase in ecosystem services and productivity, if we restore them, if we try to bring them to the original condition, then naturally services will increase. So, and that when services will, productivity will increase, then there will be the increase in the service, increase in the economics, and there will be increase in the food supply, and that is our goal. That is our goal for, say, better life. So they're achieving sustainable development goals like no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, and life on the land. Life on the land. Then in case of, like, say, aquatic system, clean water and sanitation, life below water, and sustainable communities. So these are some, say, goal, SDG goals, sustainable development goals, which we can achieve through the restoration of our degraded ecosystems. So there has never been a more urgent need to revive damaged ecosystems than now, but we can build back better if we have determination. We have, if we have the willpower, yes, we can do that. And so this is from Manipur. Yeah. Why I put this example? A bit away from Imphal. No. Let me say these are, say, degraded ecosystems. Maybe because of shifting cultivation or deforestation. So one of my students who did a PhD with me on bamboo from in Arunachal Pradesh at Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology. So now he has joined as a professor in Manipur Central University. So he is from there. So he said, sir, no more say articles. I'm not going to write any articles. So, and now I have become professor, so I don't require also. So, so I don't require also. So now I want to work, like, say, whatever I got the training from you on restoration. So in practice, I want to translate it. So he has, like, say, registered a society, and the members are those local farmers, local peoples, and now he's training them, like, say, which species of bamboo will be suitable in this degraded area. And also he has linked up with the market, So now in that way, you can see the plantation is going on. So he's, like, say, he's providing technical how to raise the nursery of bamboo species, and how to transplant and when to transplant. So because within this 3 years, he has become so famous. Aizawl government has appointed him as an advisor. Then even Maharashtra government is taking his services, like, say, just to train the people to raise the nursery of the bamboo species. And so in Northeast, almost all the governments. So in that way, he said that now I'm happy. Yeah, bamboo shoots, yeah, because you not only vegetable, like prickles, everything. So in that way, like, say, he has classified the species. This species is for pulp. This species is for, like, say, maybe for your daily uses. This species you can harvest for the, say, prickle and vegetable and so. So in that way, now people are, like, say, very happy and supporting him. So this type of restoration work we need, where community is involved. And most of the time what happens, in fact, like, say, governmental agencies, especially, like, say, forest or so, they are imposing. This is the area, you have to plant these, say, X number of species. Means the society requirement is not, ecological requirement is not analyzed. What will be ecologically, say, acceptable to that particular land, and what the society living in that area, what really they need, So if like say if it is no use of the society, then they will burn it. They will, and that is why say many of the restoration program, they have been failed. They are being failed because society is not taking into the confidence. They are like say because they are going to look after. They are going to look after. So I will not say anything about say sorry. This picture you have to see yourself. And that's the reason why most of our say program, whether Environmental Day or Earth Day, they are just for namesake and they are having no impact. Okay. Okay. And since video is not running, but yeah, I'll explain what does it mean. Like say somebody is offering him some fruit. So he's just receiving, then again offering. So he's not denying, accepting and falling down. The same thing we do it. Like say in our life, many of us, we don't require that much. But there, and that's the reason why say those are needy, they are not getting. Means means the division is not proper. That's the thing. So thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Now the topic is open for discussion.
Yeah, madam already raised.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. There.
Is marvelous, because after having become professor, it's okay.
Yeah.
But India need now things to be made in India.
That's right. Yeah.
And bamboo research in 15 years has gained very much important.
Yes.
And let me tell you, unnecessarily you were thinking, sorry to say so, because bamboo reinforced materials have been used by a Sikh fellow in before 60s in Nagpur. Now we are doing all composite materials,
Yes.
sustainable materials. And specifically Nagpur is suffering from great heat, Jaipur.
Yeah.
So here all you need a double walled or the bamboo reinforced or glass fiber reinforced material for roofing.
Yes.
Second, the last slide you showed, I will ask you on bamboos, because I am suggesting and also working on bamboo reinforced material.
Okay, so I can put you in contact with my student, Professor Lal Bihari Singha.
Yeah, and I wanted to collect your card or email. What has happened that now we are suffering from the rains.
Yeah.
And somewhere still, even though Atal Bihari has said, Bihari ji has said to link the rivers, we have not really successful in that. And secondly, in some cities you do not get rain.
Yeah.
Okay? So those low-lying areas, in those cities, if the rainwater is collected and bamboo is planted.
Yeah.
I have done this work in Amravati because we were paying lot of money on greenery or the wasting water of NMC, which was not available, to maintain the gardens and the ecosystem.
Yeah.
So for that our university was awarded a prize also from central government.
Okay.
So what we did, that we have made those ponds and planted yellow bamboo, green bamboo, And Ayurvedic medicine Bans Lochan is very famous.
Yes, yes.
So now our people should really awaken for such research areas.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm very thankful, and I would like to be connected with you on email.
Yes, yes.
And to the Dharampet Science College, Peshwe sir, and our currently Vice Chancellor Subhashji Chaudhary.
Okay.
We have already discussed that the area which is very close to the Ambajiri. So what we are doing, we are using the wastewater of LIT
Okay.
in our not useful area. You can understand not
Yeah, I can understand. Yeah.
And that is very poisonous.
Uh-huh.
This I have been shouting since last 30 years here.
Okay.
30 years. So if we collect now yesterday's water also, if it is get collected and we reinforced
Yes,
and
yes.
we plant bamboos
Yeah.
of various varieties.
Yeah.
So it is very good for biotechnology people
Yeah.
and botany people. And at the same time in summer, we will have ample water to plant.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
I
yes, sir.
once again congratulate.
Okay. Thank you.
And purposely, I was thinking I may not able to reach today, but it is fortunate enough that I listened to
So
your talk.
thank you.
I like such areas.
Okay.
Any other questions? Nothing. Okay, I think there is no question. So thank you very much, sir.
So,
sir, highlight. Sir,
before
something you want
that,
to do?
yeah.
Okay.
Like say when I appeared for the interview of professor, because I was already professor since 2005 there. I wanted to move to my, because you can't settle in the northeast, you can't buy the land. So I wanted to, like say, move to my nearby hometown. That time I was their head as well as dean research and development. And I was already having 5 offer letters from different central universities, and this was the last because it was very near to my hometown Jhansi. So Jhansi. Okay. So in interview itself, like say, in beginning, like say, he was angry that somebody told already he is having 5 offer letters. So he was angry that it is your hobby to appear for interview. Then I told him about my problem. Then he said, okay, that's good. And he said after the interview, like say, along with me only he came out and he said, don't join anywhere, I will bring you with full respect. And within 15 days, he made me the head of Department of Biotechnology and Director Research and Development. So that is a sort of a commitment I have not seen in any other, say, Vice Chancellor. Yeah. So,
Okay, thank you, sir, for highlighting the various environmental changes and the need to rebuild link with nature to mitigate and reverse the same for better sustainable future. Healthy ecosystem lead to better health in the human population. Thank you, sir. Once again, thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Gajbi, sir, please on the dais and felicitate Dr. ML Khan. अच्छा दो ओके ओके आइए मैडम अच्छा
I'm very, very happy.
मेरी किस्मत है
I like your area and I'm really happy. Very happy. And I will ask material science people and chemist people. Bamboo reinforced plastic materials are most needed in India today.
That's right. Yeah. So in that way we can replace plastic with the bamboo.
अब इसको शादी में दे दो।
आज सर बहुत हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा दिन।
We are from the same institute alumni.
Okay.
So leave your card.
Yes, yes, sure. Yes.
आप भी आ जाइए.
एक सेशन है
अभी उसके बाद भी और एक
है 3 है
ऑनलाइन है.
थैंक यू सर थैंक यू मैम
ये देख रहे हैं एक्चुअली लेकिन पहले रणजीत सर का ले लेते हैं.
The next speaker of this technical session is Dr. K.R. Randive, Professor and Head, Department of Geology, Rashtrasan Tukroji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur. So first I would like to introduce Dr. Kirti Kumar Randive sir. Dr. Kirti Kumar Randive is presently working as Professor and Head, Department of Geology, Rashtrasan Tukroji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur. Initially, Dr. Randive served the Geological Survey of India as geologist and then as a lecturer in the Department of Geology, Rashtrasan Tukroji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur, where he is servicing now. He is an editor of D. Glater Journal, Geoscience, Frontier in Geochemistry, Mineralogy and Petrology, Springer, and the Nagpur University Science Journal. He has reviewed manuscripts for reputed international and national journals, government publications and unpublished reports. He published extensively in Nature, national and international journals, and published 2 monographs, one each for RPS Singapore and NOVA New York. 6 students have successfully completed PhD degree under his supervision, and 5 more students are currently working under his supervision. He successfully implemented sponsor research project for DST, MOES and SERP. Dr. Randive was the member of 31st Indian Expedition of Antarctica 2011 and 2012 and visiting fellow of the University of the Portsmouth, UK 2018. He received several awards and recognitions from the different organizations, including Best Teacher Award or Best Researcher Award of the Nagpur University in 2017. Now he is going to talk plenary lecture on minerals for sustainable future. Welcome you, sir, and I request you kindly start your plenary talk. Yeah, but before that, I would like to invite Madam to welcome by offering a sapling.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
तिथे येत होतं की अनरीडेबल लॅपटॉप लावू का माझं प्रॉपर्ली 7 असेल लॅपटॉप लावून टाकतो
हा तुमचा लॅपटॉप पण घ्यायचा इथे कधी कधी याच्यात प्रॉब्लेम येतो इकडे ते अच्छा नहीं हाँ सर हाँ ये इंटरनेट कनेक्ट हो जाए आपके इसमें कॉर्ड है क्योंकि वो इंटरनेट कनेक्ट ये है ना ऑनलाइन चल रहा है ना कॉज सीरियस एरर लास्ट टाइम है तो हाँ नहीं ये तो ऑनलाइन पता नहीं अभी वेबएक्स पे कैसे होगा 1 मिनिट हो पहा ना हां आता ईमेलवर पाठवू शकता ईमेलवर आहे पुन्हा एकदा कॉपी करा सर.
Dignitaries on the dais. of the dais, I can recognize Kamal Singh madam and Gajbir sir, and of course Smita madam, Acharya madam is there, my colleague Dr. Humne, and all the dignitaries who are present. After listening to very interesting talk and very informative with a message, it was really enlightening for all of us. I will continue the same. The problems in different domains, they are common. We have to identify the problems, at the same time we have to give a viable solution. In that, I will present a mix of the problems from the mining industry. Purposefully, this talk has been kept in such a manner that the people from different disciplines, they can understand the mining industry. Being the focal theme of the functional materials, I would like to take you to the place where these materials are actually generated in the womb of the nature. So that is how this talk will be proceeding. I will be a little bit faster because in our department also there are some meetings which are going on, but that will not harm the spirit in which this talk will be presented. I will just present the fact file that why minerals and why the mining industry. As we all know that minerals are the major sources of the raw materials which cater to various industries. You name the industry and there is a viable substitute available in nature. You can see how big it is. It is the second major contributor to the national income, investments, exports, and the government revenues after the agriculture. This is such a big industry. You can see that during a recent report by the Ministry of Mines, it quotes that estimated value of the metallic minerals was 531.29 billion during that fiscal, and the non-metallic minerals, they have garnered something 605.12 billion. That means if we take the metallic and non-metallic minerals both, it is more than 1300 billion. So that is some amount which is very, very important, and that is why it is significant. Mining is one thing, but while mining, there are woes also which are associated with it. If we consider the mineral industry of India, there are some very interesting statistics. India produces as many as 95 minerals, produces in the natural habitat, in the geological resources. There are more, but then I will explain why they should be counted as the resources. There are 4 type of fuel minerals, 10 metallic minerals, major ones, 23 non-metallic, 3 atomic minerals, and 55 what we call as the minor minerals. Some more interesting statistics. India has the world's 5th largest reserves of coal, 7th largest reserves of bauxite, 4th largest reserves of iron ore. India ranked 4th among the mineral producing countries after China, United States, and Russia. And India's ranking in various other minerals, barytes, 2nd in the world, chromite 3rd, the sole source for the chromium. Then coal, lignite, zinc slab, all those. And 4th in the andalusite, kyanite, selenite, these are used in the refractory industries. 5th in iron ore and steel, 6th in bauxite, 7th in manganese ore, 8th in aluminum. That means we have plenty of resources and we are using them. But before using, we have to extract them, and that is where the major problem lies. If we try to group these minerals, their utility wise, we will see that the metallic minerals, they are the ferrous group, which comprises of iron, manganese, and chromium, especially in steel and steel making industries. The metallic but non-ferrous, they include the bauxite, means aluminum, copper, lead, zinc, antimony, platinum group metals. There are precious and semi-precious minerals, which such as diamond, gold, emerald, garnet, ruby, sapphire, silver, all we get in India, and we extract them. Then we have strategic minerals, strategically important, especially in the ammunitions and strategically important things. They include the cobalt, molybdenum, nickel, rare earth elements, which are nowadays very hot. Then tin, titanium, minerals, tungsten, vanadium, all of them. Then we have fertilizer minerals. The fertilizers such as phosphate, apatite, we have some sources, not many, but still we have. Then rock phosphate, potash, pyrite, sulfur, all these are used in the fertilizer industry. Then we have refractory minerals such as andalusite, graphite, kyanite, magnesite, selenite. In the different geological reservoirs, we have all these minerals. In the glass and ceramics, we use wollastonite in the Rajasthan, Degana area. That is only producing area. That mineral is there. Then the other industrial minerals also includes asbestos, borax, diatomite, fluorite, limestone, alpelite, rock salt, vermiculite, so on. But these are those minerals which are used in the particular industries, and there are many minor minerals which we mine. Now, when we enter into understanding of these things, we embark upon the availability, and that availability is not just decided by this much resources there. They should be available geologically, that is first and foremost. That means they should be there in the geological reservoir. In the earth, they should be there. But there should be technically available also. This is the most common problem, because although they are always associated with some minerals, or what we call as the gang, which is not desirable to exploit properly. So their separation from the gang, it becomes sometimes, or many of the times, it becomes a technical challenge. Therefore, it should be technologically also available for us. And environmental and socially available, there are huge resources, especially iron ore, and they are there in the jungles. But you will not get clearance for exploiting those minerals. Although we need the mineral resources, but at the same time, sir has already pointed out, we need to preserve environment, because that automatically is associated with the ecosystems which we cannot damage, although we have done it. Then it should be politically available. That means we need to frame the policies which are favorable, because only exploitation of the mineral resources does not depend upon the one factor that it is useful, so just do it. The people who are extracting, they should find it a profitable venture. So that capitalistic mindset comes when we start an industry, and we cannot ignore that. And that is why it is said that they should be politically available also. And then economic availability, of course. I will quote an example from Nagpur, say around 30 kilometers from Nagpur, near this Kuhi area, Kuhi, Kobna, that area, we have tungsten resources. They are known since 100 years. We know that there is tungsten, and we all know that it is a strategically important mineral. But that tungsten we cannot exploit. Manganese we are exploiting, sir. We have huge mines. Moil is there, Manganese Ore India Limited, and we have been doing it. But not tungsten. Why people are not taking up? Because at the production cost of using that resource, it is not profitable. But we know that it is there, and maybe when it becomes profitable, that time maybe we'll start using it, or where the other rich resources which are available elsewhere, when they are consumed, maybe this will gain more importance. That is how they will become available to us. Among the minerals we have this context in which we use them. The surplus, sufficient, and deficit. As the name goes, they're very simple to define. That means the surplus are those commodities is available for export after satisfying the domestic demand. They are surplus for us. We can do that. There are sufficient. That means they are available in the resources. We can use them for our, but we are sufficient. We cannot supply them to others, either by need or by purpose, because there are some minerals which we cannot just sell to someone else, because we want them. They are strategically important for us. And of course, there are deficit minerals, a commodity that is not available domestically, but we have to secure it. We are totally import dependent. And how the securitization comes into play, we will talk about it also subsequently. But then there are some interesting things about it. Say, for example, India has sufficient coal resources as well as production. We just now learned that it is fifth largest resources of coal in the world. But still India imports coal. Why? Because for the industries we need those coal which will produce much less ash. And that quality of coal is not available with us, and therefore we are import dependent on that. So mere having the resource in a particular will not serve our purpose. There are other dimensions to it. Same is the case for bauxite. It ranks 6th in the world, and we have very good metallurgical grade of bauxites. But still we import bauxite because we don't have chemical grade or refractory grade bauxite. We cannot just do blending because the cheaper options are available, and it is why we have to import those. So the mineral economics has its own dimensions, and we have to understand them in totality. Now another example. We all know that Indian diamond industry is blooming. 10,000 crores, that kind of annual turnover we have in this diamond making. Traditionally we had a lot of diamonds. India has given several diamonds to this world, fantastic. But today we don't have that much production. The majority of production comes from Africa, Australia and Russia. But still we are major player in the diamonds. We import those diamonds. We finish them, we make the ornaments, jewelry. Indian jewelry is considered to be the best in the world. And that is why this industry is surviving in India. So this is how the surplus deficit and the sufficient minerals, they have different understanding. They get different meaning when we talk about them. But then surplus and deficient, these are not those terminologies which are the permanent terminologies. They are bound to change, and how they change I will explain. Say for example, a mineral commodity is there which has been predicted to last for 1,000 years. Sometime someone has predicted depending upon the conditions which prevailed at that particular time. But the statistics say that even 1% more increase in that, the resource will last for 250 years from 1,000. If the 2% increase in the consumption starts, it reduces to 150 years. But at present we know that how fast we are using the natural resources, how fast we are consuming them, and therefore their availability for future is highly jeopardized. And that is how the game keeps on changing. So the terms which are used, they are not permanent, they are bound to shift. An example I can quote. In the United States, they had their own gas resources, petroleum and gas. The policymakers, they think for very, very distant future. They said that this is something which is going to dominate the world economies. So they preserved their oil and this thing for many years because they had the cheaper resources. They don't want to pollute their own environment. So they kept their all the stocks of oil and gas intact in their geological reservoirs. Still, the United States is the topmost consumer of oil and petroleum. After that, many things have happened. After exhausting all the maybe world resources, they could have dominated this world. But now there is a total paradigm shift. People do not like the fossil fuels. They are going more towards the clean energy. Majority of the Europe is shifting from towards clean energy, which is eco-friendly. In United States also, there are hues and cries. They don't want to use the fossil fuels anymore. Even in India, our initiatives are also in that direction. Therefore, the economics sometimes take it boomerangs sometimes. So that is what exactly has happened. They have planned for a very distant future, but then the things have happened in such a manner that the economy may not work, but their environment has been safeguarded. Then we'll talk a little about the scarcity and how the pricing it affects the scarcity. For example, scarcity of minerals is not about their availability in the geological reservoirs. It is rather an economic concept. So when they say that mineral is scarce, that means it does not mean that it is not available at all, but it is not a profitable venture at that particular time. But then this can change at any particular time. The people, when understand that this is getting costlier and costlier, then people automatically search either for the substitutes or for their own resources. And we do that. Once they find those resources, they come in. Even if the one major resource is found somewhere, the prices they drop down. I will quote an example, very interesting example. It happened in some Indian enthusiast, maybe some 50, 60 years back. The story was that the platinum metal was coming up very fast, and the people have discovered they say that they have discovered the huge resources of platinum somewhere. Now, once that news has come up, somehow it has gone to the British Broadcasting Services, BBC. That has become a world news. Immediately the stock markets, they collapsed everywhere. That was one impact. The second impact was that the government was, they started questioning the Geological Survey of India, what you people are doing. There's some single people, they are finding such huge resources. We are spending so much on you and you are not able to give us deposit, this and that. The people started working day in, day out, and all that has happened. The question was raised in the parliament also. So it has gone to another, it has picked up another dimension, and the people started working day in, day out. Ultimately, it was not found to be that much profitable, but this is how the single news can create a havoc in the economic circuit. And this is exactly what has happened. Therefore, the pricing and scarcity and all this is very, very volatile situation which keeps on changing every now and then. And therefore, the people who are in the mineral business, they know how sensitive it is. There's another concept called as resource securitization. Security is something which is of paramount importance for any nation. As an Indian, we want to have the mineral resources very secured. And that is where the major wars in the world were also fought, because people wanted to have their control over the mineral resources, as we were talking about the rare earth resources. In Afghanistan, Soviet Russia, they ruled for Afghanistan for a very large time, very long duration. And then more recently we saw what has happened in USA. Somehow they entered and they also left. But why so? What is there in Afghanistan? So there is a province called Khanesian, is an area, a volcano, which has good resources of rare earths. So that was one reason. So those people systematically studied that one and more related places from where they have these deposits. Every deposit was studied, and they wanted to have control over those natural resources. What is happening in the Ukraine also? Maybe there are other political dimensions, but there is one more dimension also. Say, there are very good resources of lithium in the Ukrainian part, which probably Russia wanted to have control over. And that is why some people say that it is also one of the reasons why they have invaded Ukraine. Lithium, rare earths, and these rare metals, they are going to dominate the world in the future. It was a time for oil some time back, and now it is the time for these metals. So it is in this respect that all the economics comes into play. Similarly, we know that the securitization, India does pact with the other nations. They want to do the trade pacts that if you do not have a technology, we will give you the technology, we'll give you the money, we'll give you the royalty, but we'll assure that those resources we will use for our purpose. And then we stockpile them. Stockpiling is also again another a thing which needs to be in a very controlled manner. We cannot just stockpile anything for any large duration of time. It has to be calculated based on the available statistics. And therefore, people, they keep monitoring it. And there is something called as a resource nationalism. It has even more dimension. That means if you are using resources from a particular area, so the people who are living in that area, they are the initial basic stakeholders for that, and they should be those ones which should get maximum benefit of it. But that does not happen. It happens other way around, because once it comes to an industry, it all becomes capitalism, and capitalism necessarily means that people will only look for the profits, they will not be benevolent at any point of time. And that is where the concepts they are there, and our policies also, Indian national policy, national mineral policy, it has been changed so many times. There have been initiatives in the every 5-year plans. Every time we fail with the policy, we have papers written on that. We are failing time and again. Somewhere the other factors, the human factors, they come into play. Somewhere the capitalistic mentality comes into play, and that is where we are always diverted from what we could achieve. Sir has pointed very good things he has given in the end that this should be achieved, but when it comes to making profits, we go in the opposite direction. Exactly, that is what happens. Now, how we look at it, rare earths, why China is doing so much nowadays. There are areas in the inner Mongolia, a very famous mine called Bayan Obo is the name. It has 95% of the world's RE resources. That is why China is dominating the world. We all are at the mercy of China when they will release. They also release because they also want to make money, they also want to make price. But when it comes to something else, they will always control. They have their own systems. Then comes Australia, they also have their own resources. But then, at present, we will have to depend on China. Why rare earths? The rare earths give us best quality magnets. They are the materials which are provided for the future. Huh? Hard neodymium magnet. Russia is the third. Yeah, that is the area from where we are getting. We have started our first mining in Kamthai area in Rajasthan. First, they have in that area natural bounty. They started the first thallium only mine. We never thought of. We don't have that kind of resources. So whatever happens, they have those resources. They are lucky that those resources are there, and that is how the geopolitics plays a major role. And we have to be the recipient of that, study them, and plan our strategies very nicely. I was mentioning about the resource curse is essentially that concept wherein the people from the localities from where these resources are exploited, they are generally deprived. You give employment to some of those people. But once the deposit is exhausted, what happens to that area? No one goes there. The whole economy of the region collapses. They have already lost their environment. Their soils are polluted. Their groundwater is polluted. Their life becomes highly vulnerable. They lost their employments. So this is the resource curse, although they have resource, but this is a curse that goes with that resource. So concept is there, and people are there, like sir and his student, they are working in this area. So this is also another area where we have to work. We all know about the illegal mines, those are theirs. Okay, people mine it illegally, as the name goes, it is very simple terminologies. People make profit. When it comes to illegal, that means they are least bothered about what is happening. They are not going to reclaim your dumps. They are not going to follow any norms. They are not going to bother about the health of the people, of the workers. They are not paying taxes to the government. So the illegal mining has so many dimensions. The mafias, loots, gundas, and everything will come into play. So these are the actual curses. We lose a lot of royalty, and we also lose our pristine environment to that. And then the problem comes when it is about the mining waste. There is something in our beneficiation called as the stripping ratio. That means if we are exploiting 1 ton of some resource, iron ore or zinc or lead or copper, how much extra we are taking out? 1:3 means 1 ore, 1 ton of ore, 3 tons of waste. 1:9. 1 ton of ore, 9 tons of waste. It happens, the more precious the material becomes, more becomes this stripping ratio. The waste are generated in various stages, not just as during the beneficiation we create the slurries, the tailings. people know about it, some of this. The ash, the other things, so many dumps, so many waste materials we create and we don't know where we are putting them, where we have to put them. All we know is that we can reclaim the dams. But now the things are changing and people are adopting more sustainable approaches to do it. And there are, of course, suggested some in the mining industry also. We have to make these sustainable approaches towards it, and the best approach toward this is this: reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover. Now, these are the 4 R's they follow nowadays in almost all industries. Reduce, that means try to minimize the stripping ratio. Try to develop something that will give us least of the wastages. And people are working on that. There are research projects which are sanctioned based on these things only. They fund your projects. They want this to be reduced, to be minimized. Reuse them. Japan uses most of the things. They use maximum of the materials. They use it. Nowadays people are going to the waste dumps and the tilling ponds to recover the metals. That is how they can reuse them. You can recycle them. And recycling is everywhere. That is a different subject altogether, but mineral industry is also not keeping away from that. It is there. And of course, recover as much as possible. Try to recover. And these are the ways in which the sustainable approach is given. Now I will talk about some more ways in which people are working, and I have come across very fantastic ideas. The people we are editing some volume, and the papers which come into that volume, they were devoted to some of these topics. See, red mud is, while we are processing the bauxite and the iron ores, a lot of red muds, of course iron rich mud is created. It is a waste and environmental hazard. It is harmful. So people now are trying to use it. At least if it is there, we cannot stop the mining. It is at the core of the nation's economy. We cannot stop. It has to sustain. But now that it is there, what we can do? So this paper by Dr. Suchitra Rai, it came out, and they were mentioning about the methods in which this mud can be used for the control of pollution. In different industrial applications, they have mentioned, they have taken the whole, and they have mentioned how the absorption and other properties of this red mud can be used for the pollution control. I have another example. The same red mud, Dr. Nazar, he was working, Dr. Mohammed Nazar, and these people and his group has produced very beautiful bricks, geopolymeric bricks they have produced, and now they have advertised this, and people are learning about their utility, and this can be used. You all know, especially those people who live in Nagpur, that in the road they are using a lot of fly ash. Our honorable minister, that fly ash they are using for the road making also for the making bricks. So these are those innovations which are much needed, and people are working on it. Sir, you were mentioned about the bamboos. So bamboos, they are fantastic building materials. Madam was mentioning about those materials. So one of my students, but she is working, this is the collaborative project in which the bamboos and the fly ash together they were used again for making the polymeric bricks, and that is how the waste we are creating the best from out of the waste, that kind of things. Very more catchy words we are using. Another environmental waste is this phosphogypsum, which is product of mining. That waste is created. So our colleague, he is from AMD, now retired. He has given this, those people who are working on this, how to recover the rare earths from this phosphogypsum, which is totally a waste material. So these innovations, they are very much there. When we are talking about the resource curse, that means once the halos are created, once the holes are dug, once the mine is abandoned, no one goes and looks there. It has lot of environmental impact. No one goes and closes that mine, although it is necessary, but the scars are still left. What we can do? After some years, when we visit the mine, we find that it is totally wildered now. In that wilderness, when we go, we cannot come out to anything. One of my colleague, she is a zoologist. Zoology. So she came कि सर कुछ करना है, like कि क्या है तुम्हारा? She was working on bats. मैंने बोला ठीक है, पेपर लिखना है तो लिखते हैं पेपर. So what? So she was working in these Kandri mines, manganese mines, and she has recorded some bat species which were indigenous or of that particular area. So this is a fantastic topic. Let us propose that we can develop these mines as the geotourist attraction, because there are many amateurs and enthusiasts who actually want to go and study or just see at least. So that is how this paper has come up, the abandoned mines as the geotourism sites and what we can do. And now I am seeing that such projects are coming up. In the governments also, they are taking up these issues seriously. Somewhere the scientific community has to give some idea, and that is where the sustainability can play its role. So I have quoted some of the examples. Finally, what to be said that the mineral resources are finite and non-renewable. We are not going to renew them. They are essential for the socio-economic development of the country. Industry and agriculture depend upon the minerals and the substances manufactured from them. The geologically scarce minerals must be used sustainably so that the future generations can use them, and also to ensure that they do not become exorbitantly expensive for the future generations. So that is the final thing. These are some of the books published on these topics, relevant topics. So thank you very much for your patience here listening.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a nice presentation. Now it's for interaction. Any questions? Yeah, madam has a question.
There was a person, Mr. Upasni.
Okay.
And he is no more. So he had come to our laboratory of material science, and we have developed red bricks for him. My student who chaired the session yesterday, Vilas Deshpande, was there. So we have created the blocks, and around 1000 degree sintering with some bauxite and silicate and some copper, and those impurities were used. So red bricks were developed. And my PhD work is done in your department with under.
आपकी बात ही और है मैडम. आपका बायोडेटा देखकर हम लोग खुश होते थे कि हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी में ऐसा बायोडेटा है.
नहीं तो मेरा
great inspiration to all these generations.
Let me tell youngsters, Galen Camp furnace from Germany was available in their laboratory, and polarizing microscope I have utilized, and you will be glad that those papers now demanded by a Russian scientist. I have thrown my reference. Yesterday or day before yesterday, I have xeroxed it from the library. That is a part. About lithium and manganese dioxide. Malanj Khan manganese dioxide was utilized. Professor Umbre was guide for my student and I was co-guide. We have converted into electrolytic grade of MnO2 for battery. And as you mentioned about the road transport, somebody referred or said in the talk that in Uttarakhand lot of lithium is available. Is it true?
Not exactly. not. In Himachal, one of my students who was working in pegmatites, we have found the lithium micas. That we are preparing that paper that will come in some journal. But the lepidolithic mica, it is there. That is just a resource. We have to develop the techniques to extract that lithium. It's very tricky thing, but we don't have any huge or large resources
And
we are in need of those.
when you are referring from the west coming out,
Yeah.
do you get feldspar and kaolin material also?
Feldspar and kaolin, they are plentiful. We don't have paucity of these resources. We have
No,
available.
because now
Yeah.
ceramic people are,
Yeah, they need it.
our
Yes.
those crockeries are colorful crockeries available in the market. They are using these.
Yes, yes.
too.
Fortunately, till now we have good resources of the clays. In the minor minerals, they all come, but we have those resources available.
Congratulations for
Thank
the
you so much, ma'am.
informative.
You always a great inspirations to all of us.
Sir has one question. It's a chemistry person.
Tungsten.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes, tungsten. So, tungsten is mineral. So, why government has not imposing that a particular interest on the tungsten mining?
नहीं ऐसा नहीं है गवर्नमेंट हैज इंटरेस्ट वी आर दे आर लुकिंग एट इट जो है 0.4 है विच इज नॉट इकोनॉमिकली सुटेबल नाउ उसको जो मशीनरी लगा के निकालेंगे ना वो प्रॉफिटेबल नहीं है वेंचर तो लेकिन सारा डेटाबेस है दैट इज ऑल वी कैन डू सारा ड्रिल डेटा वगैरह वगैरह अवेलेबल है फॉर्चुनेटली दे आर नॉट ओनली ऑन द सरफेस देयर आर डीप सीटेड रिजर्वायर्स आल्सो दे आर देयर ऐसे जैसे यहाँ पे वी हैव कॉपर रिसोर्सेज कॉपर कहाँ पे हाँ चित्र होगा तो वो तो बेस्ट है इन महाराष्ट्र ऑल्सो अभी 3600 करोड़ में उसका वो पूरा माइनिंग का ये गया है उसको सोल्ड आउट हुआ वेदांत हैज टेकन अप या नहीं यवतमाळ नहीं चंद्रपुर थाने वासना कॉपर डिपोजिट इट वाज नोन फ्रॉम द ब्रिटिशर्स टाइम दैट टाइम इट वाज नॉट प्रॉफिटेबल then subsequently we and the Geological Survey of India they worked on it and that academic research has also put some things and all the final the block was auctioned and they got such a heavy price for that. Now another block is also there in the pipeline, so things are happening in this particular direction. Government का बहुत ज़्यादा pressure है, give us blocks, give us blocks, give us blocks. अब है तो देंगे, नहीं है तो फिर कागज में बनाएंगे उसको. हाँ सर.
The last sentence you wrote there in the transparency, you know, that people,
PPT,
that was said by the C.V. Raman to the government of India not to dig from the mines of Kudremukh iron ore and sell to the Arab countries and that goes to the Japan for refinements and the goods comes on the 10 times more.
10 times more. Yes, sir,
so
exactly.
That was Raman's advice that time
Yes, sir, yes,
to the
sir.
government of India.
Yes, yes, sir.
And he said if you don't dig it, it will come for the future generation to do something about it.
Yes, yes, very true.
But then government has different policies, political goes, you know.
आज है प्रॉफिट बना लो.
Country sell कर दो.
कर लो.
क्या करोगे?
Country sale. No discussion on this. So, any questions? Any more questions? So, thank you very much, sir. You have elaborated very nicely about the minerals for sustainable future. Sir has given many remedies, how it has to be gone into the innovative programs also. Sir has explained, his expertise has definitely explained everything, how the minerals are and how that minerals has to be used, what the surplus and the deficit and the curse. That all has been explained in the presentation, a very beautiful presentation by sir. So thank you very much, sir, for your informative talk. And it's very nice talk, very interactive. Thank you very much. Thank you. I request Gajbir sir and madam to please felicitate Randive sir. नहीं आ जाते हैं ना ऊपर आ जाएंगे मैडम आ जाएंगे यस yes we are so blessed that we have two VCs.
I am 3 years elderly to him.
That is the advantage of
त्या येऊ शकतात ना
हा मला म्हणतो चल चल
Because I studied in the geological lab, you know. My PhD was through that. My guide was geology.
I did entire work in their चलो अपन दोनों अधिक ही प्रोडक्ट हो गए
हाँ yes 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 hello
Hello.
Sanjeev sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible to you, sir? Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Now
Can
this
you
is an
hear me?
online session.
Yes. Can you hear me? I am audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All the audience, sir is audible?
Yeah,
Sanjeev
yeah.
sir is audible to you all? Okay.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, good evening. Yeah.
Sir, very good afternoon, one and all. This is a post-lunch session of 7th session of this National Symposia on the Functional Materials for Sustainable Development. Before starting this online lecture, it's my privilege to introduce today's guest speaker, Dr. Sanjeev Sinha, sir, and he will be speaking on post-COVID care and long COVID. Dr. Sanjeev Sinha is a professor in the Department of Medicine at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, India. He is faculty in charge of chest clinic, PFT lab, sleep lab, bronchoscopy, laboratory and HIV drug resistant laboratory. Dr. Sinha has a broad background of general medicine, infectious diseases, that is HIV, AIDS, HCV and tuberculosis, pulmonary and critical care medicine and clinical pharmacology and doing several clinical research. He is also holding the post of consultant physician at Department of Medicine since 2003 at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. After completion of his MD, he has joined as assistant professor in the Department of Medicine at AIIMS and become a full professor in year 2014 at AIIMS, New Delhi. He received Fogarty Fellowship at HIV/AIDS at University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA in the summer of 4 and 5, and Membership Award for National Academy of Medical Sciences, New Delhi in 2010. He is a member of American Thoracic Society, European Respiratory Society, and International AIDS Society. He is closely associated with the Clinton Foundation. Currently, Dr. Sinha is a member secretary of AIIMS Ethics Committee and member of Subject Expert Committee of DGI, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, GOI. In his role as a professor of medicine and research, Dr. Sinha works closely with the Faculty of Medicine to create a new educational environment at AIIMS that brings together graduate student, medical student, trainees, and faculty in shared education and research activities throughout the broad spectrum of clinical practice, teaching and research at AIIMS. Dr. Sinha has more than 250 national and international publications. He is involved in several research projects funded by NACO, DBT, ICMR, DOP, USA. He has active research partnerships with the Harvard Medical School, University of California, LA, Public Health England, and University of California, Irvine. It's a big biodata, sir. I now request, sir, to please have your deliberation. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Am I
thank you
audible,
very
sir?
much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Welcome, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for introduction, and I would like to thank Nasi chapter of Nagpur for inviting me for this lecture. And I'm sorry I'm unable to attend the physically because of some commitment. So thank you very much. I'm going to speak on COVID care and long COVID. As we know, COVID was started in March 2020 in India, and after that we had long lockdown, and then we have first wave, and that was Alpha and Bohav variant of the virus, and then later on we have second wave, that was Delta wave, and it was very serious kind of presentation when we need lots of oxygen for the care of COVID positive patient. And now we have third wave in Jan, when we had a milder form of COVID, where we had now Omicron variant, that is not very serious form, that is mild form of the variant. So coming to the lecture, I would like to tell about the different kind of post-COVID care, because now we have seen patients who have suffered in 2020 and 2021, and they are in the follow-up in our clinic, and they have different kind of complaints, and we called it post-COVID sequelae or long COVID. So I'm going to discuss about that briefly. So can next slide, please. Can someone? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So as I told that we have different kind of patient who are suffering with the post-acute COVID form, and then chronic COVID-19 form, and then long COVID. So this is definition given by different organizations like WHO and CDC, and based on that we say that post-acute COVID-19 illness is extending beyond 3 weeks of the COVID presentation, and then chronic COVID-19 is illness that extending beyond 12 weeks from the symptoms onset, and long COVID is defined in the literature as symptoms extending beyond the 4 weeks. So this is commonly three type of presentation where patient will have different kind of symptoms and signs that I'm going to discuss in next slides. The next, please. So if you see that acute COVID is mainly occurs within less than 4 weeks. Ongoing symptoms of COVID-19 is 4 to 12 weeks, and post-COVID-19 syndrome is more than 12 weeks. Next, please. And what we have seen that in my clinic we follow the COVID patient, and we have post-COVID OPD where we see that these are the common presentation. Like if any patient had COVID and they come in the follow-up and they have most common complaint that they are suffering with fatigue, they have feeling weakness. So that is the most common complaint we have seen, and followed by cough, patient complaint of dry cough, and then they have headache and muscle pain or myalgia, and also they have complained of loss of smell, loss of taste, and loss of appetite, and then many patients have complaints of sore throat, shortness of breath, and mild grade of fever, and nausea and vomiting, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. So these are some common symptoms that patient complained after post-COVID. Like if someone had COVID 1 month back and they got RT-PCR test negative for COVID, but in the follow-up they have these symptoms for 3 to 6 months. Even some patients have complaints of these symptoms for 9 to 12 months also. Next. So this is slide. I just want to share this slide. This is very important slide, and you can see here that symptoms of post-COVID or long COVID are patient have starting from top to bottom. If you see in central nervous system, patient have neurological symptoms like cognitive impairment. They have forgetfulness, and they have complaint of headache. They have complaint of sleep disturbance, peripheral neuropathy, means tingling and numbness of the distant part of limbs, and then they have sometimes dizziness and delirium in the older population. So these are some common neurological symptoms we see in these patients, and also many patients presented with the complaint of anxiety and depression. So that is also very important complaints in many patients. And they also have complaints of ringing sensation or tinnitus in the ear, and pain inside the ear, and they have sore throat, loss of taste and loss of smell, I said earlier also. And then they have respiratory complaints like cough and shortness of breath or breathlessness. And they have complaints of skin rashes, fatigue, fever, and pain. And then they have cardiovascular or symptoms related to heart, chest pain, chest tightness, and palpitation or increased heart rate. And also they have symptoms related to abdomen like abdominal pain, nausea, loose motions, loss of appetite, and also they have joint pain and muscle pain. So you can see here that these patients have kind of whole body complaints. They can have either something related to brain, something related to heart, something related to your respiratory system, ear, nose, throat, eyes, and abdomen. So any part of the body can be involved by this virus. So COVID can involve any part of the body, and that is because of post-COVID effect or inflammation in different part of the different organs, and that can lead to these signs and symptoms. Next, please. So, what are the general health tips we give the patient who had previously COVID? So, we tell them to give the proper attention to your mental health. Like, as I said, they can have anxiety or depression. So we have, if they have these kind of symptoms, then they have to come in the post-COVID follow-up OPD, where we have we do psychological assessment and we give the treatment as per the requirement. And then we guide them, that we advise them that one have to have sound sleep at least for 8 hours. So sleep hygiene is very important, because these patients have complained that they are not able to sleep properly or they have disturbance in sleep. And then we advise them to don't take smoking, don't do smoking, and don't do alcohol intake. So we generally ask them to quit smoking and alcohol. And then we ask to limit the caffeine intakes like tea and coffee. So because sometimes if people are taking, or patients are taking tea and coffee at the bedtime or after dinner, then that also affect the sleep of the person. And we advise them to take the rest and do relaxation, proper rest and proper relaxation, and do self-pacing and gradual increase in the exercise if tolerated. So slowly we advise them to do light exercises and do walk. Don't exert, don't self. Don't do very aggressive exercises which are going to harm you or which are going to give you weakness or fatigueness. Next, please. So, and another important thing that that is related to meals or food habit. So it is very important, because post-COVID patient is having complaint of weakness or early fatigue. So we advise them to take good amount of protein diet, high protein diet. So in that terms, we generally advise them to take uh, seasonal fruits, take green vegetables, and do take high protein diets. In terms of, if patient is vegetarian, they can take dals and they can take paneer. And if patient is like non-veg, then they can take the fish, eggs, meat, and other non-veg foods which they like. So this is very important to tell, that proper foods, protein-rich food, and getting the enough vitamins and minerals, that helps for recovery of the early recovery of the post-COVID symptoms. Next, please. So many patient comes, like this is one of the picture that is showing patient who is complaining of early fatigue, and they like feeling so fatigued they are unable to do day-to-day work. And that is the common presentation I showed in data in one of the slide. Next, please. So what happened in fatigue after COVID? So what we advise, do not overexert. So generally we advise them to take proper rest, to take the proper sleep, and you can do your day-to-day work or household work, but don't exert or don't overdo, so then you feel weak. And take frequent rest in between, take plenty of fluids and ensure your proper diet. And also, if I think generally these kind of fatigueness resolve within 4 to 6 weeks. But if it prolong for long term, then one have to contact with the doctor, and we generally prescribe the multiple multivitamins and protein-rich diet and other good drugs for the early resolving of these symptoms. And this is also seen that family support is very important. So if you are having these problems, then you have to share with your family, and you have to tell that we need some support from the family side also. Next, please. And this is another case where a patient have some mental health related issue, and they have kind of some patient complain they have kind of panic attacks after recovering from COVID, and then they have worst scenarios that they have like headache, and they're unable to remember the things, and sometimes their heartbeat increase, and they are struggling with the weakness. So these are some common symptoms we see in the patient, and accordingly we have to guide the patient and treat them. Next, please. And in this slide, if you see that they have tell about the mental well-being tips after COVID. So it is generally patient feel sad, they feel early fatigue or stressed, they feel confused, scared, and sometimes they get angry, and they generally talking to the people to trust them or help them, and they uh, contact to their family and friends. And they what we advise, don't use the smoking and alcohol and other drugs to deal their emotions, like some psychotropic drugs. We generally advise, don't take these drugs for anxiety or depression until you have advice from your doctor. Based on their advice, you only take these kind of drugs. Next, please. And we also advise them to draw on skills, and you have used the past, have helped you to manage the previous life uh, advertisement, and use those skills to help you manage your emotions during challenging time of this outbreak. And also we advise them to limit worry and agitation by lessening the time, and you and their family spend watching or listening the media coverage, and that you precise as upsetting. Next, please. Another very important symptoms I want to tell here, that patient complained that after recovery from COVID, they feel like low-grade fever that is less than 100 degree Fahrenheit, and they also have complaint of muscle pain and joint pain. And fever is generally between 99 to 99.9 degree Fahrenheit, and they may remain like this, may remain a few weeks and after recovery, and then they can become normal. And they also complained of muscle pain and joint pain, and that can respond to the taking with some painkillers or paracetamol, like paracetamol. And if fever is, like we advise them, if fever is more than 100 degree of Fahrenheit and that is not responding to the treatment, then they have to contact to the doctor, or they have to come to the hospital, and as per according to the symptoms we advise for the treatment. Next, please. And this is very important, like matter, this is blood sugar or diabetes. So many patients who already had diabetes, they comes under high risk group, because in diabetes mellitus patient have low immunity. So because of low immunity, they are prone for getting this COVID infection easily and other infection easily. So the patient who have diabetes or uncontrolled blood sugar, they generally require to regulate their blood sugar monitoring and use the blood sugar. They can do the home-based blood sugar monitoring by using blood glucometers. And these patients who have taken the steroid during the COVID illness, they are more prone of developing uncontrolled blood sugar. So we have to be very careful. We have to advise them that at home they have to be measure their blood sugar, and as per blood sugar, we can advise the oral tablets if required for the treatment of blood sugar, or if blood sugar is very high, then we have to control by giving the injection like insulin. So another thing happened in 2021, that after second wave, we have seen many people who have taken the high dose of steroid during COVID illness. So they have developed uncontrolled diabetes, and also after that they have had the fungal infection like mucormycosis. So this was like very scary situation, and we advise in the follow-up that we have to control the blood sugar properly. Next slide, please. So you can see here that this patient is having mucormycosis in the tongue, and so many patients who presented with mucormycosis or black fungus, they have symptoms of headache, they have nasal obstruction, especially if persistent or severe and not responding to pain medicine, nasal crusting or nasal discharge, which could be brownish or blood tinged, pain or loss of sensation on face, discoloration of skin of face, localized facial puffiness, and loosening of teeth and discoloration or ulceration in the palate and tongue. And then if patient is having orbital mucor infection or infection in the eyes, so it causes the swelling of eyes and redness of eyes, and because of that, patient will have disturbance in the vision. They can feel like double vision, they can have loss of vision, or they have severe eye pain and dropping of the eyelids. Next, please. So what are the advices if patient is having black fungus or mucormycosis? So we have some do's and don't. So what are the don'ts? So patient have to be advised they don't do self-medication, especially steroid. They delay the reporting. They have to be reply immediately to the doctor if they have any symptoms of mucormycosis, and they have to be immediately follow the doctor's advice. And we have to advise them to give history of diabetes to the doctor, get sugar level checked, and keep them under control. Watch for early signs of mucor, as I told in the previous slide, like patient have any eye symptoms, redness in the eye, or blurring of vision, double vision, or patient is having nasal discharge, bleeding from the nose, or headache, or patient is having palate infection or oral infection, then we have to be immediately respond to the doctor, and one have to maintain the basic hygiene and cleanliness and follow the medical advice as per doctors. Next slide, please. So another very important thing that one have to do during COVID and post-COVID also, one have to be monitor the blood oxygen level. So what are the normal blood oxygen level? So we have normal level more than 95%. So oxygen saturation, if less than is 92%, then one have to be immediately informed to the doctor. So we generally advise patient, we keep on checking your blood oxygen levels by using the pulse oximeter as shown in the this slide, and monitor, use same machine, same finger daily, and sit for 5 to 10 minutes before measuring. So one have to be in resting position before measuring the oxygen level, and you can measure 1 or 2 times per day, and more frequent if low levels at the time of discharge, and ensure that your blood oxygen level have to be more than oxygen saturation level have to be more than 92%. And if any time blood oxygen level is less than 92% or oxygen saturation is less than 90%, then we have to be immediately contact a doctor for the oxygen inhalation therapy. Next, please. Next, please. So we have seen that in COVID, there is the most common organ that involved. So I'm not going in much detail because this is this talk is focused on the post-COVID. So we know that COVID-19 virus enters in nose, through nose or through oral cavity or through eyes inside your body. And then it goes to the upper respiratory tract, and in the Delta wave, we had seen that many people affected with the lung pneumonia or pulmonary infection or lower respiratory tract infection. But in this now at presently Omicron not commonly travel in the lower respiratory tract. It involves only the upper respiratory tract. So what happened, many people who suffered in the second wave with the Delta variant, so they involved the lung and they have post-COVID lung fibrosis, or because of inflammation in the lung, there is persistent dry cough. That was one of the commonest symptoms or complaint given by the patient. So they have prolonged irritable or irritative cough that reported among the COVID recovered patient or post-COVID patients, and they have difficulty in the deep breathing exercises. Sometimes they have difficulty in sputum cleaning, and that help, like if you take the stimulation, that help to manage this problem. And what other advice we give to the patient, that you can take the cough syrup. So we advise them to take stimulation, to take cough suppression, and if patient is having gastritis or acid reflux, then we advise them to take antacid, and we advise don't change frequently your cough syrup or medicine, just follow them for 2-3 weeks with the stimulation, and then if cough persists, then come back to the doctor, and then we generally advise to do chest x-ray, and based on that we further give the treatment. Next, please. So next, please. So many patients who have cough hypersensitivity syndrome, they have sensitized nerve ending and afferent neural pathways cause the chronic refractory cough can be considered similar to that of chronic neuropathic pain, and they mainly present with the features of dry or minimal exploding cough, and they have sensitivity in the throat, like irritation in the throat, and they have like they when they talk or they get exert or they laugh, then they also can have the cough, and that can last for months to years. That have been seen that many patients have post-COVID fibrosis. They can have shortness of breath, or they can have coughing for even 9 months to 12 months. And generally, we advise them to take the stimulation and take the cough syrup or cough suppression and do the breathing exercises. That will also help to tackle this situation. Next, please. And many patients have also seen that the cough can associated with the depression, and sometimes typically they have kind of harsh or barking cough or non-productive cough, and characteristically it disappears during sleep, and they feel like not increase the cough during the any physical activity or exercise. So sometimes they have psychogenic kind of cough also. For that, we give them counseling. We discuss. We have counseling session, and if required, then we give antipsychotic treatment also. Next, please. Next, yes. So as I said that in the second wave, many patients affected with the COVID pneumonia or infection in the lung, and because of that, they suffered with the post-COVID lung fibrosis. That was the most common organ involved. Uh, lung was the most common involved organ or structure which was involved in the COVID pneumonia. And then followed by that, as I discussed, we can have involvement of heart, brain, abdomen, and joints and other part of the body. So what happened in the lung damage or involvement of the lung? There are reports of structural lung damage after post-COVID infection, and however, it has not known if this is transient or reversible. But recent literature says that post-lung fibrosis is improving after 6 to 9 months, and in certain patient it got resolved after 12 months of follow-up. So now data is coming up. So there are some trials also going on. So we are waiting for data. Maybe in next 3 to 6 months we'll get some more data. Then we can see actually how much patient get resolved their fibrosis after 6 to 9 months or after 1 year. Next, please. Next, yeah. So it has been seen that SARS coronavirus 2 uses the angiotensin 2 converting enzyme ACE2 as a cell reporter in humans, causing interstitial lung damage at first, then parenchymal lesions. So interstitial involvement is more common. Interstitial part of the lung is more involved as compared to parenchymal lesions. And pulmonary fibrosis is a pathological consequence of acute and chronic interstitial lung disease. Viral infections may act as triggers for the initiation of interstitial pulmonary fibrosis or as agents exacerbating the existing fibrosis. And pulmonary fibrosis represent with the following symptoms like dry cough, fatigue, shortness of breath, and sometimes if they get underlying infection, then they can have wet cough also. They can have cough with this sputum. Next, please. So this is the treatment of pulmonary fibrosis. Different trials have been done or they are going on. And generally what we do, we advise them, there is no concrete data at present that role of antifibrotic drugs or role of steroid. And so we based on the current data, we have done some trial where we see that antifibrotic drug like nintedanib and pirfenidone, both are available in India, and we have given in post-COVID lung fibrosis patient, and they have responded. But still, some double-blind clinical trial, randomized controlled trials are going on. So we have to get the data in future. Then we can tell you exactly the response of these drugs. Next, please. So another common thing is pulmonary thromboembolism that also we see in post-COVID patient. And it is well known that COVID-19 is associated with the pulmonary thromboembolism. And pulmonary embolism has wide variety of presenting features like ranging from mild to moderate symptoms, and sometimes they have very severe symptoms like patient can have severe chest pain, they can have shock, and they can have sudden death also. Some patients have been reported they had this disease and they had they landed in the casualty or emergency with shock, or sometimes they brought that also. And the most common presenting symptoms is dyspnea followed by chest pain and cough. So generally patient have dry cough, they have severe chest pain in one side, and then they have complaint of shortness of breath or dyspnea. A few patients will develop the very severe chest pain, and this is due to post-COVID cough or post-COVID lung fibrosis. Treatment is lifelong anticoagulation, and we generally advise them to follow up regularly every month to the post-COVID OPD, and we give them, we do the like PT-INR for this anticoagulation therapy, and accordingly we modify the treatment. Next, please. So there are some more infection, like we have bacterial, superadded bacterial infection, like upper respiratory tract infection. We have lower respiratory tract infection. Patient can develop bacterial pneumonia, and if they have like fungal infection, aspergillosis. So, and sometimes patient can develop TB also. Post-COVID, we have seen some patient have tuberculosis also, or they can develop the aspiration pneumonia. So accordingly, we treat, like if patient is having bacterial pneumonia, we give them antibiotics. If they have fungal pneumonia, chronic aspergillosis, pulmonary fibrosis, so then we give them voriconazole, this antifungal drug. And if patient is having tuberculosis, then we give them anti-tuberculosis treatment. And if patient develop aspiration pneumonia, so we treat with the antibiotic. Next, please. And another very important thing is post-COVID lung care. And we take the daily monitoring of oxygen level in the body. And as I said earlier, that we have to keep the oxygen saturation in the body more than 91%. And if patient is having cough, then we have to continue with the stimulation, and we have to advise the deep breathing exercises, like you can see in the picture that deep breathing exercises we can use exercises. We can do the mild walk, and then if required, then we can slowly increase the activity or heavy exercises. Next, please. I think this is the last slide. So what are the different kind of deep breathing exercises? We have to sit in a support position or sit on the chair, breathe in and out slowly, and then breathe in through the nose and breathe out through mouth. Relax the chest and shoulder while breathing. Allow the tummy to rise with each breath. Breath out slowly, talking twice the time taken for the breathing. Do in 5 to 10 minutes and every day, and repeat frequently throughout the day, and helps in improving the diaphragm function. So these exercises generally help to increase your lung compliance, to increase your lung capacity, that suffered because of COVID pneumonia, or if you have post-COVID lung fibrosis or damage of the lung. So these deep breathing exercises help you for long term to capacity. So you will not feel like you will not have shortness of breath, you will not have early fatigue and other symptoms. So next please. So I think I would like to thank you everyone for patient listening. And if any question is there, so I am ready to answer. Thank you very much.
I'm asking, thank you very much for this very, very important talk from our health point. Health is wealth. Dr. Saab, I have a question for you that my sister suffered from COVID.
Yes, ma'am.
And then she is a highly diabetic and she has suffered a brain stroke recently.
Yes, ma'am.
So is it a after effect of COVID?
Yes, when she had COVID, how long back?
I think the first time. No, second time it was.
Second wave,
Yeah,
maybe after
second wave. Yeah.
1 year, last
Yeah.
year.
Hmm.
So I have mentioned that many patients have kind of brain disease and cardiac disease. So that is maybe because of thrombosis. Due to COVID infection, there is inflammation in the different organs in the body. Like you are telling about the stroke. So one can have the stroke. It has been mentioned in the literature, and we have seen in the patient also who had COVID and later on because of thrombosis in the brain.
Yeah.
Brain vessels, they can have the stroke. So it is mentioned in the literature.
Yeah, she had a small clot in the brain.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions? So I conclude. Sir has given a very deep sight on post-COVID, what are the symptoms and how the remedies are, what are the medicines, and how you have to keep your mental health and the physical health after post-COVID. So what the medicine and what are the strategies after post-COVID, sir has explained in his presentation. And I think most of us have COVID and some are suffering post-COVID effects. So what are the basic remedies sir has explained us. So we have to keep on taking the protein diet and the exercise, but basically we have to mix up with the people because we remain alone, and for that we have certain stress, and that stress has to be get down, and to mix up, to cope up with all this, we have to take proper medications, proper exercise, proper diet that sir has told in his presentation. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your nice interactive session. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much to both of you, ma'am. Your leadership and active role made this session successful. I request a respected Gajbhai sir to felicitate a respected Bhumi ma'am and respected Varsha ma'am by a certificate and memento. Please come, sir. Okay. Okay. Photo.
We are really honored.
Yeah.
And I want to share one thing. She's my student.
Okay.
She's my first batch student, biochemistry. पहले मैडम. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now time for tea break. हाँ, oral presentation. Okay, all oral participants are requested to upload their presentation first. And for session 8, we have the chairperson, Dr. Dada Saheb Kokre, Professor, Department of Pharmaceutical Science, Rashtrasant Tukdoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, Nagpur, and Dr. S.K. Humne sir, Professor, Department of Geology, Rashtrasant Tukdoji Maharaj, Nagpur University. I request respected Kokre sir and Humne sir to please come on dais and occupy their seats. Sir, please. I request Sharma sir to welcome Kokre sir and Humne sir by offering sapling as a token of love and appreciation. Thank you so much, sir. In this session, we have oral presentation. Each participant will get 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for discussion. I request chairperson for further proceeding of session. Yes, sir.
Hello. I welcome you all once again. I think this is the post-tea session. So, as it is informed earlier, now we are going to start with the first talk by Akshay Sridhar Bhatkulkar. So, I request Akshay Bhatkulkar to kindly come up on the stage and deliver his talk. He is going to speak on methods of processing secondary metabolites from plants, a review.
Hey.
I think on behalf of us, both of us, we would like to welcome the judges also. I think in this oral presentations there are judges. So we welcome Dr. Vijay Tangade, Dr. Pratibha Agrawal, Dr. Umesh Palikundavar, Dr. Bandana Samant and Dr. Rupesh Badare for this oral presentation. So welcome you all.
Hello, good evening one and all present here. This is a review article that I have made on the methods of processing secondary metabolites from the plants. So our presentation will go like, first we will see a brief introduction of all the methods, which includes the conventional methods and advanced methods of processing secondary metabolites. Then I will discuss about my review and contents of my review, and then we will discuss and conclusion part. So we will proceed with the brief introduction of the conventional methods and advanced methods. So, for the conventional methods which are previously being used for the extraction of secondary metabolites, these are the comparatively the simpler methods which are used, that includes the solvent extraction, distillation, enfleurage, percolation method, infusion, and soxylate. An advanced method which includes the high-end machineries and high-end processes which are microwave assisted extraction, ultrasonically assisted extraction, supercritical fluid extraction which included supercritical carbon dioxide as a solvent, and then ionic liquid based microwave assisted extraction which include ionic solvent that replaces the conventional organic solvents. So, what should be extraction method must be ideally. It must be simple and fast. It must be efficient. That our yield should be optimized accordingly, and it should be precise for the selection of material we want to extract, and in accordance with the principles of the green chemistry. As yesterday, Tyagi sir has emphasized on the production of green hydrogen. So we are moving towards the green chemistry, and it should be environmentally greener. In solvent extraction, we use the basic principle of relative solubility of extraction of secondary our product into the two different solvents with non-polar solvent and polar solvent. As the flow of extraction, flow of that material will be from non-polar part towards the polar part, as it is the thermodynamically stable system in the organic solvent. Then move forward towards the steam distillation. It is based on the constituents between liquid phase and vapor phase. Separation of volatile components from a mixture of semi-volatile constituents. It also includes it also includes when there are components which have very close boiling points. Then we introduce a higher boiling point solvent into that mixture, and that will affect the desired material and will increase its boiling point, and we can take out from the distilled vapors. Enfleurage, which is a most ancient method, which involves the odorless animal and plant fats, and directly that fat dissolves essential oils from the flowers and aromatic extracts to be taken out. Percolation is a simple method which includes the percolation tank, and it has the powder and a continuous flow of solvent, and the percolate which is collected and then concentrated accordingly. Infusion is a steeping of desired material from that sample into the liquid. So this is the we do it in our daily lives, that we make tea, coffee. So it is the only infusion. So it is soxylate extraction. So this is in this we have a complexer apparatus first time introduced. So it has a hot plate downwards, and then distilled solvent goes upward into the condenser part, and then it has thimble-like structure in which we introduce our sample in powder form. Then it infused into that distilled solvent, and it again goes into the downwards, and it completes one cycle. We can run these cycles according to our need, and we will get more and more concentrated extract as required. So moving towards the supercritical fluid extraction. So supercritical carbon dioxide is an ideal solvent used for this, and the conventional methods I discussed earlier, that may be harmful for the environment, as organic solvents are evaporative, volatile, and it may cause harm to the environment. So carbon dioxide it provides the greener alternative to that technique. So it is SFE is used specially to improve the quality of essential oils, avoiding any thermal stress or terpene compounds. So when we have thermal, we have to provide thermally higher temperatures in microwave assisted techniques and in ultrasonic assisted techniques, and it's oxalate extraction. So which the compounds which are not stable at higher temperature, so we can extract that compounds with this more advanced methodologies. Ionic liquid based microwave extraction. So in this, it is also a greener alternative to the previously discussed methods. In this method, we are introducing ionic solvents. So, okay, sir. Ionic solvents, which are which protects by our contamination of our desired material. So these are some examples I want to discuss here. So steam distillation from citrus maxima, which we have desired our molecule is limonene here, which is used for destructive agent for styrofoam waste. So and it is extracted out from steam distillation, and then microwave assisted extraction from Ternera diffusa, beta viridifluorine, which is which destroys the protein targets of SARS-CoV coronavirus 2, protein spike proteins. Then the here method uses microwave assisted extraction, and then we have ultrasound assisted extraction for thymol, which is an antifungal for providing the food spoilage. Then we have supercritical CO2 extraction method for essential oils from Gingibar officinale, which is antibacterial, which has antibacterial activity. Then ILMA, this is extracted from Coriandrum sativum, that is coriander foliage, Henicos guanin, which has antibacterial activity.
Please conclude.
Last slide. Surface again. So these are the methods I have discussed completely. So again, we are dig into the data interpretation here. Then response surface methodology, which is used, which is a computational software methods to predict our results. So we can use this plus this with that methods to optimize our yields. So so for the determination of optimum temperature, optimum microwave wattage, optimum percentage of methanol or ethanol our solvent, we use this computational software. So conclusion, in terms of extraction and yields, the advanced methods are good, and in terms of the chemical specificity, today also we have to use some conventional methods, whereas SFE and ILME are the greener option to the extraction methods. So we have greener these are highly expensive methods, but are the greener alternatives. So these are moving forward, and RSM is a data interpretation tool to optimize that all methods.
Okay, please. Thank you
so much.
Now session is open for discussion. Questions?
So first of all, I congratulate you for a nice presentation.
Thank you so much.
Who was your mentor?
Sir Meshram ma'am, Assistant Professor, Shivaji Science College.
Which department?
Chemistry department.
Chemistry department. Okay, in the last slide, can you show that? Yes. If you look at third point, you have seen that it is a costly process, but greener one.
Yes, sir.
But are there benefits which will say make it more practical?
Yes, sir. Actually, these are the methods which have to be emphasized over when when there is a chance of contamination. For example, I want to give Brassica carinata, which is used for the biofuel extraction. So after extracted, there is a defeated mass remaining. So from that defeated mass, extraction of protein has been done. So in that, so when normal methods are carried out, that protein gets contaminated. So these are the methods used for extraction of extraction in such conditions. So with combining with RSM and data interpretation tool, we can optimize that. So that optimal temperature is acquired. So it depends on to the our constituent we want to extract.
My question was that you have said that it is a greener option, that's why it is preferable.
Yes, sir.
So do we have such amount of benefits as far as the environmental safety is concerned,
Yes, sir.
that you can overlook the cost involved in using the modern methods?
Sir, actually, all modern methods are not to be used for all the constituents.
Okay.
For example, here SFE is only can be used for essential oils and aromatic extracts. It cannot be used for the amino acids or other or flavonoids or terpenes. For terpenes and that all we are using different. So now only one by one it is moving forward. So this is not very popular method, supercritical fluid extraction. This is the reason for that. Yes.
Acha, in one of the slides you have written that water is non-polar and organic solvents are polar.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain this?
Yes, sir. Sir, water doesn't have polarity, and so organic solvents have polarity as they have, and they have dipole moment
No,
interaction.
I think you should confirm it. The other way is correct.
Yes, sir.
Water is a polar solvent. And organic solvents, they are non-polar.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Akshay. Now I invite the second participant, Praveen Dakate.
Okay, thank you. Now we would like to invite second speaker, Dr. Praveen Dakite. He is going to talk on stain remover detergent based on natural polymer for green chemistry. Dr. Praveen Dakite. Okay, he is not there. So then there is third speaker, Khushbu Ashok Kumar Rathi, Khushbu Rathi. So she is going to talk on electrospun luminescent samarium doped yttrium aluminum garnet nanofibers for smart clothing. Okay.
Good evening everyone. I am Khushbu Rathi, today present here to present my research work on topic electrospun luminescent samarium dope yttrium aluminum garnet nanofiber for electrospinning under the supervision of Dr. Kondawar sir. So as I am fabricating nanofibers, so what are nanofibers? So these are tiny fibers whose diameter is about 100 nanometer and they are often produced in the form of accumulated webs because it is impossible to handle them in the singular form. Because of its dimension and morphology, nanofiber possesses very excellent properties like high surface area to volume ratio. Also, fiber deposition over variety of substrate is easy depending on its use, and it has unique physical and chemical properties. I am using electrospinning method for producing nanofibers. So, why I am using this? Because it is a very fascinating fabrication method with a small benchtop setup. and also it is simple, convenient and cost effective in comparison to other conventional method. And the nanofibers produced using electrospinning method possesses special properties like high surface area to volume ratio, controlled dimension, high aspect ratio, as well as superior mechanical property as as its diameter get decreased when it is produced using electrospinning method. Now I am using yttrium aluminium garnet as my host material, which is the binary composite of yttrium oxide and aluminium oxide, having very excellent properties like high tensile strength, inherent oxidation and reduction resistance at high temperature, excellent optical properties, and it is also used as a host material, laser host material, because of its favorable optical, chemical, mechanical and thermal properties. Yak is also known as oxide with highest creep resistance, is used in many harsh applications as a reinforcement for glass, such as in transparent armors, missile domes, as well as in durable optical material due to its high strength and low density. As Yak has cubic garnet structure with isotropic thermal expansion, it is used as host material in scintillators, solid state lasers, as well as luminescence material. Like Yak crystal, Yak fibers also has variety of excellent properties like high tensile strength, high elastic modulus, good flexibility, large aspect ratio, lightweight, high strength, stable physical and chemical property, due to which it can be used as structural reinforcement and as basic optical material. So looking to the tremendous properties of Yak as well as huge application of Yak, it is thought that its properties can be enhanced by preparing rare earth dope Yak nanofiber using electrospinning technique, so that it can be used for designing of smart clothes having good mechanical strength as well as light emitting characteristic. Now I have chosen trivalent rare earth elements for doping in my Yak host material. So why I have choose trivalent rare earth ions? Because it has partially filled 4F shell, due to which it allows 4F inner shell transition, showing very interesting properties like high luminescence yield, narrow emission line, long decay time, as it has 5s2 and 5p6 shielding, which protect it from outer surrounding environment. So I have chosen samarium ion as my dopant because it has multiple energy level structure as well as high emission spectra. Now I have prepared samarium dope yttrium aluminium garnet nanofiber using electrospinning technique. For that I have choose yttrium nitrate hexahydrate and aluminium nitrate hexahydrate in the ratio 3:5, and PVB as my polymeric additive, and as a source of rare earth dopant I have choose samarium nitrate hexahydrate. All these precursor solution I dissolve in ethanol, which is used as solvent, and I stir it overnight. After that I obtain a viscous solution which I have loaded in the syringe for electrospinning for the fabrication of nanofiber web, and that nanofiber web is then dried at 80 degrees Celsius overnight, and dried nanofiber web is then calcined at 900 degrees Celsius for 2 hours to obtain the desired Yak nanofiber in Yak phase. So these are my results of my prepared nanofiber. This is the XRD pattern which I have got. Seeing to the graph, we can say that there is a good matching between two sets, that is samarium XRD pattern of samarium Yak as well as its JCPDS data, which shows that the Yak phase is formed at 900 degrees Celsius, and the sharpness of peaks in my XRD pattern shows its crystalline nature and shows that no amorphous phase is present in my pattern, in my obtained Yak nanofibers, as well as it shows most intense peak at 420 HKL plane, and the good matching between diffraction peaks of samarium Yak and JCPDS data shows that I have got Yak phase with cubic structure and space group IA-3D. Now this is the same images of my as prepared sample which I have studied to study the morphology of my prepared nanofibers. From the same images I can say that I have obtained continuous, smooth, ultra long and uniform nanofiber with random orientation. These are images before and after calcination, which shows that the average diameter before calcination is 134 nanometer and after calcination is 74 nanometer due to evaporation of organic polymer from my samarium dope YAG nanofiber, and thus looking to the average diameter I obtain after calcination, I can say that it is purely in nanometer range. So my fabricated nanofiber will surely show the good properties associated with nanofibers. Now I have done the photoluminescence spectroscopy study of my samarium dope YAG nanofiber to study its luminescent properties. These are the excitation and emission spectra of 1% samarium dope YAG nanofiber. I have monitored excitation spectra at emission wavelength 618 nanometer due to transition 4G 5/2 to 6S 7/2, and
Last 2 minutes, sir. Continue.
okay, sir. And I got the intense peak at 404 nanometer in excitation spectra, which wavelength I have used for emission, exciting my samarium dope YAG nanofiber to obtain the emission spectra. From this emission spectra, we can see that I have got 3 peaks, one along 569 nanometer due to transition 4G 5/2 to 6S 5/2 in yellowish green region, one at 618 nanometer due to transition 4G 5/2 to 6H 7/2 in orange region, and third along 4G 5/2 to 6H 9/2 at 650 nanometer. The combined effect of this samarium YAG nanofiber emits orange color, which is seen in this CI plot, and here in table below I have given the CI parameter which is necessary to study the photometric characteristic of my samarium dope YAG nanofiber. In this I have listed the CI coordinate which are useful for absolute comparison of color emitted by my fabricated nanofiber. Here I have given LER value, that is 383 lumen per watt, which tells us its ability to convert the energy into electromagnetic radiation. That is good value I have obtained, and I have mentioned here color correlated temperature, that is 3108 Kelvin, which is also very good. Now the conclusion of my part is that I have successfully fabricated 1% samarium dope yttrium aluminum garnet nanofiber by electrospinning technique whose average diameter lies between 74 nanometer and have continuous and smooth morphology. Also my YAG nanofiber has obtained YAG phase at 900 degrees Celsius, which is confirmed by XRD, and its emission spectra shows 3 emission peaks combinedly emitting orange color with better LER value, that is 383 lumens per watt. Thus I can say that 1% samarium dope YAG nanofiber can be used for smart clothing emitting orange color, having good flexibility and large light emitting characteristic. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you very much for timely finishing your talk. Now talk is open for questions.
Yes, ma'am, it is commercially viable, as well as I have said nanofibers have good mechanical strength, and YAG we can purchase or not, na?
No, you talked about RERs, no? Whether RERs are readily available then? Material?
Rare earth, yes sir.
It is available?
Yes sir, samarium nitrate.
Okay.
It is available.
For what purpose you have made these nanofibers for smart clothing?
Yes.
And what should be the property that your nanofiber should acquire to make it as a smart cloth?
It should have good flexibility and continuous structure, as I have obtained here.
What about the strength,
And strength
of the fiber?
also. It should have also good strength, and as I mentioned, the main property of YAG, that is at good mechanical properties, as
No.
it is used in
Have you studied the strength of your fiber then?
It is remain to study.
Okay. And have you compared your results with the bulk YAG? Samarium bulk YAG?
No, up till now.
Means whether you are getting the same properties or any enhancement in the properties compared to
Yes,
the bulk.
I have compared it. I have get high luminescence intensities in comparison to bulk material. According to total molar weight of my salt, I have only tested for 1 weight percent. Rest of the percent are remain to test. Sir, actually I don't know. Sir, I have not studied that.
Okay.
But with reference to other reported
Okay,
papers,
we
I
can take
tell-
one more question only because we are running out of time. So, please.
Hmm. Hmm. Actually, the main aim of my this project is to use that smart clothes in bulletproof jackets due to its mechanical property, and bulletproof jackets have very weighted. So I want to make that bulletproof jacket lightweight material. So along with that, I can make it smart cloth. This is my application. Yes, it can emit light emit. Excitation wavelength 404 nanometer.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Now I would like to call next speaker, Sanand Kumar Pradhan. Sanand Pradhan. He is going to talk on vibrational spectra of SNBI 47 topological insulators using temperature dependent Raman spectroscopy. So Sanand.
Okay, good evening everyone. My name is Sanand Kumar Pradhan and I am research scholar from Department of Pure and Applied Physics, Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. This is the outline, introduction. Topology is the branch of mathematics which deals with the properties of object that remain invariant under smooth continuous deformation, including twisting, bending or stretching. In this sense, we can say a circle is a topologically equivalent to ellipse when we deform by stretching. Okay, so in the past few decades, topological materials have emerged in a new frontier in condensed matter physics due to their novel and potential application. So topological insulator are the novel class of materials having surface state, their surface state are conducting and their bulk state are insulating. That is due to the time reversal symmetry and strong spin orbit coupling. So why we use the topological materials? Because we consider the electron in spin instead of the charges. This is the figure of ARPS data of bismuth to selenium 3, where we can clearly see seen here this surface state are due to the this conducting, this band gap is touching in the some point called the Dirac point, and that is due to the surface conducting state. This is the EK diagram where conduction and valence band is, bulk conduction band and valence band is separated from each other, and due to the surface state there is an intersection line between in the Fermi level. Okay, so why this material we choose? Because of there is a considerable amount of research effort have been devoted to understanding the layer structure of bismuth 2 tellurium 3, and there
due to their unique and interesting bulk thermoelectric property and a topological surface state. That is why it is crucial to understand the phonon-phonon and the phonon interaction in this layer material. Raman scattering is a fast and non-destructive technique to insight into the electron-phonon interaction and the phonon dynamic in topological insulator. That is why we study temperature-dependent Raman, because this is the determining the thermal conductivity and thermal expansion. This is the key design parameter for the fabrication of spintonic devices using topological insulator. Okay, so this is the structural analysis of the our sample. First, we grown our sample using modified Bridgman techniques, and this is the powder XRD patterns, and it is so the figure 1 show the ritual refinement of the powder, our powder crystalline sample, where we can show the monophasic nature from the ritual refinement, and the crystal structure belongs to the trigonal phase with the having a space group P minus 3m1, and the lattice constant A equals to B equals 4.3811 angstrom, and the C equals to 24.32 at 2 angstrom. The figure B shows the single crystal XRD patterns where all the atoms oriented along the C-axis and the 0, planes, and this is the right corner figure shows the optical image of our single crystal data. After getting a refined parameter, lattice refined parameter, and wake-up position from the ritual refinement, we model structure analysis from the Vesta. This is the Vesta model figure where we model in the Vesta. So in this figure, we can determining the bond length, bond angle in the nearest and atoms, and this show the unit cell of SnBi4Te7 consists of 12 atomic layers of Sn, bismuth, and tellurium, and in the unit cell, the 5 atomic layer block shows the Bi2Te3 and separated from the 7 layer block of Sn, Bi2Te4, where van der Waals gap. Okay, so next one is we perform the room temperature Raman analysis, and at the room temperature there is a 2 prominent Raman modes at 124 and 142 centimeter respectively. The figure B shows the Lorentzian fit so that all the peaks are fitted very well into no distinct peak observed. After room temperature, we perform the room temperature to low temperature via liquid nitrogen. So the low temperature show the progressive blue shift with the decreasing in temperature from the room temperature to 93 K. So that is why, due to the anharmonic vibration of lattice as well as increase the strength of the bismuth and the tellurium covalent interaction. After measuring low temperature, the peak position and full width half maxima as obtained from the Lorentzian line shape of individual mode as a function of temperature. That is due to the anharmonic vibration of lattice as well as increase the strength of the bismuth tellurium covalent interaction. This figure show the Raman shift and the full width half maxima with the temperature, where this is the 2 figures. First figure shows the first mode, and then second is the for the second mode. Okay, the Raman modes are fitted very well with the consideration of anharmonic phonon-phonon coupling along with the thermal expansion, and this linear slope shows the this linear slope is the value is very in the sense in minus, that cut in the minus, it represents the thermal expansion and it gives an idea about the thermal conductivity of the sample. So in the conclusion, we have grown our samples via modified Bridgman technique, and their crystal structure show the monophasic nature, and after single crystal orientation are 0, L planes, and the Lorentz Raman, Raman room temperature Raman shows the there is no distinct peak, and temperature dependent Raman show the blue shift due to the anharmonic phonon-phonon coupling thermal expansion. This is an acknowledged reference. Thank you.
So thank you very much for completing your talk within time. I think before time, in fact. In 7 minutes, he has finished his talk. Now the talk is open for questions.
Okay, what is time reversal symmetry?
Yes, sir. Time reversal in general, if we go system from past and the future.
No,
the
no,
system
that is definition. But from the point of view of topological insulator, how time symmetry is acquired or
Yes, sir. In time topological insulator, when we consider the charges instead of the when we consider spin of electrons, when we apply the magnetic field in opposite direction, the flow of current remains same direction. That is, we concluded where the time reversal symmetry are protected.
and again topological states are surface states.
Yes, sir.
But your sample is a single crystal.
Okay.
How you will isolate the bulk contribution to the surface state in your material? Have you checked?
No, sir. Yes, sir. We actually measure the resistivity measurement via PPMS. So we will do, sir.
But without confirming that your material is behaving topologically or it is having topological insulating properties, what will be the use of then this Raman spectroscopy?
Sir, actually, from the literature, and there is a quantitatively we saw, there is if electron phonon interaction there when we
because you will also have the electron phonon contribution also.
Yes, sir. Sir, when we measure
here you will get only phonon contribution. How will you isolate now the electron phonon contribution?
Okay, sir, when we electron phonon interaction is there, sir.
So how will you isolate electron phonon contribution from phonon contributions?
Yes, sir. When we temperature lowering the temperature, the phonon interaction is suppressed, sir.
At what thickness it happens?
Thickness in nanometers, sir, but actually...
Therefore I said, because you have taken your single crystal.
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
And thickness is quite large. Then how will you get that study to correlate with your topological state?
Sir, after we fabricate, sir, nano devices, we fabrication in nano scale, there our atom is homogeneous, sir. In the single crystal, our sample is not homogeneous properly. So we fabricate it, we will fabricate it a nano devices, sir, to measuring the conductivity, sir.
Okay, any other question? I think if there are no questions, then thank you very much. So finally, I would like to request the last speaker of the today's talk, today's session, Vipul Mishra. He is going to talk on mathematical modeling of performance characteristics of photovoltaic modules using MATLAB. So Vipul.
So a very good morning, one and all present here. Good evening, sorry, one and all present here. My topic of work is related to the mathematical modeling of semiconductor devices under the guidance of Dr. Satish Sharma. I will quickly outline what I am going to cover throughout the lecture. My mathematical modeling is related to the photovoltaic cells. We all know solar cells, photovoltaic cells, they work on the principle of photovoltaic effect, and it is the bombardment of sunlight to a PN junction material, and because of that bombardment there is a flow of current through the junction. So an equivalent electrical model of that solar cell I have tried to design, and then simulated it using MATLAB. MATLAB, it is a design tool and design and simulation tool that is basically known as matrix laboratory and is available for simulation of various mathematical equations. So these are the contents that I am going to cover: introduction, principle of operation, MATLAB and Simulink, then single diode model, simulation, what are the considerations for that model designing, associated equations, simulated PV model, IV PV curve, and conclusion. So I will quickly run through this solar cell. It is a photovoltaic device that works on the bombardment of photons, which generates flow of current inside the device. And the principle of operation is shown. It is quite evident that whenever a direct band gap semiconductor material is bombarded with photons in the form of sunlight, then the photons emit certain energy to the electrons, and they jump from valence band to conduction band, and there is a flow of electron across the PN junction. So this solar cell, I am using MATLAB and Simulink for modeling of this solar cell. This solar cell, an electronic model of a PV cell has been shown on the right hand side. This electronic model, here I am considering a diode. This diode is actually representing the PN junction associated with the solar cell, and that IPH, it is the photocurrent associated with the photons that will bombard the solar cell. So a constant current source has been considered here, that is represented by IPH. G is representing the irradiation ratio. Then RS and RSH, these are two resistances. Current RS is series resistance, and RSH is the shunt resistance. This RS series resistance, it has placed there because it is showing the amount of losses that are there inside the solar cell. So it has been kept in series, whereas the RSH shunt resistance has been kept to for the leakage current that will flow in the reverse bias condition of the solar cell. So such an equivalent model, this model is for only a single cell. Same model can be replicated for n number of cells that are connected on a single solar cell panel. On the left hand side, what I am considering is a SolarX MSX60 solar panel module that is available from the manufacturer. I am considering my results. I am comparing my results with the standard model that is available online. So I have downloaded the data sheet of that particular SolarX MSX60, and whatever the data they have, curves they have shown in that data sheet, I am trying to compare it with the results that I have obtained. So there are certain simulation conditions that have to be opted before going for the simulation. The first one is the temperature dependence of the diode reverse saturation current. Reverse saturation current is the reverse bias current that flows because of the minority carriers in the PN junction. So what is the temperature dependence? Because it is an important parameter when we place the solar cell in the field. Then temperature dependence of the photocurrent, similarly, because of the changes in the energy of the sunlight throughout the day, there will be a variation in the photocurrent, so that is considered. Similarly, series resistance and shunt resistance, which are related to the leakage currents and the losses inside the solar cell. These are the governing equations of a solar cell that has been taken from the literature and modified according to the considerations that I have taken. Very first one represents the thermal voltage of the solar cell, then the open circuit voltage, then diode current, series current, and then reverse saturation current, shunt current, then photocurrent, and then I, that is the total current flowing through the load connected to the solar cell. So this is the MATLAB simulation associated with all that. All these equations have been converted into a Simulink model using MATLAB, and then these equations are correlated in such a way so as to obtain the output at the load voltage. So the thermal voltage equation model, similarly the diode current equation model, then photocurrent equation model, similarly reverse saturation current model, all these have been clubbed together in a manner such that they follow the Kirchhoff's law. And then I have come up with a complete PV panel model, where that green one block, it is representing the PV panel, and all the rest blocks are representing the associated circuitry which are there with the PV panel required for generation to the transfer of current to the load. So this is the complete PV panel model for that. Then This is what the data sheet says of Solaris MXX60, that the current voltage relationship or the curve should be like that, and the associated value should be such that is given on the left side in the table form. Then the IV curve that I have obtained. So on the left hand side it is the ideal IV curve. So the curve represents the variation of the current with the voltage in case of particularly two cases, whenever we have a small load connected to the cell and then we have a large load connected to the cell. If we have a small load connected to the cell, then the current that is short circuit current that is obtained, it is quite constant, that is between point M to point N. So that can be considered as a short circuit current situation. Whereas if we have a very large load connected to the PV cell, then the range of the ideal IV curve between the point P and the point S represents the variation in the current through the solar cell. So that is open circuit voltage associated with the solar cell. So these two parameters have been considered while designing the model of the solar cell. On the right hand side, these are the results that I have obtained for the various irradiances of the sunlight, right from G equals to 200 to G equals to 1000, and at under certain constant parameters, the optimum temperature has been kept 25 degrees and air mass ratio value has been kept at 1.5, that is reference. So similarly, in the second case, I have fixed the value of G, that is irradiance, and then now I have varied the temperature from 0 degrees to 100 degrees centigrade. This is the associated curve. On the right hand side of that, we have a PV curve, the power versus voltage curve at a very fixed optimum temperature 25 degrees. And this curve also is taken at the ideal condition. Ideal condition curves are generally present in the data sheets so of all the sensors or devices whatever we purchase from the market. These ideal conditions are actually the ambient conditions for which the manufacturer considers that is considered as a reference for the device, and considering that reference all other calculations are done. So that ideal curve, it is the PV curve at G equals to 1000 kilowatt per square meter. So conclusion, from the simulation results depicted in the previous figures, a thorough analysis has been done for various variables G, optimum temperature, series resistance and resistance affecting the performance of a PV panel. The ideal condition for obtaining the maximum power are G equals to 1000, optimum temperature 25, AM is 1.5, RS is 1.18 ohm, RP is 360 ohm. Now there are certain other calculations that we can I have already performed. I have not shown here. The values of RS and RP can also be varied because of the different leakages current at the different temperatures, and similarly different losses because of the variation in the current throughout the day. So this ideal condition is also mentioned in the data sheet of SolarX, so I have compared with that only. So thus an understanding of the behavior of PV panel can be illustrated using this particular simulation model. What I like to add is regarding the materials. In the last 4 to 5 years, there has been a study for increasing the efficiency of the solar panel. We know that the commercially available solar panel has an efficiency of approx 14 to 15%, and if you go to a laboratory scale, it can enhance up to 20% to 21%. So the study is how we can dope certain materials in the solar cell so that the efficiency can be increased. So this particular model helps you in testing the panel for solar cell for various materials. One such study is associated that I am working on is the addition of doping of direct band gap semiconductor quantum dots. So or indirect, both I am trying to work on, indirect band gap as well as direct band gap. And after doping those quantum dots in the solar cell, there is a increase in the band energy band gap of the material that is used in the solar cell, and thereby increasing the efficiency of the solar cell. So I am working on that also, and for the solar cell, I have replicated this model for n number of cells that are connected in the solar cell. I will just show you in one of the equations. So yeah, in equation 3, that is the diode current, that NP and NS, they are representing the number of cells, solar cell, PV cells that are connected in series and in parallel. So till
Vipul, I think We'll take few questions.
Sure, sure.
I have one question.
Sure, sir.
What type of solar panel would you suggest for our region, tropical areas? No. What
Uh,
type of solar panels would you suggest?
What type of solar panel?
Panels.
Sir, currently we have thin film solar panels that are generally used because.
I mean, most efficient, no?
Most efficient, sir, currently is polycrystalline, but there is an issue of dusting and sometimes heavy rains can delimit the generation of current. So it depends from rainy area to
Any season also it should be useful, no?
Sir, that for that purpose we need some storage kind of facility, because whenever there is a whenever there is a sunshine, then along with the solar panel we should have some storage facility where we can store the current or store the power, which can be later on utilized when there is a option, when there is a rainy day. So that can be considered.
Okay, thank you. So we can take few questions.
Sir, for both actually. For both actually. Yeah. Yeah, same simulation. Only I have to add certain parameters that are affecting the efficiency of the panel. Yeah, different physical phenomena. So it will depend upon the material that we are using for doping. So I need to know the electrical behavior of that material. So according to the electrical behavior of that material, I can modify my model. Yeah, chemistry also. So, yeah, it will play a major role obviously. Yeah. Individual cells also, and then series and parallel individual cells or series and parallel combination of cells also. Yeah. So that's why, sir, I need the electrical behavior of the material. Sir, no, sir, in one of the graphs, sir, I have checked till 100 degrees centigrade. So till 100 degrees centigrade the behavior remains the same. So I think so this is power versus voltage curve. Yeah. So this is again at the ambient conditions at 25 degrees centigrades, considering a fixed G value, voltage on the x-axis and power on the y-axis. Ma'am, for solar cell, as sir rightly pointed out, first we look for the area, in which particular area we need to plant the solar cell. Very first thing. Then apart from that, what is the power output? There are certain parameters there that have been given. This is the power output, what is the maximum power that you are getting from the solar cell, and then what is the current that it is giving. And from the layman's point of view, you need to check the policies also, up to what limit the government allows you to plant in a particular area, because for commercial purposes it is different, from the household point of view it is different. So you need to check the government policies as well, and if there are some benefits from that, you can take that is also into consideration.
So thank you very much for your interesting talk.
Thank you, sir.
I think there are no speakers left now with me in the list. You are the final speaker. Thank you. So I would like to thank organizers for inviting us to chair the session. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all the participants, audience, and the judges also especially. They are there asking the questions. So thank you all, one and all. Thank you very much.
So thank you, sir, for patiently hearing all the participants. And I take this opportunity to just felicitate our judges. Sorry, judges, our chairperson. Judges तो और felicitate judges करने की अभी होने का है अभी. नहीं सर है, आपका भी felicitation है जस्ट पे. तो felicitate the chairperson. तो ये कोकरे सर तो वहाँ एनालिसिस में बिजी है, लेकिन आई टेक द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू जस्ट Now this session is over. Only poster session is running there. But for thank you for judges for patiently hearing this and giving your analysis on the this oral session. So we will see again at 10:30 tomorrow. This is the last day of the symposium. So thank you very much.